Chapter 763. Oh, Yin Chuan was surprised. Just the two of them? Sigh. It's because of the decline of my lineage that I had no choice but to return home. Otherwise, Wudi's mistress wouldn't have. The Dugu, Sword Emperor, said bitterly. Yin Wudi saw that the Dugu Sword Emperor was immersed in sorrow again and immediately changed the topic. Uncle, why are you here? I happened to pass by and came to see you. You can call me Uncle Chuan from now on, Yin Chuan said with a smile. You don't want to call me uncle anymore? Yin Wudi's expression changed. Uncle Chuan, have you taken over the Yin state? Yin Wudi asked seriously. That's right. I've established a dynasty in the east, the Great Zhen dynasty. Yin Chuan nodded. Then, Yin Chuan told him everything that had happened in the past few years. After hearing everything, Yin Wudi smiled bitterly. I thought I had made a big breakthrough in the past few years, but compared to Uncle Chuan, I'm still far behind. Great Zhen dynasty? Destroyed the Great Winged Heaven School? The Dugu Sword Emperor's eyes flashed with admiration. All right, Brother Yin, there's something I need you to do for Wudi. The Dugu Sword Emperor suddenly said with a serious expression. Oh, I promised you that I would teach Wudi everything I know. Wudi didn't disappoint me. His talent in swordsmanship is 100 times better than mine. However, this is the Dugu family after all. If others knew about it, they would stop us many times. Therefore, we announced to the public that Wudi is my adopted son to stop them from talking. However, Wudi has always been concerned about it and has to report it to his parents. The Dugu Sword Emperor said with a smile. Yin Chuan looked at Yin Wudi. Yin Wudi was a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. I thought it was nothing. Wudi, the Dugu Sword Emperor has treated you with sincerity and is worthy of being your adoptive father. Let me make the decision. Today, we will settle your status. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Uncle Chuan, Yin Wudi was still a little upset. What? I don't have the qualifications to make decisions for you? Yin Chuan said with a solemn expression. No, it's just... Yin Wudi was a little embarrassed. The Dugu Sword Emperor took you in as his godson, and he won't taint you. He's just your godfather, not your father. Remember your bloodline. Remember your Yin clan bloodline. Yin Chuan smiled. No, your nephew wouldn't dare. For master to acknowledge me as his son is an unparalleled blessing. Yin Wudi immediately corrected himself. Ha, good. The Dugu Sword Emperor laughed. Under Yin Chuan's guidance, Yin Wudi bowed 9 times to the Dugu Sword Emperor and offered him tea. They were officially father and son. Yin Chuan could see that after officially accepting him as his son, the Dugu Sword Emperor looked at Yin Wudi with even more affection. That day, Yin Chuan and the Emperor were arranged to stay. Yin Chuan and Yin Wudi also had a private conversation. Uncle Chuan, do you think I should call myself Yin Wudi or Dugu Wudi in the future? Yin Wudi was a little distressed. Is that important? You just need to remember who you are. That's enough. A name is just a name. More importantly, you are now cultivating in an aristocratic family, not a sect. Aristocratic families are stricter than sects, and they value inheritance more. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Oh, Dugu family? You are born with a sword bone. This is definitely rare in the Dugu family. Excessive talent will definitely arouse the jealousy of others. Your master can protect you once or twice, but can he protect you forever? Now that you have acknowledged him as your godfather, it will be of great help to your future cultivation. Dugu family, cultivate well, and when you have achieved great success in the way of the sword, come back and help your Uncle Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, your nephew will study hard and not let Uncle Chuan down. Yin Wudi's expression also brightened. Chapter 764. Yes, your nephew will study diligently and not disappoint Uncle Chuan's expectations. Yin Wudi's expression also brightened. How are the books I asked you to read? Yin Chuan asked. Uncle Chuan, rest assured, your nephew has not been blindly practicing the sword all these years. I have been studying the military books that Uncle Chuan gave me day and night. Later on, in some of the mortal countries nearby, I manipulated the war between the countries. It was really wonderful. Books are the essence of wisdom. In these years, when I have free time, I have also looked for books of wisdom in the mortal world. In addition to military books, there are also books of law, Confucianism, law, and business. I am involved in all of them. Yin Wudi said proudly. Well done. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Moreover, sometimes when I practice the sword, I can comprehend a lot of things from these books. There are no shackles on my cultivation. Instead, it allows me to continuously break through. Yin Wudi said solemnly. You're right. Books aren't just about the art of war. Most importantly, they're about wisdom. Putting you aside, even I have been reading a lot of books recently. Even though there are many books that are useless to me, they can still increase my knowledge and knowledge. When it's time to use them, I'll be able to comprehend them by analogy. Yes, Yin Wudi nodded. Tell me about the Dugu family. What do you think of the 3 sword veins? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Uncle Chuan, you want to study the Dugu family? Why is that? Could it be? Yin Wudi suddenly showed a surprised expression. Yin Chuan stretched out a finger and waved it gently. He smiled slightly and stopped Yin Wudi from continuing. But at this moment, Yin Wudi already understood. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his heart started to beat rapidly. His face was full of disbelief. Wudi, remember this. Man proposes, God disposes. Whether you can succeed or not is not important. What is important is whether you have tried. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yin Wudi's face twitched wildly as his expression changed. Then, his expression became firm as he looked at Yin Chuan. A trace of firmness flashed in his eyes, but it was more of reverence for Yin Chuan. You and I share the same blood. In this world, you and I are family at all times. I want to rise. Great Jun wants to rise, and so does the Yin clan. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, I understand. Yin Wudi took a deep breath. Yin Wudi was born as the crown prince, so he naturally had boundless arrogance. From a young age until now, he had never bowed to anyone. Toward Yin Xiuyu and the Dugu Sword Emperor, it was more due to the kindness of a father or a teacher. Only toward Yin Chuan did he bow to anyone. In fact, all these years, he had been working hard with Yin Chuan as his role model. Uncle Chuan, my 3-sword branch is the weakest in the Dugu family. There are only me and my foster father. The strongest is the 9-sword branch. There are 3 middle void stage experts in his branch. I have a feeling that the 9-sword branch wants to harm the rest of us all the time. Yin Wudi said with a frown. Feeling? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yes, I don't know why. It's just an inexplicable feeling. Could it be that I'm overthinking? After all, they didn't show any abnormalities. Yin Wudi said with a frown. Yin Chuan stared at Yin Wudi for a while. In the end, he shook his head and said, No, remember, don't doubt this primitive feeling at any time. I didn't expect that you have other talents besides the innate sword bone. Your spiritual sense is naturally stronger than others. This is a good thing. It allows you to sense a lot of external dangers. Use it well in the future. Also, don't tell anyone about this except for me. This is your life-saving method. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 765. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Uncle Chuan. Yin Wudi was overjoyed. You said that the 9 swords branch wants to hurt the rest of you. Yin Chuan looked at Yin Wudi. Yes, I feel that they're not only targeting the 3 swords branch, but the other sword branches as well. I don't know why. Yin Wudi frowned. The truth will surface eventually. Just be careful in the future. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Yin Wudi nodded. I heard that the Dugu family has a heritage of 20,000 years. Do you have any Upper Void Realm experts? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yin Wudi thought for a moment and said, Yes, the family head, Dugu Butian, should be at the Upper Void Realm. Also, there are disciples at the Upper Void Realm in the past generations. Most of them ascended to the Immortal Realm, but those talented sword practitioners all entered the Sword Tomb when they were at the Upper Void Realm and lived with the family head. After that, there was no news about them. 50 years ago, the family head summoned all 3 Upper Void Realm experts to the Sword Tomb. After that, there was no news about them. Yin Wudi said strangely, Sword Tomb? That's the forbidden area of the Dugu family and also the residence of the family head. No one is allowed to enter unless summoned by the family head. Anyone who enters will die. Even the branch master of the Nine Swords branch will die if he enters. Yin Wuti frowned. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded and pondered for a moment. Secluded cultivation? It was strange enough that Dugu Butian had been in secluded cultivation for 20,000 years. Why did he summon all the experts of the Dugu family? What on earth were they doing? By the way, Uncle Chuan, I seem to have some kind of illness. Sometimes I feel that my blood is burning and my heartbeat is increasing rapidly. Several times, I thought that I was possessed by the devil. I only calmed down after a long time of secluded cultivation, but I couldn't find out. Yin Wuti said with a complicated expression. Ha ha ha. Of course you couldn't find out. It's not an illness. It's the divine sense of the Yin clan. Yin Chuan laughed. Divine sense? Super divine ability. Blood demon fantasy world. Yin Chuan laughed. After staying in the Three Swords Hall for a period of time, Yin Chuan personally taught Yin Wuti many things and talked about many things. The relationship between uncle and nephew was also very harmonious. However, during this period of time, the Dugu Sword Emperor had disappeared. A month later, the Dugu Sword Emperor finally returned to the Three Swords Palace, covered in blood. Father, what's wrong with you? Who hurt you? Yin Wuti suddenly exclaimed. Yin Chuan and the Emperor also looked at the Dugu Sword Emperor in surprise. When the Dugu Sword Emperor saw Yin Wuti's concern for him, he felt a sense of relief. It's fine, I did it myself. The Dugu Sword Emperor consoled. Yin Wuti looked confused. The Dugu Sword Emperor was covered in sword wounds, and his clothes were stained red with blood. Did he do it himself? Seeing Yin Wuti's confusion, the Dugu Sword Emperor also felt a sense of bitterness. Wuti, ever since my master was brought into the sword catacomb by the patriarch 50 years ago, our bloodline has declined to the extreme. All these years, you've been treated coldly. The Dugu Sword Emperor swallowed a pill and smiled bitterly. Father, you should treat your injuries first. Yin Wuti said worriedly. It's fine. It's just some superficial wounds. Actually, a year ago, something big happened in the family. I didn't tell you about it. Originally, I didn't have any delusions, but ever since I officially recognized you as my son, I couldn't help but fight for you. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too low. If I went, I would only be humiliating myself. The Dugu Sword Emperor smiled bitterly. Chapter 766. Father, what's the matter? Yin Wuti was puzzled. My Dugu family is going to choose a new family head. The Dugu Sword Emperor took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Choose a new family head? What about Dugu Butian? The Emperor frowned in surprise. I don't know. The old patriarch might be going to the immortal world, or he might have other plans. No one knows what the old patriarch is thinking. A year ago, only the leaders of the 9 bloodlines knew. They were fighting for the new patriarch position. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is too low, so I didn't participate. This time, for my son, I went once, and that's the truth. I only took 100 steps before I was seriously injured. Dugu Jianwang said bitterly. Dugu Butian? Is he going to give up his position? Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Yin Wuti, and then at the Dugu Sword Emperor. Father, although it's just a superficial wound, it's better to heal it first. Rest for a while, and then we'll make a long-term plan. Yin Wuti immediately advised. And the Dugu Sword Emperor nodded. The Dugu Sword Emperor went to his residence to clean his wounds. Only the Emperor, Yin Chuan, and Yin Wuti were left in the Three Swords Palace. The Emperor frowned slightly and said, I've been challenging all the palace heads for the past month. Why do they all avoid me? Oh. Yin Chuan looked at the Emperor. Yin Wuti explained, Uncle Chuan, according to the Dugu family's rules, the family head can't be disturbed when he's in seclusion. Unless the family survival is at stake, or someone comes to defeat the palace head of the 9 Swords Palace, you can inform the family head. I must see Dugu Butian, the Emperor said solemnly. Choose a new family head? Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. Uncle Chuan? Yin Wudi also looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan naturally understood Yin Wudi's meaning. He nodded and said, "I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. If possible, I will help the Dugu Sword Emperor become the new patriarch." Yin Wudi nodded. A hint of joy appeared on his face. After years of worship, Yin Wudi had absolute faith in Yin Chuan's words. 2 days later, Yin Chuan, the emperor, the Dugu Sword Emperor, and Yin Wudi were standing on a mountain to the north of the Dugu family. On the mountain, he looked at the foggy area in the north. In this vast region, divine swords were stabbed into the ground. There were also divine swords flying in the sky. They floated high up in the sky, emitting a murderous aura. The sky was so dark that it seemed to be pressing down on everyone's hearts. Just looking at the sea of divine swords in front of them made it hard for them to breathe. It was as if there were tens of thousands of divine swords pressing down on them. "This is the sword catacomb," Dugu Sword Emperor said in a deep voice. "Father, you said that the patriarch said a year ago that anyone who passes through the sword catacomb and reaches the patriarch's residence in the center will be the new patriarch?" Yin Wudi asked in surprise. "Yes. It's a pity that the sword catacomb is too strong. No one can pass through the 9-sword palace. I only walked 100 steps before I was forced back by the countless divine swords in the sword catacomb," Dugu Sword Emperor said bitterly. "Good swords. These swords must have been forged by sword masters. Why would they be buried here?" Yin Chuan looked at the countless divine swords in the sword catacomb in surprise. "Buried? Heh, all the sword in my Dugu family, including my sword and Wudi's sword, came from here. These swords were forged by the patriarch using the earth fire in the sword catacomb. The patriarch's sword Dao was invincible, so the swords were forged in batches. After they were forged, they were casually thrown into the sword catacomb. But I didn't expect that the patriarch's casual discard would create such a powerful sword array. Us juniors are far inferior to the patriarch," Dugu Sword Emperor said with a bitter smile. Chapter 767. Looking at the vast sword tomb, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and asked, "Is this sword tomb really that hard to enter? With my strength, I can only walk 100 steps." The Dugu Sword Emperor smiled bitterly. The emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "Dugu Batian is at the center of the sword tomb?" "Yes, he is at the center of the 9 Swords mountain range. Whoever gets there first will inherit the position of the patriarch," the Dugu Sword Emperor said in a deep voice. "Uncle Chuan?" Yin Wudi looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly looked at the sword tomb. Looking at the sword tomb, Yin Chuan vaguely saw a formation. However, the formation was unpredictable and changed in the blink of an eye. "Let me try." The emperor pulled out his long blade and said, "Wait." Yin Chuan stopped the emperor. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan gestured at a spot not far away. Everyone looked over and saw a group of 300 people appear. Not far away, 300 figures walked out from a valley. Each of them carried a sword on their back and looked at the sword tomb. One of them was Dugu Tianya, the one who spoke rudely to the emperor before Yin Chuan entered the Dugu clan. 300 people with swords on their backs looked at the sword tomb with serious eyes. 9 Swords Palace? Are these all the emptiness realm experts of the 9 Swords Palace? The Dugu Sword Emperor said with a gloomy face. Yin Chuan and his group looked over. The 300 people seemed to have sensed something and turned their heads to look at them. When they saw Yin Chuan and his group, Dugu Tianya suddenly smiled. Dugu Tianya suddenly revealed a trace of ridicule as he said, "Dugu Jianwang? Ha ha ha. Your 3 Swords Palace wants to enter the sword tomb with only 2 people? Tianya, shut up." The leader of the group immediately shouted coldly. It was a long-haired man with a red mole between his eyebrows. His face was extremely stiff and expressionless, as if nothing could change his mood. As soon as the red mole man spoke, Dugu Tianya's face immediately turned solemn. "Yes," Dugu Tianya immediately said respectfully. The man with the red mole glanced at Yin Chuan and his group before turning to look at the sword tomb again. That's Dugu Tianji, the Hall Master of the Nine-Sword Hall. Yin Wudi explained. 8th level of the Middle Void stage? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. As expected, he broke through again. The Emperor frowned. The Nine Swords Palace has recalled all Emptiness Realm experts and is preparing to attack the tomb today, the Dugu Sword Emperor said with an unsightly expression. In the distance, Dugu Tianji suddenly turned his head and looked at the nearly 300 people. I know that you all have your own personal grudges, but I don't wish for them to explode at this moment. Remember, I don't care what grudges you have, but you all have to do your best to break through the tomb. If I find anyone slacking off, I, Dugu Tianji, will kill them, said Dugu Tianji coldly. Yes. Nearly 300 people answered at the same time. Let's go. Dugu Tianji shouted. Yes. 300 people stepped into the sword mound together. The moment the 300 people stepped into the sword mound, the divine swords near them started to vibrate. In an instant, hundreds of millions of sword energies appeared in the surroundings. As soon as the sword energies appeared, they rushed toward the 300 people with surging and ferocious power. Boom! Not only the sword energies, but the 300 illusory figures of the Nine Swords Palace slowly condensed within the sword energies. The illusory figures each held a sword and surrounded the 300 experts. Dang! Boom! Boom! Illusory figures that looked exactly the same as them were fighting with them? They were fighting with themselves? This wasn't an illusion, but an actual entity. The sword mound had condensed their own appearance to fight with them. Roar! Kill! Chapter 768. Yin Wudi was dazzled by the Dugu family's sword Dao, and all sorts of exquisite sword techniques were displayed. Wait, these illusions seem to know their sword arts. That's Dugu Tianya's self-created 3 absolutes of the world. I recognize it, but how come the illusions know it too? Yin Wudi's expression darkened. Dugu Jianwang bitterly smiled. This is the terror of the sword tomb. The illusions it creates know all of your sword arts. Unless your sword Dao surpasses Patriarch Dugu Butian's, the illusions will know all of your sword arts. Moreover, they are even more unaffected by emotions than you are. Each of their attacks is even more accurate than yours. This is a domain? Dugu Butian's sword domain? Yin Chuan's expression darkened. The Emperor looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. You know about it too? Emperor, let me ask you. Yin Zizai is called the Sword Demon by you. How does his sword Dao compare to Dugu Butian's? Yin Chuan asked with a frown. The Emperor thought for a moment and shook his head. They haven't competed. Yin Zizai said he wanted a duel with Dugu Butian, but Dugu Butian refused. Dugu Butian said he doesn't use swords anymore. Dugu Butian said he doesn't use swords anymore. Yin Chuan was puzzled. Yes, I still remember that day. Dugu Butian said he doesn't touch swords anymore. He wants to forget about swords. He wants to completely forget about swords. Therefore, he didn't agree to the duel with Yin Zizai. The Emperor shook his head. The family head wants to forget about swords? How is that possible? The Dugu Sword Emperor exclaimed. The Emperor shook his head. That's the truth. Yin Zizai? Yin Wudi's eyes flashed. After all, Yin Wudi had learned about this ancestor from Yin Chuan. It was this ancestor's bloodline that gave him super abilities. Then Yin Zizai is the sword demon? What level has his sword Dao reached? Yin Wudi asked curiously. The Emperor thought for a moment and said, Yin Zizai can also use this sword domain. Once the domain is formed, as long as the sword Dao doesn't surpass his, he can instantly copy all sword arts. Yin Zizai can also use it? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. In the distance, the 300 people from the Nine-Sword Hall were fighting with themselves. They were Dugu Butians. In fact, some of them were covered in bloody scars. The illusion knew all of his swordsmanship, and it was even more accurate than him. What was there to fight? Sword-swallowing art. Dugu Tianji shouted coldly. Buzz. The 300 people suddenly stopped, and the sword chi that was spurting out from their bodies immediately converged. The 300 peoples as the swords of the 300 people instantly blossomed with dazzling light. Boom! With great difficulty, the 300 phantoms were all killed. The 300 people were overjoyed. However, the blood vessels on their wrists burst. Clearly, the previous attack had injured them. Nevertheless, the phantoms disappeared. They took another 100 steps forward. However, after taking 100 steps, the phantoms appeared again. It was still the same 300 people. However, the phantoms were not only 300, but 3,000 or more. The phantoms appeared one after another. 10 selves stood in front of them. Every self pulled out a divine sword from the sword mound and looked at them coldly. When they were fighting oneself, they were already in a difficult situation. Now, there were 10 selves? Chapter 769. Standing outside. Even the Dugu Sword Emperor revealed a trace of fear. Haha, I originally thought that I would be able to enter as long as I destroyed one of the illusions. At that time, I didn't pass this stage. However, even after passing this stage, it still isn't over. There are still 10 more illusions waiting for me. Why did the Patriarch set up such a tyrannical sword formation to obstruct us? The Dugu Sword Emperor said bitterly. No, this isn't the end. I have seen Father set up the domain of the saber. Other than the illusions, there's also the domain of heaven's wrath, which is even more terrifying. This is just the beginning, the Emperor said as he shook his head. Rumble. The boundless sword energy enveloped the 300 people. However, the 300 people were surrounded by 3,000 illusions. For a moment, the sword mound was filled with blood. Even though there were middle void realm experts among the 300 people, every step was difficult. Facing 10 perfect versions of himself, this was more than just a trial. Looking at the scene before him, the Dugu Sword Emperor revealed a trace of bitterness and said, "It seems that it is impossible to obtain the position of the Patriarch." Not necessarily. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. 8 hours later, south of the Dugu residence, Huaguang and Feng Yinyang's encampment. Your Majesty. Huaguang looked at Yin Chuan respectfully. Yin Wudi and the Dugu Sword Emperor looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. The Emperor stood at the side. Huaguang, this is none of your business. Continue to encampment. Yin Chuan said to Huaguang. Yes, Taoist Yin, why did you bring us here? The Dugu Sword Emperor asked in confusion. I see. The Emperor sighed slightly. Yin Wudi looked at the huge volcano in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. Father, you said earlier that the sword and the sword tomb were all forged by the Patriarch using earth fire? That's right. There's a volcano in the depths of the sword catacomb. The family head lives in the sword catacomb all year round, and he uses the fire from the volcano to forge. The Dugu Sword Emperor stopped abruptly. He turned to look at the volcano in front of him. Yin Chuan, could it be that this volcano? The Dugu Sword Emperor widened his eyes in disbelief. Yin Chuan nodded. That's right. I've been to the bottom of this volcano before. Deep underground, there's a huge space called the Solitary Volcano Domain. There are countless volcanoes here. I'm sure that the bottom of many volcanoes are connected. Let's go. Perhaps this volcano just happens to be connected to the depths of the sword catacomb. The Dugu Sword Emperor's expression was extremely interesting. Isn't this too fake? The Dugu Sword Emperor only had this thought in his mind. Regardless of the Dugu Sword Emperor's mood, the four of them still flew towards the volcano. Boom! The four of them each raised a wall of air to protect themselves as they descended into the depths of the volcano. Yin Chuan had been to this volcano before, so he was quite familiar with it. It didn't take long for them to reach the bottom of the volcano. At a glance, there was a sea of fire. It was impossible to see north, south, east, and west. Follow me. When we came, I remembered the route and the distance. I hope I didn't remember it wrongly. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, okay. The Dugu Sword Emperor said blankly. Following Yin Chuan, the group quickly descended into the depths of the volcano. Yin Wudi's cultivation was quite weak, so he couldn't hold on for much longer. The emperor waved his hand and blocked the fire for Yin Wudi. The group followed the original path and returned. Just as Yin Chuan had guessed, this area was completely connected to the Sea of Fire. 10 hours later. Where are we? The Dugu Sword Emperor asked curiously. We should be in the depths of your Dugu family. Below us is the entrance to the Sword Catacomb. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Careful! The emperor slashed with his saber. Boom! Within the Sea of Fire, there was a violent collision. A sword-shaped flame was shattered by the emperor's saber. Patriarch's sword domain? It even covers the bottom of the volcano? The Dugu Sword Emperor said in surprise. Chapter 770. The Dugu Sword Emperor's remorse. The emperor slashed at one of the swords. You don't have to look for the sword mound anymore. Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan took the lead and flew towards the direction where the swords came from. Shing! Shing! 2 more swords were shot at them. Before he even reached Yin Chuan, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. The magma around Yin Chuan instantly solidified. Even the swords were sealed in it. This is... The Dugu Sword Emperor was surprised. Hua! The underground was too hot. In the blink of an eye, the solidified rocks turned into magma again. However, there were no more swords in the magma. It's just sword chi and sword intent. There are no real swords. Just follow me. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Yin Wudi said excitedly. The emperor frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. The emperor felt that Yin Chuan's body seemed to have absorbed a huge amount of heat in that instant. He didn't absorb it, but seized it. It was a domineering seizure. They were in the depths of the volcano. It was unrealistic to solidify magma here. However, Yin Chuan was solidified. The emperor could even feel the coldness from Yin Chuan's body, even from a distance. The emperor looked at Yin Chuan again. The group quickly flew towards the place where the swords were gathered. Yin Chuan was like a freezer. Wherever he went, the magma would solidify instantly. The swords would also solidify instantly. The journey was smooth. Soon, they arrived at the entrance. At this point, there were even more sword edges. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage at all. However, Yin Chuan was different. The thunderclouds in the sky could absorb boundless amounts of heat. This path seemed to be tailor-made for Yin Chuan. Phew! The group flew upwards. After passing through a long volcanic tunnel, they finally arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Bang! The 4 of them flew out of the magma. However, there was no more sword chi around them. This is too smooth. The Dugu Sword Emperor was speechless. This made the Dugu Sword Emperor feel very unrealistic. How is this possible? The group flew out of the volcano and stood at the top of it, looking around. Looking around, there were divine swords everywhere. Divine swords were flying in the sky, while the ground was filled with divine realm swords. Only the crater in the center of the volcano had hundreds of flowers blooming, and there was no danger to speak of. Father, look, there's a hall over there, isn't it? Yin Wudi Zest said with excitement. There was indeed a palace not far away. There was a palace hall inns. Not in was. There was a plaque on Hall. Heaven Palace Hall. Palace Hall? Hall? Have we really arrived at the residence of the patriarch? Dugu Jianwang was stupefied. This is... Father, let's go. Yin Wudi said excitedly. Oh, okay. The Dugu Sword Emperor felt like he was dreaming as he nodded. The group flew towards the palace hall. Happiness came too suddenly. Dugu Jianwang was still dizzy. Could it be that he had become the next patriarch in such a muddle-headed manner? Just as the group flew towards the palace hall, a heart-wrenching voice suddenly sounded. Dugu Sword Emperor. The voice was filled with endless grief and indignation. It was a kind of great grief that hated the heavens and earth. The Dugu Sword Emperor's nerves tightened when he heard the voice. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. At the edge of the sword tomb's inner circle, there was a dazzling purple divine sword. The divine sword was 10 zhang long, and it looked down at the battlefield inside the sword tomb. Chapter 771. On the battlefield, 50 experts struggled while bathed in blood. They were surrounded by countless purple longswords. These 50 experts were Dugu Tianji, Dugu Tianya, and the others. The giant sword flashed, and a group of longswords rushed toward an emptiness realm expert like a rainstorm. Boom! The godly swords roared. Under the rain of swords, an emptiness realm expert was cut in half. Another emptiness realm expert fell into a pool of blood. Dugu Tianya and the other emptiness realm experts struggled bitterly. Almost everyone was covered in blood. Almost a day had passed. Out of the 300 emptiness realm experts, only 40 or so were left. The others were all buried in the sword tomb. Pushing forward step by step, the Nine Swords mountain range displayed its majestic power. Finally, it had reached the final step. However, the last step was like a gift from heaven. They couldn't cross it no matter how hard they tried. The giant sword was like a god. It blocked everyone's path and killed them one by one. Although the experts were filled with hatred and sorrow, victory was in sight. Although many people had died, victory was in sight. Although they couldn't break through the giant sword, victory was in sight. Dugu Tianya didn't feel anything until he saw Yin Chuan and the other three. At this moment, the members of the Nine Swords mountain range all showed expressions of hatred. How is this possible? How is this possible? Dugu Tianya was filled with sorrow and hatred. All the experts who were bathed in blood and fighting showed expressions of despair. 2 lower emptiness realm experts, 1 divine realm expert, and 1 chi realm expert. They don't have any injuries on their bodies. How is this possible? How is this possible? Dugu Tianya was filled with sorrow and hatred. In order to enter the center, everyone had sacrificed too much. However, in the end, they realized that the Dugu Sword Emperor, who looked down on them, was ahead of them. God was unfair. God was unfair. Everyone was shouting in their hearts. It was difficult to get rid of the depression. Everyone's lungs were hurt by this depression. Boom! The giant sword flashed again. Another round of explosion occurred and charged toward an emptiness realm expert. With just a scream, the emptiness realm expert was instantly cut into pieces. Let's hurry to the heaven-mending palace. Yin Chuan frowned and shouted. Yin Chuan didn't want to cause any trouble at this time. It was time to harvest the fruit. There was no room for hesitation. However, the Dugu Sword Emperor couldn't bear to see this happen. Dugu Sword Emperor, quick, save us, save us. Cut that giant sword apart. Dugu Tianya shouted. The Dugu clan is of the same breath and branch. Save us. Dugu Sword Emperor, you can't leave us to die. Dugu Sword Emperor, cut that sword apart. Dugu Sword Emperor, you are the patriarch. We no longer have any thoughts of fighting for the patriarch's position. We only wish to preserve our lives. Dugu Sword Emperor, you will be the head of the family from now on. We are all members of the Dugu family. Save us. Everyone roared together. The Dugu Sword Emperor couldn't bear to see this happen. When Yin Chuan saw this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Dugu Sword Emperor, go and see Dugu Butian first. After that, come and save them. Yin Chuan shouted. That's right, father. Yin Wudi also shouted. Boom! Another emptiness realm expert was cut into pieces by the giant sword. Father, Yin Wudi shouted. No, I can't just sit and watch. They are still members of the Dugu clan. The Dugu Sword Emperor shook his head and said, boom! Another emptiness realm expert was cut into pieces. Chapter 772. The Dugu Sword Emperor immediately rushed over. Seeing that the Dugu Sword Emperor had come to save them, everyone's face lit up. Looking at this scene, Yin Chuan could only feel anxious and helpless. After all, he was still an outsider and couldn't persuade them. Slash! The Dugu Sword Emperor slashed at the 10 Zhonglong giant sword. Boom! The 10 Zhonglong giant sword was instantly sent flying by the Dugu Sword Emperor, and the giant sword killing formation was immediately dispelled. Boom! The sword formation surrounding Dugu Tianya and the others instantly became much smaller. The pressure instantly disappeared. Dugu Tianya, who was nearby, instantly charged through the sword mound. Ha! Dugu Tianya excitedly shot into the safe zone. Dugu Tianya! The Dugu Sword Emperor had just shouted. However, he received Dugu Tianya's malevolent gaze and a domineering sword. Bastard! In the distance, Yin Chuan's expression changed, and the Jade Emperor's sword flew out. Chi! Dugu Tianya's sword was too fast. It was so fast that it instantly slashed into the Dugu Sword Emperor's shoulder. Furthermore, the sword slashed from the hilt to the abdomen. It looked like the Dugu Sword Emperor would be cut in half. Ding! The Jade Emperor's sword knocked Dugu Tianya's sword back. The Dugu Sword Emperor's body was also sent flying. While flying in the air, the Dugu Sword Emperor widened his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief and boundless regret. The Dugu Sword Emperor was almost cut in half. He spat out blood as he shouted hatefully. Father! Yin Wudi rushed over in panic. Bang! Yin Wudi hugged the Dugu Sword Emperor. Father! Yin Wudi couldn't help but jiaohu. His eyes were red. Why? The Dugu Sword Emperor looked at Dugu Tianya and spat out blood in despair. He had saved him. How could he do this? Dugu Tianya merely sneered at the Dugu Sword Emperor. He turned to look at the Jade Emperor's sword that was blocking him. Middle void stage. Yin Chuan frowned as he looked at Dugu Tianya. Boom! At the sword tomb, another loud sound rang out. Dugu Tianji barged in with a loud bang. Dugu Tianji, the Hall Master of the Nine Swords Temple, looked at the dying Dugu Sword Emperor in Yin Wudi's arms and said indifferently, Dugu Tianya, well done. Yes, Dugu Tianya said smilingly. You. The Dugu Sword Emperor, who was already heavily injured, spat out another mouthful of blood. Dugu Tianji landed and immediately looked at the distant Heaven Mending Hall. Heaven Mending Palace? Ha! Dugu Tianji's eyes flashed with excitement. Let's go! Dugu Tianji shouted. Dugu Tianji and Dugu Tianya instantly shot towards the Heaven Mending Palace. Buzz! Two figures instantly blocked the two of them. Yin Chuan and the Emperor. Get lost, Dugu Tianji said coldly. Emperor, use all your strength. You and I one each, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Use all my strength? Oomph. The Emperor sneered. He waved the bronze long saber in his hand, and a fierce saber aura ruthlessly slashed towards Dugu Tianji. Emperor, you're only at the lower void stage. You can't beat me. You couldn't beat me last time. This time, I have broken through. You can't beat me even more. Dugu Tianji stabbed with the long sword in his hand. Boom! The saber and sword collided. Jade Emperor's sword formation. To deal with Dugu Tianya, Yin Chuan quickly formed a sword formation and instantly enveloped Dugu Tianya. Jumping clown. You want to block my way? Tianya's sword formation. Dugu Tianya coldly snorted from within the formation. Boom! Dugu Tianya quickly formed a sword formation with the sword in his hand and faced Dugu Tianji with the formation. The four experts brazenly made their moves. The others were still fighting in the sword tomb. However, the pressure was much less now. They should be able to come out soon. Father, you will be fine. You will be fine. Yin Wudi unceasingly poured his magic power into the Dugu Sword Emperor's body. However, the Dugu Sword Emperor was almost cut in half. Dugu Tianya's sword had destroyed his foundation. How could he recover so easily? The Dugu Sword Emperor said bitterly, My son, I brought this upon myself. I have let you down. Chapter 773. The Jade Emperor's sword array condensed a sword chi storm that spun clockwise. Within the Jade Emperor's sword formation, Dugu Tianya's sword formation was rotating counterclockwise. The two sword formations in opposite directions spun rapidly and collided with each other. Rumble! It was as if two gears were colliding in reverse. Sword array? How is it possible for you? You're just deity realm. How can you stop me? Dugu Tianya said, in surprise. Within the Jade Emperor's sword formation, Yin Chuan looked coldly at Dugu Tianya. Nothing is absolute in this world. Dugu Tianya, are you not a member of the Dugu family? Yin Chuan coldly asked. His nephew had said that the Nine Swords Hall was hostile to the other halls. Furthermore, Dugu Tianya had ignored the Dugu Sword Emperor's kindness of saving his life and killed him without hesitation. This made Yin Chuan a little suspicious. Of course, it was only a suspicion. After all, it was not impossible for a family to produce a group of scum. Therefore, Yin Chuan asked, are you not a member of the Dugu family? It could be understood that Yin Chuan doubted Dugu Tianya's identity. Similarly, it could also be understood as saying that Dugu Tianya was inhumane and didn't care about blood ties. It all depended on how the other party understood it. Hearing Yin Chuan's words, Dugu Tianya's expression changed. How did you know? Dugu Tianya asked in a slightly panicked manner. Yin Chuan was slightly stunned, but he hid it extremely well. Was this Dugu Tianya really not a member of the Dugu clan? How would I know? How do you think I know? Otherwise, how do you think we arrived at the depths of the sword tomb without a scratch? Yin Chuan said in a cold voice. Yin Chuan did not say why, but he gave Dugu Tianya a psychological hint. That's right, they had risked their lives to get here, but Yin Chuan and his group of weaklings had come in unscathed? Conspiracy. It was a huge conspiracy. Dugu Tianya, who had a guilty conscience, used Yin Chuan as an excuse. It's Dugu Butian. Did Dugu Butian discover it? He knows? Dugu Tianya's expression greatly changed. Of course he knows. What do you think? Yin Chuan said. The more Dugu Tianya was confused. The more Dugu Tianya was the Dugu Tianya, was Dugu Tianya, even more. No, we did it very covertly. How could it have been leaked? How is that possible? Dugu Tianya said with grief and hatred. The purpose of the sword tomb is to catch all of you in one fell swoop. Most of the people in front are already dead. Do you still want to struggle? You have no chance. Yin Chuan said coldly. Dugu Butian, you can't kill us. You can't. The main clan is in decline. It's useless to hide. Forget about Clan Lord Dugu Butian. Even our sword division master could wipe you out. Dugu Butian, did you hear what I just said? Our sect master is stationed outside this world. You can't kill me. Otherwise, none of the Dugu sect's disciples here can think about living. Dugu Tianya roared at the sky, as if he wanted to shout for Dugu Butian to hear. Hearing Dugu Tianya's words, Yin Chuan opened his mouth and was stunned. Did this person go stupid from practicing the sword? So easy to deceive. Main sect? Split up? It looked like this group of people were also Dugu sect's disciples. However, they were one of the Nine Sword sect's Dugu Potion's subordinates in the immortal world. Dugu Tianya, do you think that after busying yourself for half a day, everything was for nothing? What you can't get isn't what you can touch. Yin Chuan berated. What you can touch isn't what you can touch. Yin Chuan naturally did not know what they wanted to touch, but it did not hinder Yin Chuan from tricking him. Chapter 774. Dugu Tianya was indeed cooperative. The main family's secret? That's right, Dugu Butian has boundless arrogance and doesn't need to be understood. However, our Nine-Sword Mountain range is different. Dugu Butian, what's the point of you guarding the main family's secret? The main family has completely declined, and only you are left holding on. How long can you hold on? Dugu Tianya shouted to the sky. The main family secret? Yin Chuan asked again. This Dugu Tianya had indeed cultivated until he became stupid. Dugu Tianya, don't be delusional. The main family's things are the main family's. It will never be your branch family's turn to steal. Although the main family is weak, it is still the main family. Your branch family, including Dugu Butian, is just a dog of the main family. How can a dog dare to attack its master? Yin Chuan said coldly. Dog? You're the dogs. Do you know those immortals of your main family who ascended? Now that they are in the immortal world, they're also like dogs in our branch family. Tell us everything about this world. Otherwise, how do you think we can find you? Dugu Tianya said angrily. It turned out that the descendant of the Dugu family who had ascended in the past had leaked Dugu Butian's whereabouts. Yin Chuan gradually sorted out the situation and also found that this Dugu Tianya in front of him was too cute. Yin Chuan kept pressuring, threatening, and tricking Dugu Tianya. Dugu Tianya was also extremely cooperative and spilled all his secrets. From the first time he met Dugu Tianya, Yin Chuan knew that this person was definitely wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and had too little understanding of the sinister hearts of people. Otherwise, with his identity as a spy, why would he make enemies everywhere? Not only did he berate the emperor, but he also berated himself, mocked the Dugu, Sword Emperor, and ostracized Yin Wudi. Was this the awareness of spy? Yin Chuan kept trying to get information from Dugu Tianya. On the other side, the emperor's surroundings were filled with saber chi, blocking in front of Dugu Tianji. The emperor was only at the lower void stage, but in front of the middle void stage, Dugu Tianji, he was not weak at all. Boom! The two collided. Hearing Yin Chuan's interrogation of Dugu Tianya below, Dugu Tianji's expression was extremely ugly. Idiot, idiot! Dugu Tianya, you idiot! Shut up! Dugu Tianji's eyes were filled with hatred. This Dugu Tianya actually said, everything? Idiot! Whoosh! The long sword was about to slash towards Yin Chuan's Jade Emperor sword array. Clang! Dugu Tianji once again blocking in front of Dugu Tianji. Tianji, Dugu Tianji's S, right? As the sword and saber clashed, the emperor's eyes turned cold as he said, the one who should get lost is you, Dugu Tianji. We didn't decide the victor last time, so let's do it again this time. Whoosh! Dragging the long saber, Dugu Tianji was immediately jolted away. T-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-S. Humph! If not to sharpen my saber technique, you would have died countless times. The emperor's eyes turned cold as he waved the saber in his hand. Behind the emperor, 100-foot giant peak suddenly rushed out. The blade-shaped giant peak carried a powerful saber intent and pressed towards Dugu Tianji. Boom! The two peerless powerhouses fought again. On the other side, Yin Wudi hugged the Dugu, Sword Emperor. Father, you'll be fine. We don't want the position of family head anymore. Let's go back, Yin Wudi said with bloodshot eyes. His hand was constantly covering the Dugu, Sword Emperor's wound. The blood could be stopped, but the essence energy was constantly leaking out. Chapter 775. The Dugu Sword Emperor looked at Yin Wudi with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Wudi, it's all Father's fault. Ha ha ha. Father can't take it anymore. Father can't leave you anything. Once Father leaves, you will definitely be ostracized by the other 8 palaces. Ha ha ha. The Dugu Sword Emperor was extremely weak. Father, don't speak. Your essence will leak even faster. Yin Wudi anxiously said, Die? I'm not afraid. I can go see your master's wife. Remember, after I die, bury me with your master's wife. Cough, cough. The Dugu Sword Emperor coughed out blood. Father, you'll be fine. Yin Wudi sobbed. Looking at Yin Wudi, the Dugu Sword Emperor suddenly revealed a desolate smile. He extended his right hand, and a white light suddenly appeared. Buzz! An inch-long sword shadow suddenly appeared in his palm. This is the proof of my 3 swords palace, Dugu Jian. The Dugu Sword Emperor looked at the inch-long sword shadow in his palm. Facing the shadow, the Dugu Sword Emperor solemnly said, Dugu Jian, listen well. In the name of the 3 Swords Palace Master, I formally swear that I am willing to pass down the 3 Swords Mountain Range to my son, Wudi Dugu, of my own free will. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. Buzz! The shadow of the Dugu sword suddenly blossomed with a dazzling radiance. The Dugu Sword Emperor patted the shadow of light on Yin Wudi's forehead. Swish! The Dugu sword immediately entered Yin Wudi's body. Boom! Sword energy suddenly shot out from Yin Wudi's body in all directions. Father? Wudi, listen well. From now on, you're the palace master of the 3 Swords Palace. You can inherit the patriarch's position. With this proof, The patriarch will definitely approve of you. What father can help you with is only this much. Dugu Jianwang said with a bitter smile. Remember, bury me with your master's wife. After the Dugu Sword Emperor finished his last sentence, his hand went limp and there was no more sound. Father. Yen Wudi looked up to the sky and howled in grief. As Yen Wudi hugged the Dugu Sword Emperor and cried, another figure quietly broke through the tomb and stepped into the central safe zone. It was a man with red hair. The man's eyes were extremely cold, but his body was the cleanest. If one looked carefully, one would notice that Dugu Tianya and Dugu Tianji, the two middle void stage experts, more or less had sword wounds on their bodies when they were in the sword tomb. However, the man with red hair on his temples was covered in snow and didn't have the slightest injury. The man looked at the Dugu Sword Emperor. Yen Wudi hugged the Dugu Sword Emperor's corpse and wailed loudly. The man revealed a look of disdain. This was because Yen Wudi was only at the peak of the Qi Jing level. The man was more concerned about the other two battlefields, Yin Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword formation and the battle between Emperor and Dugu Tianji. Looking at the two battlefields, the man squinted his eyes and analyzed which one he should help first. Suddenly, the man's expression changed, and he looked at the Jade Emperor's sword formation again. At that moment, Yin Chuan suddenly turned around and noticed the man. Damn! Yin Chuan's expression changed. The man was the same. If he was discovered, the effect of his sneak attack would be greatly reduced. Without any hesitation, the man spun the long sword in his hand and rushed up to the sky. He turned into a ray of light and stabbed the emperor from his back. It was too fast. It was so fast that it could pierce through the emperor's body in an instant. Whoosh! Another middle void stage expert? Moreover, he is even stronger than Dugu Tianji? Yin Chuan's expression changed. He had already reached his limit by blocking Dugu Tianya. This man is even stronger than Dugu Tianji? I can't stop him. Once the emperor is severely injured, 3 middle void stage experts will gang up on me. Won't that be the end? Chapter 776. Yin Chuan didn't use his full strength against Dugu Tianya. After all, he still had the God's sword. However, Yin Chuan knew that even if he used his full strength, he would suffer great losses. Moreover, killing Dugu Tianya wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Therefore, Yin Chuan chose to talk to the emperor. However, Yin Chuan could see that the emperor didn't use his full strength either. Of course, it seemed like an emptiness realm expert below the emperor's level was the limit of a middle emptiness realm expert. However, Yin Chuan knew from the emperor's eyes that the emperor still had something to rely on. The emperor was sharpening his sword. If the emperor was successfully ambushed, his team would be wiped out. Boom! Yin Chuan stomped his foot and charged into the sky with the God's sword in his hand. The Jade Emperor's sword quickly withdrew and flew toward Yin Chuan to protect Yin Chuan. Blue sky, thundercloud, absorb. Yin Chuan roared. Boom! Suddenly, frost appeared all around. Yin Chuan quickly blocked the man who ambushed the emperor with the God's sword. Boom! The God's sword shot out, but it was nothing in front of the man. How could the immortal realm's sword and the middle emptiness realm's sword compare? Yin Chuan could see that the man was stronger than Dugu Tianji. Yin Chuan's sword was mixed with endless cold air. Frost instantly rushed toward the man opposite him. The sword chi in the surroundings was instantly frozen, but the sword chi was only covered with frost. The middle emptiness realm expert was too strong. Yin Chuan's cultivation in this life was too shackled. Therefore, he couldn't use his skills even if he had boundless strength. Yin Chuan's body was like an iceberg that enveloped Yin Chuan's body. Boom! More than half of the iceberg exploded, and the sword chi pierced through Yin Chuan's left chest. Yin Chuan was sent flying, and a large amount of ice shattered. Bang! Yin Chuan bumped into the emperor, who had turned his head around. Yin Chuan? The emperor asked in surprise. Yin Chuan's chest was pierced through, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He bitterly said, I asked you to go all out, and you still have the time to sharpen your blade? Bang! 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 Dugu Tianya, Dugu Tianji and the middle void stage martial artist who had severely injured Yin Chuan all surrounded him. Yin Chuan's chest was pierced through. Clearly, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. 3 middle void stage martial artists against 1 war emperor. Dugu Tianji, why are you so slow? The white-clothed man coldly asked. The emperor's strength has increased again, Dugu Tianji said respectfully. The emperor looked at the hole in Yin Chuan's chest, and his eyes instantly turned red. This sword was originally aimed at him. At that time, he was dealing with Dugu Tianji and had no time to block it. Was it Yin Chuan who saved him? So sorry, the emperor said with a complicated look in his eyes. Why aren't you attacking? Don't worry about me. I won't die yet. Yin Chuan shouted. Attack? You can't even defeat me. And now, there are 3 middle void stage martial artists. Emperor, let's see how you're going to escape. Dugu Tianji said coldly. The emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and his face twitched. For a moment, a vicious aura shot out. Roar! The emperor suddenly raised his head and roared. A surge of vicious aura exploded. The vicious aura shot out, blowing in all directions like a storm. The emperor's face became more and more malevolent, and suddenly changed shape. It was as if his skin had melted, revealing his dark red muscles. His skin melted, and the emperor turned into a flesh and blood devil. Bang! A pair of flesh wings suddenly appeared on his back. The flesh wings were also badly mutilated, as if they were skinned. Chapter 777. The teeth in his mouth also turned into saw teeth, and the emperor's body suddenly expanded. Ka. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10 meters tall monster with no skin all over his body. His head was ferocious, his eyes were as big as copper bells, his mouth was like saw teeth, and his back had fleshy wings. It was like a demon's fantasy world. The long saber in his hand turned, and a terrifying killing wind blew out in all directions. The wind took the shape of a saber and blew in all directions, drawing huge saber grooves on the ground. What's going on? Dugu Tianji was stunned by this scene. The small and exquisite emperor just now had turned into a 10 meters tall monster in the blink of an eye. This form was too valiant. Gently putting down Yin Chuan, the emperor suddenly looked at the man who attacked him sneakily just now. The long saber in his hand turned and was about to slash. Oomph. So what if you've turned into a monster? You scared me, go to hell. Dugu Tianji quickly slashed with his sword. Whoosh! Fast, so fast that it was inconceivable. In the blink of an eye, the emperor had already appeared behind Dugu Tianji. With his back to his back, Dugu Tianji immediately felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Boom! Only a saber light could be seen, and Dugu Tianji was cut in half at the waist. It was too fast, so fast that no one had time to react. The other 2 middle void stage experts also looked at the monster in front of them with incomparable astonishment. That speed? Whoosh! The monster turned its head and looked at Dugu Tianji and the other man. The faces of the two twitched. Even if Dugu Tianji was the weakest among the 3, he was still a middle void stage expert. Killing him with one slash? Attack together! The man suddenly shouted. Roar! The monster roared. Whoosh! It was so fast that only an afterimage was left behind, and it instantly appeared behind the man. The man's entire body also trembled. Was it the same scene? The man quickly fled in horror. Boom! He was still a bit too slow. One of his arms was instantly cut off. Ah! The man cried out in pain. This wasn't a battle. This was a one-sided massacre. The emperor transformed into a monster, and his killing intent soared into the sky. The 2 middle void stage experts couldn't see his saber technique and figure clearly. If this continued, they would definitely be finished. What kind of monster is this? Dugu Tianji roared in shock. Ooh! The monster once again appeared behind Dugu Tianji, and with a backhand slash, it slashed again. No! Dugu Tianji was indescribably terrified. His long sword was placed behind his back, and his body was even more terrified as he fled forward. Boom! Dugu Tianji once again charged into the sword tomb. At this moment, Dugu Tianji would rather face the sword tomb than the monster. This monster was too terrifying. The monster turned its head to look at the one-armed man. The man was horrified and instantly charged into the sword catacomb. Roar! The monster roared, dragging the long saber on the ground. The monster followed step by step into the sword mound. Boom! 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 Within the sword mound, thousands of divine swords shot out. The monster's eyes turned cold, and he swung his long saber. Boom! The divine sword exploded with a loud bang, and the monster raised his saber and quickly attacked everyone. Boom! Wherever the blade passed, a head flew out. With one slash, a sword cultivator fell. It was as if they were harvesting straws. It was too valiant. In front of the monster, the terrifying sword catacomb was like an uninhabited land. Not far away, Yin Chuan looked at this scene in astonishment. This transformation? Blade Demon? This is the real Blade Demon? Not bad. Since the Yin family has the bloodline superpower, the Emperor must have it too. What a powerful Blade Demon. Uncle Chuan, are you okay? Yin Wudi also rushed over. I'm fine. When the sword stabbed over, I froze all of the raging sword energy. It only pierced through my right lung and a few bones. I'm fine. Yin Chuan shook his head. Indeed, although Yin Chuan's chest was pierced through, there was a layer of frost around the wound, and he didn't bleed. Crackle. Suddenly, a large amount of fine lightning appeared around the wound. The lightning flashed and stimulated Yin Chuan's body. Tender flesh that could be seen with the naked eye grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the wound was filled with new flesh. He looked fine on the outside. Yin Chuan also closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He stimulated the growth of his internal organs and quickly recovered from his injuries. On the other side, the monster was too ferocious. It moved freely in the sword catacomb and quickly killed the Emptiness Realm experts. Dugu Tianji and the one-armed man couldn't escape. They were facing a monster that was filled with hatred and anger. They didn't hold back at all. Kill! 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 Yin Wudi looked at the monster in the distance with mixed feelings. Although the sword catacomb was powerful, it couldn't stop the Emperor and Uncle Chuan. Uncle Chuan used his wisdom, and the Emperor used his brute force. Both of them could safely break the array. After killing everyone, the monster walked back. Slowly, the monster's body changed and turned back into the Emperor's original appearance. However, the Emperor's eyes were slightly weak. Obviously, transforming into a monster had exhausted the Emperor. The Emperor's clothes could change size. Obviously, it was a good treasure. The Emperor walked over, and Yin Chuan opened his eyes at the right time. Looking at the new flesh on Yin Chuan's chest, a complicated expression flashed across the Emperor's eyes. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Thank you. I'm fine," Yin Chuan said with a smile. The Emperor bit his lips and nodded solemnly. The Emperor didn't like to talk, but he wouldn't forget this kindness. "Uncle Chuan, my father." Yin Wudi's eyes turned red again. Looking at the Dugu, Sword Emperor's corpse not far away, Yin Chuan sighed slightly. "Let's collect the Dugu, Sword Emperor's corpse." Yin Chuan sighed slightly. Okay, there were 4 people, but now there were only 3 left. After knowing that Yin Wudi had inherited the 3 Swords vein, Yin Chuan was determined to continue to the Heaven Mending Palace. The Emperor also had something to ask Dugu Mending Tian. The 3 of them slowly walked to the Heaven Mending Palace. Heaven Mending Palace. From the outside, the Heaven Mending Palace was incomparably simple. There was no sense of glory, but the main hall was embedded in the mountain. The main door was even made of wood. The 3 Swords Palace Master, Dugu Wudi, requests an audience with the Patriarch. Yin Wudi respectfully called out. The main hall was silent. There was no reply. The 3 of them raised their eyebrows. The 3 Swords Vein Master, Dugu Wudi, requests an audience with the Patriarch through the Sword Tomb. Yin Wudi shouted again. The main hall was still silent. Yin Wudi looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan lightly nodded. After receiving Yin Chuan's affirmation, Yin Wudi stepped forward. He walked to the wooden door and said again, Dugu Wudi entered uninvited. Please forgive me, Patriarch. After speaking, Yin Wudi stretched out his hand and pushed the wooden door. There was no resistance. The wooden door was easily pushed open. Yin Chuan outside the door was on guard. He looked into the main hall with a puzzled expression. The door was gradually pushed open until it was completely open. The three of them stood at the door and looked into the main hall. Their expressions changed almost at the same time. Chapter 778. Heaven Mender Palace? Before entering the palace, everyone had a strong fantasy. Dugu Butian was the #1 person in the world 20,000 years ago. Even the Dugu family's descendants, except for those with average aptitude who ascended, all the talented disciples entered the Heaven Mender Palace upon reaching the upper void realm. In everyone's heart, this place should be a holy land for sword cultivators. However, the moment the door was pushed open, the holy land of sword cultivators in the eyes of the three was not the case at all. This is, Yin Wudi said in surprise. The center of the palace was incomparably bright. It was not a luminous pearl, but a white longsword that hung in the center of the palace. The white longsword emitted a gentle white light that illuminated the center of the palace. At the center of the palace, 1,000 figures were sitting. All of them wore white robes and surrounded a figure in the center. The 1,000 figures were not living people, but extremely thin corpses. All of them had snow-white hair and were exhausted of energy. Even though the corpses no longer had any vitality, their eyes were still shining with determination. Beside each of the corpses, there was a long sword stabbed into the ground. Is that the myriad nether sword? The previous palace master of the Three Swords Palace? An upper void realm expert who was recruited by the family head 50 years ago? Yin Wudi said in surprise as he pointed at one of the exhausted corpses. That is the world calamity sword. That is the heart extinguishing sword. That is, Yin Wudi said continuously. Each of the swords was a legend of the Dugu family in the past. Beside each of the divine swords, there were only corpses left. Everyone is dead? Everyone is withered? How can this be? Yin Wudi said in surprise. The 1,000 corpses surrounded a white-robed old man in the center. That white-robed old man was the same. His body was so thin that only bones were left. His hair was dry and white, and his fingers were like branches. His withered hands were clenched together and placed in front of his chest. Looking from afar, there was no trace of life. They were like corpses. However, this old man's eyes were closed. Is that Dugu Butian? Yin Chuan asked the emperor. The emperor shook his head and said, I don't know. Dugu Butian was not like this in the past. His energy, profound chi, and even his soul were completely exhausted. What happened? Yin Wudi looked at the scene in surprise. 1,000 corpses? Heaven Mender Palace? The Dugu family's various palaces continuously entered the Sword Tomb in order to enter the Heaven Mending Palace and obtain the Patriarch's inheritance. However, how could the Heaven Mending Palace be like this? Yin could not help but take a step forward. Buzz! The white longsword that hung high above the hall suddenly emitted 100 times brighter light. The light illuminated the entire hall, and a powerful sword intent rushed towards the three people outside the hall. The 9's 10 9s with a 9 nether was 3 9 nether. Buzz! A beam of white light suddenly shot out from between Yin Wudi's brows. The white light rushed towards Bai Jian in the main hall. Instantly, Bai Jian's hostility dissipated. A sword-shaped white light appeared between Yin Wudi's eyebrows. The Dugu Jian that my father passed down to me? Could this be the proof? Yin Wudi blankly touched his forehead. The white sword hanging in the hall instantly withdrew its hostility and began to tremble rapidly. Buzz! The white sword trembled incessantly, and white light waves that could be seen with the naked eye rushed towards the old man's corpse in the center. Buzz! The old man's long hair suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 779. Then, under the gazes of the three people, the old man slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of empty eyes. In the old man's eyes, it was as if he could see an endless abyss. He's alive. Yin Chuan frowned at the old man. You're here, the old man said in a hoarse voice. Dugu Wudi of the Three Swords Palace greets the patriarch. Yin Wudi said respectfully. Dugu Wudi's daughter, Emperor, greets the patriarch of the Dugu family. Emperor stepped forward. Yin Chuan greets the patriarch of the Dugu family. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Dugu Batian. This emaciated old man was Dugu Batian? Dugu Wudi? Since Dugu Jian admitted it, you're also a member of the Dugu family. Dugu family? Dugu family? Sigh. The old man sighed. Patriarch, are these the experts of the Dugu family? How could this be? How could this be? Yin Wudi looked at the corpses in shock. Innate sore bones, not bad. The old man didn't answer the question. Then, he looked at Emperor. You're the daughter of the Dugu family? The old man looked at Emperor. Patriarch of the Dugu family, my father died, and I was sealed by him for thousands of years. I'm here today to ask Patriarch of the Dugu family what happened back then. Emperor said emotionally, the Dugu family is dead. Dugu Butian was slightly surprised. Dugu Butian's accident had disheartened Emperor. Dugu Butian didn't know? I've been in seclusion all this time. I don't know anything about the outside world. Ask someone else. Dugu Butian shook his head. Yes. Emperor nodded. Dugu Butian glanced at Yin Chuan, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You're Yin Chuan? You're the same. It seems like I'm not alone. Dugu Butian suddenly sighed. Not alone? Patriarch of the Dugu family, what did you say? I don't understand. Yin Chuan didn't understand. Butian, you're also mending the heavens. A hint of approval flashed through Dugu Butian's eyes. Mending the heavens? Yin Chuan looked confused. When did he mend the heavens? Invincible Dugu. Dugu Butian called out. Here. Yin Wudi stepped forward. Do you want to know how they died? Dugu Butian asked. Yes. Yin Wudi nodded. I, and the ancestors of the Dugu clan, all have one goal in mind. To mend the heavens. Dugu Butian said. Mending the heavens? Yin Wudi was confused. There was a great calamity in the ancient times. The heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. Goddess Jichin sacrificed herself to save the world. The calamity has only been blocked. There will be a day when it will come again. At that time, everything will be destroyed, said Dugu Butian. Yin Wudi listened carefully. Ancestor Dugu felt the calamity of the world and made a great vow. He swore to mend the heavenly Tao and fight for the vitality of the world. He changed his name to Dugu Butian. Generations of ancestors never stopped trying to achieve this goal. Unfortunately, an unfilial son, Dugu Butian, betrayed the clan and ruined my lineage. After that, I had no intention of obtaining the ancestors' legacy and continuing my unfinished business. Dugu Butian, you want to mend the collapsed heavenly Tao? The emperor said in surprise. Dugu Butian looked at Yin Wudi. Everyone thought that I would cause trouble for Dugu Butian, but how could the ancestor give you the time to do so? For peace, I brought 9 people into this world and reorganized the Dugu clan. All the talented disciples came to Heaven Mending Palace to mend the heavens with me. Dugu Butian recalled. Chapter 780. It has been 20,000 years. All the talented disciples have exhausted themselves to mend the heavens. Even I have exhausted myself, but in the end, we succeeded. Although it is only a Tao seed, as long as someone inherits it, it will germinate and strengthen the world. Dugu Butian said with pride, the Tao seed can't be inherited by those without great talent. I set up the sword tomb to test the disciples of the clan. If you have great talent, the sword tomb won't be difficult. If your cultivation is weak, the sword tomb's power will be weak. If your cultivation is strong, the sword tomb's power will be strong. Anyone below the upper void realm who can pass the sword tomb is a great talent, and I will let them inherit it. Unfortunately, it has been a year, and no one has been able to enter. Patriarch Yin Wudi frowned. I can see that you haven't experienced the sword tomb, but you have great luck. In my opinion, luck is a type of talent. Dugu Butian said. Yes. Yin Wudi nodded. Come here, child. Dugu Butian called out. Yin Wudi walked forward and knelt before Dugu Butian. Dugu Butian looked at Yin Wudi. We were all born in a bad era. The heavens are dead. The heavenly Tao has collapsed. All life is like grass, and all life is fragile. However, this is still our world. Dugu Wudi, I'll give you the world we created. I hope that you will use your life to strengthen this Tao seed and fight for peace for all life. Dugu Butian bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of all life. Patriarch, although I don't understand what you just said, I will always remember your words. I will never forget them. Yin Wudi said, My Tao is not alone. I'm not the only one who mends the heavens. In the future, if you meet someone who has the same Tao as you must do your best to help them. All those who mend the heavens are the hope of our world. Dugu Butian sighed. Yes, I will remember it. Yin Wudi affirmed. Dugu Butian nodded and slowly loosened his clenched fist, revealing a 13-colored speck of light in his palm. As soon as the 13 colored specks of light appeared, they seemed to be incompatible with the surrounding light. Dugu Butian pressed the dot of light into Yin Wudi's forehead. This is a Tao seed. Right now, it is extremely weak. You must let it grow. You must let it grow strong. Only then will my Dugu world's ancestors and us die a worthy death. Dugu Butian said. As he spoke, Dugu Butian loosened his withered hand. Buzz. Yin Wudi's entire body floated in the air, emitting a soft white light. It was as if he had entered a wonderful realm. He closed his eyes and remained motionless. Yin Chuan and Emperor naturally stood aside and didn't say anything. Yin Wudi floated in the air, while Dugu Butian looked outside the gate. Disciples of the Dugu clan, all of you, come to Heaven Mending Palace. Dugu Mending Tian said in a hoarse voice. Rumble. Outside at the sword mound, the divine swords dancing in the sky all fell down. The barrier of the sword mound was completely removed. Countless disciples of the Dugu clan suddenly heard a voice. This is Patriarch's voice. Patriarch wants us to go to Heaven Mending Palace. Did I hear it wrong? Although there were many doubts, they still had to go to Heaven Mending Palace. Chapter 781. In front of the Heaven Mending Hall. As long as the Dugu family members were not outside, they were all present. More than 30,000 of them stood respectfully outside the Heaven Mending Hall. The hall masters stood at the front. Beside them were the corpses of the 9 sword halls Dugu Tianji, Dugu Tianya, and the others. The hall masters were silent. They all understood that today was the day that would decide the future of the Dugu family. Quang. The doors of the hall opened with a loud bang. Everyone looked over, and their expressions all changed. How can this be? Everyone exclaimed. However, their respect for Dugu Butian calmed the commotion down quickly. Dugu Butian looked out the hall. On one side stood Yin Chuan and the Emperor, and on the other side stood Yin Wudi. Yin Wudi bowed respectfully to Dugu Butian. Dugu family members, listen up. Dugu Butian said softly. Although his voice was soft, it resounded like thunder in the Dugu family. From today onwards, Dugu Wudi is the next patriarch. All of you shall listen to his orders. Dugu Butian said again. Patriarch? Next patriarch? Dugu Wudi? Yin Wudi? How can this be? The Dugu family members were all shocked. Patriarch, you can't. Dugu Wudi is not of our Dugu family's bloodline. Patriarch, Dugu Wudi's original name is Yin Wudi. He is not a member of the Dugu family. Instantly, the hall masters cried out, letting an outsider be the patriarch. How can this be? Yin Wudi, Yin Chuan, and the Emperor did not speak. Dugu Butian looked at the people outside the hall. Did you hear what I said? Dugu Butian said indifferently. Dugu Butian emphasized again. Instantly, the hall masters' faces turned ugly. Yes, we pay our respects to the family head. The 2 sword veins immediately bowed respectfully to Yin Wudi. Since Dugu Butian had spoken, the 2 sword veins would naturally obey wholeheartedly. The other hall master's eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, in front of Dugu Butian, no one dared to act up. Yes, I will follow the orders of the family head. He bowed respectfully to Dugu Butian. Dugu Butian, Dugu Butian. Dugu Butian turned to Yin Wudi. Wudi, Dugu Butian said solemnly. Here, Yin Wudi said respectfully. I'll leave the Dugu family to you. I hope you treat them well. Dugu Butian sighed. Yin Wudi's face turned solemn. Don't worry, patriarch. The Dugu family is my family. Wudi will never do anything to harm the Dugu family. I swear, heaven and earth will be my witness. Dugu Dugu Tion lightly. Dugu Wudi were Dugu heavens were worthy than that Wudi, Dugu. As long as Wudi is alive, I will work hard for it. Yin Wudi said solemnly. Good. Dugu Butian showed a trace of relief. Give me your sword, Dugu Butian said. Yin Wudi immediately handed over the azure sword. Dugu Butian gently waved his hand. The white longsword floating in the center of the hall suddenly flew down and stopped in front of Dugu Butian. Butian, it's time to pass on your legacy. My generation didn't let you shine. I hope you can shine brightly in the next generation, Dugu Butian said with some reluctance. Whoosh! The white longsword rubbed against Dugu Butian as if it was reluctant to part with him. Fuse! Butian, you have your own mission. Dugu Butian sighed. Chapter 782. The white heaven-mending sword suddenly hummed. Countless sword cries could be heard from outside the hall as the cries reverberated. All the swords in the sword mound began humming. In fact, the swords of the 30,000 Dugu family disciples began to vibrate. Hum. The humming of swords could be heard everywhere. It was as if all the swords were worshipping the heaven-mending sword. Only 3 swords didn't tremble. Yin Wudi's azulate sword, and Yin Chuan's emperor and Jade Emperor swords. Under everyone's gaze, the heaven-mending sword suddenly melted into a liquid and flowed into the azulate sword. The azulate sword was changing rapidly. Its shape remained the same, but its color turned white and emitted a gentle glow. The heaven-mending sword and the azulate sword had merged. Only the white sword was left in the air. Wudi, this is the heaven-mending sword that has been passed down for generations. It has a spirit and only recognizes its master. From now on, you're the head of the Dugu family. Treat it well. Dugu Butian handed over the heaven-mending sword. Outside the hall master's eyes flashed with reluctance. This was the proof of the head of the family. Yes. Yin Wudi received it respectfully. After explaining everything, Dugu Butian looked at the 30,000 people outside the hall again. I have nothing else to give you disciples of the Dugu family. I'll leave each of you with a sword intent. I hope you can assist Dugu Wudi well and fulfill my lifelong wish. Dugu Butian sighed. 2 beams of sword light shot out from his eyes. The 2 beams of sword light turned into 4, then into 8. They rapidly expanded and shot toward everyone outside the hall. 10,000 swords shot out and instantly shot into the bodies of the Dugu family disciples. Everyone closed their eyes. Sword chi surged from their bodies as if they had comprehended a supreme technique. At this moment, Dugu Butian used up the last drop of his life. With a smile, he slowly closed his eyes and turned into a withered corpse. Head of the family, Yin Wudi immediately knelt down. Yin Wudi kowtowed 3 times to Dugu Butian's corpse. As for Yin Chuan and Emperor, they bowed respectfully to Dugu Butian. Although Dugu Butian was dead, he had deeply shocked Yin Chuan. For the world, for the people, 4 generations. Not for a lifetime, but for a breath. Such a breadth of mind. This was the first time Yin Chuan saw it. 10 days later, outside the Dugu family. When Yin Chuan was about to leave, Yin Wudi walked him out. Wudi, you can leave. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Uncle Chuan. I'm now the head of the family, but I'm worried that some people won't accept it. Looking at Yin Wudi, Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Not convinced? That's because your master isn't qualified. Wudi, this is your first step. I hope that when you come back to help me, you will not only be amazing in Sword Dao. This place, the Dugu family is your best starting point. I believe in you. You'll handle everything well. Remember, force can't solve everything. You have to use your brain. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Uncle Chuan, don't worry, Yin Wudi said firmly. After bidding farewell to Yin Wudi, Yin Chuan set off again. The flying boat flew in the air. Yin Chuan stood at the bow of the boat. Batian? Dugu Batian? Yin Chuan's mind could not calm down for a long time. Chapter 783. Atlas Studios East Divine Continent. It was a quiet forest. Heaven and Earth Yuan Chi was extremely dense around the forest. Some places were even covered in fog. This was not fog, but Heaven and Earth Yuan Chi. It was so dense that it was about to turn into liquid. It was more than 100 times denser than Yin Chuan's #1 abode in the world. There were birds and insects around. However, the strange thing was that even with such dense Heaven and Earth Yuan Chi, no animals evolved into demon beasts. The main part of this forest was a huge valley. Outside the valley, there was a huge tablet with the words Jingxi Valley written on it. Outside Jingxi Valley, there was a figure kneeling on one knee. If the experts of the East Divine Continent saw this, they would be shocked. That was because the figure kneeling on one knee was extremely famous in the East Divine Continent. Guyu, holy son of the Dazhao, holy ground. He had interacted with Yin Chuan many times and was a Middle Void Realm expert. This person was not famous for his cultivation, but his status. As the son of Mohina Dojin and the holy son of the holy ground, he had many supporters. At this moment, Guyu, holy son, was kneeling respectfully outside Jingxi Valley. Swish! Another silver light landed beside Guyu, holy son. Greetings, Tao Lord Yuyu. Guyu, holy son, called out to the newcomer. The newcomer was Tao Lord Yuyu, who had experienced the battle with the Ghost Emperor in the South Divine Continent not long ago. Tao Lord Yuyu nodded to Guyu, holy son. Then he waved his long sleeves and knelt on one knee. He faced Jingxi Valley. If Guyu, holy son's kneeling could shock the experts of the East Divine Continent, Tao Lord Yuyu's kneeling was not a matter of shock. Tao Lord Yuyu was one of the strongest people in the world. At this moment, he was kneeling on one knee. I wish you good fortune, holy master. I hope I didn't disturb you. Tao Lord Yuyu called out to the valley respectfully. A voice sounded from Jingxi Valley. I'm watering the flowers. What's the matter? Speak. It was the voice of a woman. There was a hint of experience in her voice, and she sounded condescending. Tao Lord Yuyu did not feel insulted. Instead, she heaved a sigh of relief. Reporting to the Holy Lord, Yuyu has just returned from the Southern Divine Continent. A Ghost Emperor has appeared in the Southern Divine Continent, King Guayu. He came from the netherworld of the immortal world, the Great Nightmare Dynasty. Tao Lord Yuyu recounted the entire process of this trip in detail. Impartiality. Got it. A woman's lazy voice came from Jingxi Valley. He didn't seem to care. A hint of anxiety appeared on Tao Lord Yuyu's face. Holy Lord, this person is King Guai. He's extremely powerful, and your subordinate is no match for him. Furthermore, his ambition is huge, and you can see it from Li Songhai's arrangements. Holy Lord, you have to be careful. Tao Lord Yuyu said worriedly. Defend? He's not qualified. A woman's disapproving voice came from Jingxi Valley. Tao Lord Yuyu blushed. Yes, Yuyu has embarrassed the Holy Lord. Tao Lord Yuyu said respectfully. Now, make a trip to the Northern Divine Continent's Celestial Mysteries sect on my behalf. The woman's voice rang out from Jingxi Valley once more. Holy Lord, please give your orders. Just say that I want to practice the heaven-piercing spear and tell them that they are not allowed to deduce the mysteries of heaven during this period. The woman's voice sounded again. Yes, Tao Lord Yuyu felt proud. Celestial Mysteries sect? Fate cultivation sects were equivalent to the various holy grounds and were one of the top forces in the world. However, the Holy Lord could order them around with a single word. This was the #1 person in the world. I'll take my leave, Tao Lord Yuyu said solemnly. Go on. Tao Lord Yuyu retreated. Guyu, holy son, who was kneeling at the side, looked at Jingxi Valley with admiration. Chapter 784. Yang Guyu. The woman's voice sounded again. Yes, yes. Guyu Holy Son said nervously. Years ago, I once placed a great boundary-suppressing stele in the central divine continent. I don't know who stole it, but I have calculated that the thief is near the Archaean sect's sacred grounds. I am giving you a decree. Go to the Archaean sect's sacred grounds immediately and find the thief. Execute him on the spot. Anyone who resists will have their entire family executed. Go to other sacred grounds to kill? Yes, Guyu Holy Son said excitedly. He was excited that the Holy Lord had assigned him such an important task. 2 years later, on the airship where Yin Chuan was, Your Majesty, Her Majesty has left, Hu Guang said. I know, Yin Chuan nodded. I can see that Her Majesty is very powerful. Why didn't you try to persuade her to join the court? Hu Guang asked doubtfully. She won't be willing to be under anyone. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes, Your Majesty, I have asked around about that city. We are on the right track. We will be near the Archaean sect's sacred grounds soon. Hu Guang said. We are almost there. Yin Chuan stood up. Yin Chuan walked out of the hall and to the bow of the airship. He looked into the distance. The Archaean sect's sacred grounds is right in front of us, Hu Guang said. Yin Chuan looked into the distance. There were layers upon layers of mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. He could only see a huge city in the distance. Go to that city and find out where Meng Hongying's residence is, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Hu Guang quickly left with a few people. The airship found a secluded valley and stopped. After half a day, Hu Guang returned. Your Majesty, Meng Hongying's residence is north. After 3 cities, you will reach it, Hu Guang said. Yes. However, Your Majesty, this subject has also heard another piece of news, Hu Guang suddenly said with a frown. Oh, a 3-legged golden crow has appeared about 100,000 kilometers to the east of U.S., Hu Guang said. 3-legged golden crow? Jin Dayu? Yin Chuan asked in surprise. Jin Dayu, the original founder of the Great Winged Heaven School, was later released by Yin Chuan in the Sea of Providence. I'm not sure, but I think it's him. That's the mouth of a volcano. Someone discovered a 3-legged golden crow rolling around in the volcano. The news spread to the nearby cities and immediately attracted the attention of the divine sect. They even sent a large number of experts to surround and annihilate it. They should be engaged in a fierce battle right now, Hu Guang said solemnly. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. Yin Chuan immediately ordered. Yes. The flying boat took off again. Mouth of a volcano? It seems that Jin Dayu went there to treat his injuries. He didn't want to be seen by others. Did you find out who went to surround and annihilate him? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. To be precise, it should be an encirclement. Last time, Meng Hongying mentioned that there are 10 divine palaces in the divine sect. A, B, C, D, E, G, Gung, Xian, Ren, and Gue. The one who has his eyes on Jin Dayu is the son of the Gue Divine Palace's palace master, the Holy Son of Outyin. Hu Guang explained. The Holy Son of Outyin? Yin Chuan asked curiously. He gave himself that title. Hu Guang also said curiously. He gave himself that title? Yes, this person is extremely pompous. He relied on the favor of the Gue Divine Palace's palace master to abuse his power. He even called himself the Holy Son of Outyin. In fact, his cultivation is only in the immortal realm, but he's narrow-minded and vengeful. There was once someone who was dissatisfied with the behavior of the Holy Son of Outyin. After saying a few words of justice, the Holy Son of Outyin annihilated his entire family. Hu Guang said with disgust. Such a person can be the Holy Son? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Who told the Gue Divine Palace's palace master to only have one son? Hu Guang smiled bitterly. Chapter 785. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. Standing on the airship, they could see flames and smoke billowing into the sky. Between the flying sand and rocks, they could see an intense battle taking place. 5 peerless experts were besieging a 3-legged golden crow. Boom! Everything in their path was in ruins. Mountains collapsed, rivers were broken, volcanoes erupted, and lava shot out in all directions. Wah! The 3-legged golden crow cried out angrily. It waved its wings, and rays of golden light shot towards the 5 experts. However, the 5 peerless experts were no weaker than it, and each of them was using all their strength to attack it. The 3-legged golden crow was already covered in wounds. Ha ha! Evil creature, you should just surrender, one of them shouted excitedly. The 3-legged golden crow twisted its body stubbornly, tried to avoid the attacks of the 5 experts. Not far away, on the peak of a mountain, stood 4 figures. Their eyes were sharp as they looked at the battlefield. In front of the 4 of them was a chair made of tiger skin. On it sat a rather handsome youth. The young man looked excited. 3-legged golden crow? Ha! The other holy son all have mounts. Demon leopard, demon ox, and demon bat. My mount must be better than them. 3-legged golden crow? I can't believe there's such a monster near my holy land. Ha ha! The young man shouted excitedly. Evil creature, it's your honor to be the mount of the holy son. Aoton, why don't you surrender? Are you hurt? If you become my mount, I'll give you the best medicine to heal your injuries. The young man shouted. The 3-legged golden crow twisted its body and looked at Aoton, holy son, angrily. You want to subdue me? Dream on. The 3-legged golden crow roared. Bastard? Who are you calling a bastard? Aoton, holy son's face suddenly turned cold. Wah! The 3-legged golden crow let out a long cry, no longer paying attention to the proud heaven holy son, and once again began to fight with the 5 people. Let me ask you, is he cursing me? The proud heaven holy son looked at the person behind him and said. The man had a strange look on his face, but he nodded and said, Holy son, it seems so. Scold me? The holy son glared at proud heaven and proud heaven. Arg, bastard, you two go capture it. I'm going to pluck its feathers and cook it tonight. The faces of the 4 people behind proud heaven holy son stiffened. Proud heaven's holy son's character is exaggerated and capricious. Just now he wanted to subdue the 3-legged golden crow, and now he wants to eat it? What are you waiting for? Proud holy son shouted. Holy son, palace master, we will protect you. The 4 of them shouted. Safe? Do I need your protection? I'm proud heaven's holy son. Who dares to hurt me? If you don't go, I'll go back and tell my father that you beat me up and forced me to keep it a secret. Proud heaven holy son shouted. 2 of them sighed bitterly, then nodded and said, Yes, whoosh. The 2 of them quickly flew to the battlefield. The 3-legged golden crow was already in a difficult situation when fighting against 5 experts. Now, there were 2 more, making it 1 against 7. He was in an even more difficult situation, and the wounds on his body were increasing rapidly. Roar! The 3-legged golden crow roared in grief. In the distance, Yin Chuan, Hua Guang, and the others hid their airship in the valley, frowning as they watched. It really is Jin Dayu. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Chapter 786. Your Majesty, should we save them? Hua Guang frowned and asked worriedly. Save them? Yin Chuan said affirmatively. But those people are all at the middle void stage. Do you want to wake Feng, Yinyang up? He's been in seclusion for a long time. Hua Guang asked. No need. Feng Yinyang rarely goes into seclusion. Don't disturb him. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yin Chuan looked at Ao Tian's holy son. Hua Guang instantly understood Yin Chuan's meaning. Your Majesty, to catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader? Hua Guang's expression changed. That's right. This is Ao Tian's holy son? Huh, he's really spoiled. Yin Chuan revealed a strange smile. Your Majesty, this is the divine sect's holy land. This Aotion's holy son seems to be too spoiled. 9 middle void stage martial artists to protect him? That's too exaggerated. Isn't it too unworthy to deal with him? Moreover, isn't it too risky? Huo said worriedly. Yin Chuan smiled and looked at the battlefield in the distance. What do you think of Jin Yu? Strong. Even with an injured body, he can still contend with 7 middle void stage martial artists. Too fierce, Huo said in a deep voice. Haha, on one side is Ao Tian's holy son, who has no interest in me. On the other side is Jin Yu, whom I want to subdue. How can it be unworthy? Taking risks? What doesn't require taking risks in this world? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Huo took a deep breath and answered. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Huo asked doubtfully. Wait. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. Wait. Jin Yu's potential is limitless. Although we have 2 more middle void stage experts, we may not be able to capture him in a short period of time. That holy son of Ao Tian is too impetuous. Impetuosity is his fatal flaw. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Off in the distance, proud heaven's holy son sat in his chair, clearly irritated by the fact that Jin Yu had yet to be taken down. Trash. 7 people can't even catch a beast. Proud heaven holy son grumbled. The 2 middle void stage experts behind Ao Tian holy son's side. Everyone felt helpless when they had to deal with the guard. Wow. Jin Yu swiftly fled to the side, but how could the 7 middle void stage martial artists let him escape just like that? Evil creature, if you don't surrender now, we won't hold back anymore. An expert roared. Roar. Surrender without a fight? Jin Yu would rather die in battle. The battle became more and more deadlocked. Trash. 7 people can't even catch this beast. You two, go and capture him. Proud heaven holy son said irritably. Holy son, you can't. We'll protect you. The 2 quickly shook their heads. Do I need your protection? Go. Proud heaven holy son said angrily. No. The 2 shook their heads. You won't listen to me? I'll go back and tell father that you 2 tried to kill me, so he won't teach you cultivation techniques anymore. In the future, father won't allow you to attend his lectures. He might even expel you from the Holy Lands. Proud heaven holy son said ruthlessly. The 2's faces turned ugly. Holy son, the 2 said bitterly. Why haven't you gone yet? Proud heaven holy son shouted. The 2 exchanged a glance and sighed. One of them said, Holy son, he'll go help the others. I'll stay here. This is our bottom line. No, he's not as strong as you. How can he catch that beast? You go catch that beast. Proud heaven holy son shouted. The 2 looked at each other and bitterly said, Yes. Whoosh. Another person charged into the battlefield to capture Jin Yu. Not far away in the valley, Yin Chuan saw this scene and laughed. Now we can. Whoosh. Yin Chuan and Huo rushed out of the forest and toward the mountain peak. Chapter 787. Who are you? The last guard standing behind Ao Tian, holy son, was shocked. He turned around and threw a punch at Qin Xiaobei. Jade Emperor's sword array. Boom! The Jade Emperor's sword array exploded, and sword chi surrounded the middle ethereal stage expert. Bastard! The middle ethereal stage expert attacked the Jade Emperor's sword array furiously. The Jade Emperor's sword array was pushed back. The middle ethereal stage expert was furious. Immortal state? How dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. He was about to step forward when Yin Chuan smiled and gestured to the other side. The middle ethereal stage expert turned his head away. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Ao Tian holy son roared. Huo spear was pointed at Ao Tian holy son's head. If Ao Tian holy son moved, the spear would pierce his head. I am Ao Tian holy son. How dare you touch me? How dare you point your spear at me? I want you dead. Ao Tian holy son roared. Pa! Qin Xiaobei swung the spear at Ao Tian holy son's face. The force behind the spear twisted Ao Tian holy son's mouth and knocked 3 of his teeth out. You! How dare you hit me? Aotian Holy Sun covered his face in disbelief. What's wrong with hitting you? If you keep talking, I will pierce your head. Hua Guang said coldly. My father is the palace master of 10th God Palace. He will kill you. Aotian Holy Sun roared. Do you think I won't kill you right now? Hua Guang said coldly. The proud sky Holy Sun's expression changed when the spear was pressed against his head. Looking at Hua Guang's cold eyes, the proud sky Holy Sun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this before. Moreover, they even had the power to decide his life and death. Wu, quickly call me father, quickly call me father. The proud heaven Holy Sun cried out in horror. Stop, what are you doing? He's proud heaven's Holy Sun. This is the territory of the divine sect. If even a single hair on proud heaven's Holy Sun is harmed, you'll all die. If I lose even a hair, I'll die. Did the few front teeth that were knocked out just now count? Oh no, if we're all going to die, then what's the point of keeping this kid alive? Hua Guang, why don't we just kill him? Yin Chuan smiled as he flew over. Don't. That expert's expression changed as he cried out in horror. Yin Chuan flew over and reached out with his hand, sealing proud heaven's Holy Sun's cultivation base in the blink of an eye. The middle void stage expert's face twitched violently. 2 God State warriors? These 2 are just in the divine realm. He actually dared to restrain proud heaven's Holy Sun. What are you doing? As long as you release the Holy Sun, everything will be fine. That expert said anxiously. Let them stop first. Yin Chuan said calmly. That expert immediately shouted, Stop! Everyone stop! Hearing that expert shout, the 8 experts in the battle all frowned. The 3-legged golden crow was dying. At this time, as long as they put in more effort, they would be able to take down the 3-legged golden crow. Everyone turned their heads to look in displeasure. At first glance, everyone's expression changed drastically, and their hair stood on end. Bang! The 8 experts quickly flew away and looked at proud heaven's Holy Sun in horror. Who are you? What are you doing? Bastard! Release proud heaven's Holy Sun. Everyone shouted in horror. On the other side, the 3-legged golden crow was about to die. Suddenly, the battle stopped. The 3-legged golden crow was slightly stunned and turned around. Proud heaven Holy Sun, who was incomparably arrogant before, was captured. Chapter 788. Yin Chuan. The 3-legged golden crow's face changed. The 3-legged golden crow had thought of many possible outcomes for today's disaster. He could die in battle, be captured, or even be rescued, but it couldn't be Yin Chuan. Jin Dayu, you're safe now. You can go now. Yin Chuan suddenly looked at Jin Dayu with a smile. Jin Dayu's figure flickered and turned into a golden-robed man. However, this golden-robed man was covered in wounds and extremely weak. Go! Jin Dayu took a step forward and was about to leave. However, when he looked at Yin Chuan, who was surrounded by 9 Middle Void Realm experts, his face sank. Ha! My Jin clan has never had a coward. Yin Chuan, I won't accept your kindness. Jin Dayu said stubbornly. Then, he stepped toward Yin Chuan and Hua Guang. Divine Realm? He was saved by 2 Divine Realm experts, and he had to run away? Jin Dayu couldn't accept it. If he ran away, it would be admitting that he was a coward. He couldn't even compare to 2 Divine Realm experts. This shadow would follow him for the rest of his life. With Jin Dayu's pride, he couldn't accept it. Jin Dayu flew over. The 9 Middle Void Realm experts were still coldly looking at Yin Chuan. Release Ao Tian's Holy Sun. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. A Middle Void Realm expert said coldly. Make a move? Ao Tian's Holy Sun is in my hands. Do you dare? Yin Chuan said coldly. You want to threaten me with Ao Tian's Holy Sun? You're still too inexperienced. The old man said coldly. Then, the old man waved the long sword in his hand and was about to stab. The other 8 Middle Void Realm experts were also about to make a move. Ao Tian's Holy Sun suddenly screamed. Hua Guang's spear stabbed Ao Tian's Holy Sun's leg. Blood gushed out. I'm sorry, proud heaven Holy Sun. This old man scared me. My hand trembled, and the spear stabbed you. If you want to blame someone, blame him, Huo said with a look of shame. The faces of the emptiness realm experts on the other side darkened. Are you scared? Whoa, whoa. The proud sky, holy sun, cried out in pain. At the same time, he couldn't help but glare at the old man with resentment. The old man opened his mouth and bitterly took a step back. What do you want? Did he come for the three-legged golden crow? Now that the three-legged golden crow has been saved, it is better to release the holy sun. We promise not to pursue the matter. The old man immediately shouted. Do I have the word gullible written on my face? Yin Chuan laughed. The old man's face turned red. Then what do you want? We can't stay here for long. Everyone, come with me. Let's find a safe place first, and then we can slowly discuss. Yin Chuan said with a smile. The emptiness realm experts had strange expressions on their faces. These two bastards are too bold. Okay. The old man nodded. Rumble. A huge flying boat was flying over at high speed. Yin Chuan, Huo and proud Heaven Holy Sun boarded the flying boat. Jin Diyu also boarded the flying boat with a strange look on his face. The flying boat flew, and the 9 emptiness realm experts followed closely behind. They quickly left this place. Lord Diyu, it's a small world. We meet again, Yin Chuan said with a smile. This time, he was almost dead, but he was saved by a little immortal realm expert. Jin Diyu looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. The first time, he destroyed the Great Winged Heaven School. The second time, he was stabbed, and the third time he was saved. Was he really not as good as Yin Chuan? You want to subdue me at this time? Jin Diyu said with a gloomy face. Will I, Yin Chuan, take advantage of other people's difficulties? If I did, I wouldn't have let you go last time. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 789. Jin Dayu's expression was complicated. Yin Chuan turned around and looked at Ao Tian's holy son. Ao Tian's holy son, I heard you say that you have many treasures and can heal Jin Dayu's injuries. I wonder if you can. Yin Chuan looked at Ao Tian's holy son amiably. Ao Tian's holy son stopped crying and looked at the group of villains in horror. With Huo constant anxiety, Ao Tian's holy son had suffered a lot. With Ao Tian's holy son's temperament, how could he have the strength of character? He quickly poured out all kinds of spiritual pills and treasures from his storage treasures. Yin Chuan handed a large number of treasures to Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu looked at the treasures in front of him and didn't know what to say. He wanted to refuse, but it was too pretentious. After all, he was injured all over. I will pay you back in the future, Jin Dayu said in a low voice. Seeing Jin Dayu put away all kinds of healing pills, Yin Chuan nodded and said, Jin Dayu, your healing hall is ready. You can go in and heal your injuries. But there is something I have to say. Jin Dayu looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Three-legged golden crows may have a glorious history, but people can't live in the past. If you want to restore the glory of three-legged golden crows, you have to be down to earth and work hard. Maybe your generation won't succeed, but your generation can strengthen the foundation and become stronger generation after generation. As long as you work hard for tomorrow, there will be a day when you can turn things around. That's all I have to say. Go and heal your injuries. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. Jin Dayu looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. No one had ever said these words to him before. His father had taught him not to forget his glory, but was it enough just to not forget it? Jin Dayu took a deep breath and nodded. He followed a soldier to a hall. What do you want? My father is the leader of 10th Divine Hall. If something happens to me, my father won't let you go. What do you want? I can give it to you. Saintess, do you want it? I could get a holy maiden in divine sect for you, as long as you let me go. Ao Tian, holy son, shouted in fear. Oh, you can even get a saintess? Yin Chuan laughed. That's right. As long as you don't have a powerful backer, I can get you a talented holy maiden. You can blaspheme them however you want. Please let me go. Proud Heaven's holy son begged. No need. Proud Heaven holy son. If I let you go, I'll be in danger. Yin Chuan shook his head. On the other side, at the stern of the ship, 9 middle void stage martial artists followed with gloomy expressions. Senior brother, I'll go back and report to master. You guys continue to follow. Someone shouted. The 9 of them looked at each other and finally nodded. Just as everyone was about to leave, Huoguang appeared and said in a loud voice, Everyone, you're not going to send a message, are you? The faces of the 9 people stiffened. We're watching you. If one of you is missing, we'll cut off one of Proud Heaven's Holy Son's legs. You can leave, but I don't know how many legs Proud Heaven's Holy Son has to cut off. Huoguang laughed. The 9 people's faces changed. Bastard. Have you thought about the consequences? Do you know the consequences of going against 10th God Hall? The leading old man roared. Consequences? I don't know, but I know what will happen to us if we let Proud Heaven's Holy Son go. Huoguang laughed. Everyone looked helpless. Of course, they couldn't just let this matter go. Let them go. As long as Proud Heaven's Holy Son was safe, 10th God Hall would take revenge. On the other side, Proud Heaven's Holy Son's cultivation base was sealed. At this moment, Yin Chuan invited him to a large hall. What do you want? Proud Heaven's Holy Son asked with an ugly expression. It's nothing. Come, sit down and have some tea. Relax and tell me about your divine sect sacred grounds. Yin Chuan greeted with a smile. Chapter 790. It was a huge valley. Yin Chuan's airship stopped beside a large lake. In the distance, the 9 great void stage experts glanced at each other, and all of their eyes revealed bewilderment. Senior brother, it's been 2 months. What are these people doing? Yes, brother. What do they want to do with the Holy Son? Senior brother, should we inform the Hall Master? The 9 people discussed in low voices. The old man in the lead shook his head and said, The Hall Master has assigned the 9 of us to protect the Holy Son. We have already failed in our mission and will be punished by the Hall Master when we return. However, as long as the Holy Son is safe, we can bear any punishment. However, if we act rashly and the Holy Son loses a leg or an arm, we will not be able to escape the blame. But everyone was still worried. No buts. We'll be punished if we go back and report, and we'll also be punished if we stay here. It's better not to anger this group of people. Moreover, we've been missing for 2 months. On the other hand, the palace master must have sent people to look for us. The old man said, Don't worry. As long as we keep the Holy Son safe, the temple master will be able to find us soon. The old man said solemnly. Yes, the safety of the Holy Son is our top priority. Everyone nodded. At this moment, a black-robed man slowly walked over. It was Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang walked to the front of the crowd and took a step forward. Buzz! A compass pattern was formed on the ground. The earth trembled slightly. Everyone, please make way. I'm going to set up a formation, Feng Yinyang said calmly. The faces of the 9 middle void stage martial artists turned unsightly. They made way for Feng Yinyang to continue setting up the formation. The 9 middle void stage experts walked to the side with awkward expressions. Senior brother, is he setting up a feng shui array? Should we arrest him? Yes, capture him and trade him for the Holy Son. Everyone whispered among themselves. No, the leading old man immediately stopped everyone. So what if you captured a feng shui master? What if we can't save the Holy Son and infuriate them and hurt the Holy Son? What should we do then? The leading old man asked in a low voice. Everyone's face sank. What's more, even if the Holy Son is saved, our failure will not be mitigated. What's the difference between saving him and not saving him? It wouldn't be long before the Hall Master would be able to find them. Wouldn't it be better for the Hall Master to save the Holy Son? That way, at least the young Temple Master will understand that we were also forced. The old man explained. Everyone's expression suddenly became serious, and they all nodded. Feng Yinyang continued to set up the formation. The 9 middle void stage martial artists could only watch from the side. Everyone, please make way. We haven't set up the formation here yet. Feng Yinyang walked up again. The 9 middle void stage martial artists stepped aside, speechless. If it weren't for that little ancestor, would they have fallen to such a state? On the flying boat, in front of the main hall where Jean Dayu was. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Jean Dayu is in danger. Hua Guang stopped Yin Chuan. Don't worry. Yin Chuan shook his head. After saying that, Yin Chuan stepped in the main hall where Jean Dayu was. Bang! The door of the main hall slammed shut. Hades Emperor, please, Jean Dayu said in a low voice. There was a table in the middle of the main hall with tea on it. Jean Dayu was in high spirits at this moment. He nodded. Yin Chuan swung his robe and sat down slowly. Jean Dayu, are you feeling better? Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan didn't stand on ceremony with the tea on the table. He picked it up and took a sip. Chapter 791. Jean Dayu looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression on his face. 70% done. Proud heaven's holy son really has a lot of treasures. The treasures he has on him are comparable to the treasures of a middle-level sect leader. Jean Dayu sighed. Congratulations. Yin Chuan smiled. Hades Emperor, why are you helping me? Jean Dayu asked. Why do you think I let you go back then? Yin Chuan stared at Jean Dayu and smiled. Jean Dayu frowned. Hades Emperor, I've said it before. I will never submit to Great Jun. Jean Dayu shook his head. Why? Yin Chuan smiled. Jean Dayu fell silent. Yin Chuan put down his teacup and his face became serious. Jean Dayu, I know that you are arrogant. I can see that your backbone comes from the glory in your heart, from your ancestor. However, your ancestor is still your ancestor. Do you think that you can reach the heights of your ancestor? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Of course I can't be compared to my ancestors. Jean Dayu shook his head, but his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Even the glory of your ancestor will fall one day. Even your ancestor couldn't resist the will of the heavens. Can you reverse it? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Jean Dayu took a deep breath. There was a moment of silence. No one is born to be number one in the world. Every number one in the world has to go through a long process of growth. In comparison, you're still too weak. Even I, Great Jun, am too weak. However, we can grow, we can become stronger. One day, we will stand at the peak of the world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The peak of the world? Jean Dayu looked bitter. He had almost died several times, but it was like a joke to him. You have the potential, but you don't have the means. You don't have the platform to display your talent. Come to Great Jun. I'll give you a platform. Yin Chuan persuaded again. You're giving me a platform? Jean Dayu frowned. That's right. I'll give you a platform, the best platform. I'll let you lead an army and thousands of heroes. As long as you stay in the Great Jin Empire for 1,000 years, I won't stop you if they're willing to abandon the Great Jin Empire and follow you. What do you think? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Submit for 1,000 years? You want me to nurture my own faction? Jean Dayu asked in surprise. I'm not asking you to nurture him. I'm asking you to display your abilities. Is your charisma stronger, or is my charisma stronger? If you are stronger than Dejun can even let you have him. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Ha! Jean Dayu laughed strangely with a complicated expression. He looked at Yin Chuan, who he couldn't figure out. You don't trust me? Yin Chuan laughed. Jean Dayu frowned, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Then you shall see if I have the right to let you stay in Great Jun. Yin Chuan's expression froze. Roar! The will of an emperor gushed out. Jean Dayu seemed to see a vast golden dragon charging at him. The dragon's head was lofty and ferocious as it opened its mouth and roared. Wah! Jean Dayu's will suddenly erupted. A huge will of the golden crow suddenly appeared. Boom! The two wills collided with a loud bang. Roar! Wah! Boom! 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 The two wills collided violently. For a moment, the hall was filled with loud, clashing sounds. Golden light illuminated the entire hall. The two wills didn't give way to each other. Jean Dayu knew his own will. Among cultivators of the same level, no one's will could compare to his. This was because Jean Dayu's will contain an intense heat that could burn his opponent's will. Chapter 792. True sun fire. Boom! A ring of fire suddenly appeared around the will of the golden crow. It seemed to have turned into a huge sun and rushed toward the golden dragon. Heavenly cycle of stars. Wong. Countless stars suddenly appeared around the golden dragon. The endless starry sky surrounded the golden dragon as if the golden dragon was the lord of the stars. Boom! The dragon and crow collided again. The dragon swayed its tail, and the crow's feathers trembled. They collided again and again. The dragon's mouth, dragon's claws, and crow's beak all became the most primitive barbaric weapons. The two wills kept colliding. Boom, 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 boom. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Boom. The golden dragon clawed the back of the golden crow. Ong. The golden dragon raised its head and roared, as if to vent its victory. The will of the golden crow wriggled for a while, but could not move. Phew! The golden dragon's will swayed and returned to Yin Chuan's body. The golden crow's will also slowly disappeared with a sense of unwillingness. Jin Dayu looked at Yin Chuan in disbelief. I'm at the middle void realm, but Yin Chuan is only at the immortal state? Is the immortal state's will so much stronger than mine? Once he reaches the middle void realm, how can I be his opponent? Jin Dayu's face was full of disappointment. Little did he know that Yin Chuan's will was at the upper void realm, which was 1 level higher than Jin Dayu's. This was a battle without any suspense. There was no need to guess the result. Of course, Yin Chuan would not tell Jin Dayu. What do you think, Jin Dayu? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Jin Dayu said bitterly, Hades Emperor, I'm not as good as you. A deep sense of defeat enveloped Jin Dayu. In Dezhun, there are more than 1 or 2 who can surpass you. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Huh? Jin Dayu was surprised. Not just 1 or 2. Jin Dayu originally thought that his cultivation was one of the best even in the Great Perfection realm. But what did Yin Chuan mean by that? Yin Chuan shook his head and did not explain further. After all, Jin Dayu had yet to agree to join the Great Zhen Kingdom. So what was there to say? Jin Dayu, I don't know how glorious your ancestors were, but if you want to return to those heights, you have to be down to earth. You also need a platform and an opportunity. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, My Great Zhen is in dire need of manpower right now. That's why I've repeatedly advised you that when my Great Zhen has exhausted its manpower, if I come to recruit you again, it won't be me coming personally. Jin Dayu's expression suddenly changed. Yin Chuan's words were very clear. Now was an opportunity. In the future, when there were many powerful officials in Great Zhen, it would be the officials of Great Zhen who came to recruit him. The treatment then would definitely be different from now. Jin Dayu's expression was complicated. At this moment, he was already willing, but his pride still made it difficult for him to take this step. Are you still holding on to your past pride? That pride doesn't belong to you. It belongs to your ancestors. Your ancestors created glory, but you didn't create anything. What are you proud of? Yin Chuan advised again. Jin Dayu's expression froze. In the end, he smiled bitterly. Jin Dayu took a deep breath and bowed. Jin Dayu is willing to join the Great Zhen Kingdom for 1,000 years. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yin Chuan threw his teacup and stood up immediately. He quickly helped Jin Dayu up and said, Haha, with Jin Dayu's help, Great Zhen will be like a tiger that has grown wings. The day of the Heavenly Empire is just around the corner. I've been waiting for this for a long time. You flatter me, Your Majesty. Jin Dayu sighed. I didn't flatter you. I can see clearly that you just haven't had a place to display your talents. Great Zhen will definitely help you display your talents. From today onwards, I confer Jin Dayu as the 3rd army commander of the Great Zhen dynasty. You can lead a large army with 100,000 retainers. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Jin Dayu understood the meaning of the term army commander. It wasn't a title of nobility or an official position. However, in a country, it was more precious than any official position or nobility because the army commander was one of the country's backbone. It was equivalent to a country's founding hero. It had great authority. The Third Army commander was also the great importance Yin Chuan placed on him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jin Dayu officially accepted the appointment. Chapter 793. East Divine Continent, the Zheng Dynasty, Yin capital. Above the Sea of Providence. Boom! The Sea of Providence churned violently. Yifeng and Lu Gang walked out of the main hall once again. They looked at the churning Sea of Providence. Did the Emperor take in another important official? Lu Gang asked in surprise. Yifeng nodded his head and said, "That's right. I wonder what kind of person he is to be able to make His Majesty pay so much attention to him." The Sea of Providence is churning violently. Looking at the sky, Yifeng asked again, "Lu Gang, did you check the East faction carefully?" "Don't worry, Lord Yi. There won't be any trouble in the imperial court," Lu Gang said confidently. Yifeng nodded. In another magnificent main hall in Yin capital, the former Yin Emperor, now Marquis Yin Shuyu, looked at the Sea of Providence with longing. Behind Yin Shuyu stood a black-robed figure. "Yin Emperor?" "No." Marquis Yin looked carefully. The Zheng Dynasty, the original the Yin, was originally yours. You can feel the providence on you. If you become the Emperor, you will have more providence on you, the black-robed figure said softly. Yin Shuyu clenched her fists and her face darkened. "All of this was originally yours," the black-robed figure whispered. Yin Shuyu's eyes flashed with jealousy. Middle Divine Continent, in a valley near the arcane sect's sacred ground. Feng Yinyang had already set up the array. Yin Chuan was still in Jin Dayu's main hall, talking to his official. "Your Majesty, although I joined the Zheng Dynasty, I hope you won't," Jin Dayu said with a frown. "I need you, Jin Dayu, not your ancestor. You don't have to explain to me. I believe you." Yin Chuan put down his teacup and said solemnly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jin Dayu was relieved. Suddenly, Jin Dayu's face changed. "Your Majesty, this is bad." "Quang." Jin Dayu quickly opened the main hall door. He shielded Yin Chuan behind him and looked into the distance warily. "You're here?" Yin Chuan's face sank. "Yes," Jin Dayu said with an ugly expression. "Rumble." Suddenly, a powerful aura descended from the sky, as if it was going to crush the entire valley into dust. In the outside world, the faces of the 9 Middle Void stage martial artists immediately lit up with joy. "The Hall Master is here. The Hall Master is here. Greetings, Hall Master." The 9 of them respectfully bowed towards the pressure in the sky. Rumble. The oppressive void suddenly shone with a dazzling black light. The black light condensed and gradually transformed into a man in a black robe. The man's robe was wide, and he looked incomparably noble. However, his face was blurry, as if it was covered by a layer of black fog. It was impossible to see his face clearly. "Virtuous Dharma Laksana?" Yin Chuan let out a sigh as confidence flashed in his eyes. The black-robed man's aura suppressed everyone. "Hall Master, it's them. They are the ones who kidnapped the young Hall Master." A Middle Void Realm martial artist immediately shouted, "Hall Master, the young Hall Master is on the flying boat. Quickly save the young Hall Master." Another Middle Void Realm martial artist shouted. The black-robed man turned his head and glanced at the 9 Middle Void Realm martial artists. He said indifferently, "Trash." The 9 people's faces changed. In the end, no one dared to refute. 9 Middle Void Realm martial artists protecting Ao Tian's holy son were kidnapped by 2 Divine Realm martial artists in the end. If this got out, it would definitely be the biggest joke in the Divine Sect. "Father, Father, Father, save me, Father." Ao Tian's holy son's surprise cry came from a main hall on the flying boat. Chapter 794. "Father, quick! Capture all of them! I want revenge! I want revenge!" Ao Tian holy son's voice suddenly flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. In a large hall, the ravenous wolf was guarding the proud sky sage son. Tan Lang heard Ao Tian Holy Sun's words and immediately kicked Ao Tian Holy Sun in the stomach. Ah, how dare you kick me? Ao Tian Holy Sun said fiercely. I want my father to extract your soul. I want your soul to be exposed to the sun every day. I want you to beg for death. Ao Tian Holy Sun said fiercely. Now that his father was here, Ao Tian Holy Sun relied on him the most. No one who offended him would have a good ending. Keep talking and I'll kill you, Tan Lang said fiercely. Ao Tian Holy Sun's face stiffened. Ruthless people were afraid of unreasonable people. No matter how ruthless the proud Sky Saint Sun was, he was not a threat to the straightforward greed. If he forced greed into a corner, then everyone would die together. Proud Heaven Saint Sun clutched his stomach that was kicked, his face full of horror. I've seen your portrait before. Are you Yin Chuan of the Jin dynasty? The black-robed figure said lightly. Greetings, 10th God Palace Lord. Yin Chuan nodded. Jin Diyu, Hua Guang, and Feng Yinyang all stood behind Yin Chuan. 10th God Palace Lord? Huh, do you know that my surname is Kong? The black-robed figure said lightly. 10th God Palace Lord, Kong Xinshui? I know, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. No, you don't know, the black-robed figure said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan was puzzled. According to seniority, Kong Susu is my cousin. You should know who I am, Kong Xinshui said again. Kong Susu's cousin? Yin Chuan frowned. Kong Susu is Yin Chuan's mother. Kong Xinshui is Kong Susu's cousin? Kong family? Wasn't the Kong family in the West? Why are you here? According to seniority, you should call me uncle, and Kong Outyin should be your cousin, Kong Xinshui explained. Ah. The group of middle void stage experts stared blankly at the sky. Uncle? Cousin? Everyone was still thinking about how to punish Yin Chuan after capturing him to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, the relationship between Zhang Xian and the Hall Master caused the hearts of the crowd to freeze to death. It wasn't just the 9 middle void stage martial artists. Even Jin Diyu, Hua Guang, and Feng Yinyang all revealed bewildered expressions. Uncle? This person was the Emperor's uncle? Looking at Kong Xinshui in front of him, Yin Chuan was unmoved, but he believed his words. Kong Xinshui? Kong Susu? The first Hall Master of the Divine sect wouldn't lie about this, because there was no need for that at this moment. However, Yin Chuan did not show too much affection towards this uncle who had suddenly appeared. Firstly, the Kong family did nothing to stop his mother's death. Secondly, his father's last words warned him to be careful of the Kong family. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Hall Master Kong, what's your plan? Kong Outyin is your cousin, so he's one of us. Let him out first. Kong Xinshui said matter-of-factly. Hua Guang and the others all looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stared at Kong Xinshui and shook his head slightly. Since they are relatives, please rest assured, Hall Master Kong. I promise that Kong Outyin won't lose a single hair. What do you think? Kong Xuanshui's voice suddenly revealed a hint of coldness. It's not that I don't want to let him go, but we are weak and have to consider our own safety. Yin Chuan smiled. Your safety? You don't believe me? Kong Xinshui said coldly. Chapter 795. I believe you, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan believed that Kong Xinshui was his relative, but he didn't believe that Kong Xinshui would be friendly to him. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan, you're just like Su Su. You're so suspicious of me. Since I'm your uncle, why are you so worried? He's your cousin, not an outsider. Kong Xinshui said again. Because we're relatives, Hall Master Kong should trust me. Don't worry, I'll release Kong Outyin as soon as I'm safe, Yin Chuan said firmly. Neither of them was willing to back down. Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward. The 9 middle void stage experts didn't dare to say anything. After all, this was the Hall Master's family affair. Hua Guang, Feng Yinyang, and Jin Dayu were watching and learning from Kong Xinshui. Humph! Kong Xinshui snorted. A huge aura was emitted, and the huge pressure caused the entire flying boat to shake and tremble. Kong Xinshui was infuriated. Hall Master Kong, why are you doing this? Yin Chuan took a step forward and said in a deep voice, Today, I'd like to see how powerful Kong Susu's son is. How dare he talk back to his uncle? Kong Xinshui said coldly. If so, Yin Chuan will accompany Hall Master Kong and have a try. Yin Chuan took a step forward with a smile. Accompany Kong Xinshui and have a try? Not to mention Kong Xinshui, the 9 middle void stage experts were also at a loss. What kind of joke was this? How dare a divine realm expert boast so shamelessly? Kong Xinshui was also slightly stunned. He just wanted to suppress Yin Chuan with his aura. He didn't expect that Yin Chuan would dare to fight him. Was this guy out of his mind? Good. Don't worry, you're Kong Susu's son. I won't hurt you. Kong Xinshui said coldly. So, Hall Master Kong is giving face to my mother? Yin Chuan said with a smile. That's right. Then, why don't Hall Master Kong allow me to make the first move? Yin Chuan said with a smile. The faces of the 9 middle void stage martial artists turned black. This Yin Chuan was too good at taking advantage of the situation. Ha, good. Show me what you've got. Kong Xinshui looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan nodded and looked at Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang nodded lightly. Yin Chuan reached out and took out the Great Heavenly Seal. He tossed the Great Heavenly Seal into the sky. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded from the ground. Roar, rumble, the earth churned, and 9 huge mountain ranges suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Feng Shui array? Kong Xinshui frowned. Hall Master. That Feng Shui master set up a formation earlier. A middle void stage expert shouted. Arg. Suddenly, 9 golden dragons rushed out from the ground. The energy of the 9 dragon veins rushed into the Great Heavenly Seal. Boom! The 9 dragons rushed into the Great Heavenly Seal, and the Great Heavenly Seal suddenly emitted a dazzling light. It expanded by more than 10,000 times and fell from the sky toward Kong Xinshui. Kong Xinshui didn't think much of it first. So what if an immortal state treasure was powerful? Even if the 9 dragon veins were added, they wouldn't be a threat to him. When the Great Heavenly Seal was close to him, he felt something was wrong. What kind of jade is that? How can it dissolve my virtuous Dharma idol? Kong Xuanshui's face changed. The Great Heavenly Seal, yellow jade of heaven and earth? It's used to break qi and virtuous Dharma? Kong Xuanshui's face changed drastically. Under the pressure of the Great Heavenly Seal, the powerful virtuous Dharma idol collapsed. Kong Xuanshui's virtuous Dharma idol collapsed and disappeared. It was too fast and too fake. The middle void stage experts were petrified. They couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. How is this possible? The Hall Master is gone? Boom! The surrounding dragon veins were drained by Feng Yinyang, and the mountains collapsed. They turned into a pile of rubble. Yin Chuan used the Great Heavenly Seal. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Yin Chuan shouted. Chapter 796. Central Divine Continent. Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. In a large hall, a black-robed man was sitting on a throne. His hands were resting on the chair, and his eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, and a torrential qi gushed out. Roar! With a furious roar, the man slapped away a tea set on the table beside him. Yin Chuan? Little bastard, you're the same as your mother. Both of you aren't good people. The man said coldly. This person was Divine Sect's Holy Land, 10th Divine Hall's Palace Master, Kong Xinshui. Back then, your mother betrayed the Kong clan and ruined my plans. Now I've set things right. You little bastard, you actually came here as well? It's useless even if you're here. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to refine the great world-suppressing steel and can't leave, how could I allow you to act so impudently? If anything happens to my son, I will skin you alive. Kong Xuanshui's eyes flashed with hatred. The heaven and earth great mystic yellow jade? Huh. Kong Xuanshui's eyes flashed with greed. Yin Chuan's flying boat quickly left the place. The 9 Middle Void Realm martial artists followed behind. The 9 of them were still in a daze. The previous scene was too bizarre. Had he managed to shatter the Hall Master with a single palm? How was this possible? At the stern of the ship, Yin Chuan looked at the 9 people. Now, the 9 of you don't need to follow us. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What? The old man's face darkened. If Kong Xinshui asks, just tell him that I told you. As long as you don't do anything stupid, Kong Outyin will be fine. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. When did you release the Holy Sun? The old man shouted. When we are safe. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. Everyone hesitated. If you continue to follow me, I can't guarantee that Kong Outyin will be in one piece. Yin Chuan said coldly. Don't. The old man's face darkened. Senior martial brother, you can't listen to him. What if? Another Middle Void stage martial artist immediately cried out. Shut up. The old man said in a deep voice. Huh. No matter how bad the relationship between Yin Chuan and the Temple Master is, the Holy Sun and Yin Chuan are blood relatives after all. The Holy Sun did not offend Yin Chuan, so Yin Chuan will not make things difficult for him. As he said, once it is safe, he will release the Holy Sun. The old man said with certainty. Moreover, the Temple Master has already acknowledged Yin Chuan as his relative. If we leave, it won't be considered a dereliction of duty. The old man said in a deep voice. But, no buts. If you insist on doing things your own way and cause harm to the Holy Sun, you will have to answer to the Temple Master and the Holy Sun yourself. The old man said in a low voice. The face of the person who spoke suddenly changed, and he shut his mouth. The old man looked at Yin Chuan again. Emperor of Hell, Outyin's Holy Sun has been spoiled since he was a child. It is inevitable that he will speak rudely. I hope you can forgive him for the sake of our kinship. The old man said solemnly. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Goodbye. The old man said again. Whoosh. He quickly flew away with the 8 Middle Void Stage cultivators. After the Middle Void Stage cultivators left, Yin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, you know that Kong Xinshui must have the virtuous Dharma Laksana? Feng Yinyang asked curiously. Yin Chuan smiled and said, during this period of time, I found out from Kong Outyin that Kong Xinshui has a precious treasure that needs to be refined quickly. He can't go out, so he arranged 9 Middle Void Stage cultivators to protect him. Otherwise, who do you think would be so extravagant to have 9 Middle Void Stage cultivators as guards? Maybe Kong Xinshui spoils Kong Outyin too much, Hua Guang said in confusion. No matter how much he spoils him, it's impossible. In this world, there can't be too many Middle Void Stage cultivators. 9 guards? It's impossible even in the Dazhao Holy Ground, not to mention the Holy Ground of the Holy Ground of the Holy Sects. This arrangement must be because Kong Xinshui can't protect his son during this period of time. It's just that I didn't expect him to be a member of the Kong family. Yin Chuan said with a serious face. Chapter 797. Your Majesty, are we still going to Meng Hongying's place? Hua Guang asked. No need. Since Kong Outyin knows where Zizi lives, let's go there and pick her up. We will return immediately. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Jin Dayu. Yin Chuan looked at Jin Dayu. Your Majesty? I see that you have been fighting as the Golden Crow. Don't you cultivate treasures or weapons? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Jin Dayu looked at Yin Chuan and revealed a trace of bitterness. My family has had its own inheritance of refining artifacts for generations. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find the materials I want, so I haven't used any artifacts. Oh, what material is it that is so hard to find? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Fire Essence Stone of Extreme Yang. Jin Dayu explained. Fire Essence Stone of Extreme Yang? This material is indeed rare. Don't worry. Since you have joined Dezhun will naturally send a large number of people to find the material you want. However, I have never heard of this material being used to refine treasures. My Jin family has been passed down for generations, and our magical treasure is a bell. It is called the Gate of Heaven. Dayu explained. Gate of Heaven? What a great name. Hey, don't worry. I will help you refine the Gate of Heaven as soon as possible, Chuan said confidently. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, Dayu replied. The flying boat circled around and avoided all the large cities. High in the sky, they activated the array and formed a white cloud that covered the flying boat. They quickly flew toward the depths of the arcane sect. I don't want to go to Purple Heart Villa. I don't want to go. I don't want to go, Kong Outyin shouted. A month ago, when his father's virtuous Dharma idol was destroyed, Kong Outyin knew that he was in trouble. Therefore, he was very cooperative with Yin Chuan, so much so that he would answer every question. However, Kong Outyin did not expect that he would be going to Purple Heart Villa. Shut up, Tan Lang shouted coldly. Tan Lang's shout made Kong Outyin tremble. He had suffered a lot at Tan Lang's hands. Tan Lang did not know how to control his strength when he hit someone. He left behind a group of soldiers to guard the flying boat hidden in the forest. Yin Chuan, Feng Yinyang, Hua Guang, Jin Diyu, and Tan Lang escorted Kong Outyin to ZZ's residence. You can't go. Yin Chuan, you really can't go. You don't know how terrifying that Saint Z is. Anyone who comes into contact with her is unlucky. She is the god of plagues, Kong Outyin exclaimed. Shut up, Yin Chuan said coldly. It's true. When she first arrived, many people chased after her because she's the granddaughter of my divine sex master. But as long as you're near her, everyone would become unlucky. I personally experienced it. Because of her, I was sick for half a year. Even drinking water almost choked me to death. I was even assassinated by hundreds of experts. That's why my father constantly sent guards to protect me. Even more, because of her, my demon pet died without knowing why. That's why I wanted to capture Jin Dayu, Kong Outyin said in horror. Ha ha. Yin Chuan's heart was at ease. You can't go. Yin Chuan, you can't go. I'm also unlucky enough. My father even said that he would find a way for me to marry Saint Z. But who would dare to marry such a Saint Z? Who would dare? Kong Outyin exclaimed in horror. What did you say? Kong Xinshui wants you to marry ZZ? Yin Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes, my father is good to me in everything except this. He wants my life. I don't want this god of plagues. I don't want it, Kong Outyin exclaimed in horror. It's not that you don't want it. It's that you don't deserve it, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. ZZ is my wife. Why should I let you marry her? Yin Chuan said in disdain. Really? That's great, that's great. Kong Outyin was indescribably surprised. I came this time to take ZZ away. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Really? That's great. If you take ZZ away, my father won't force me. All right, we can't go this way. I'll lead the way for you. We'll go the other way. Kong Outyin exclaimed immediately. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Outyin in confusion. My father has arranged a large number of disciples around the Purple Heart Villa to keep an eye on Saint Z. If we go this way, we'll be discovered soon. At that time, if they stop you from taking ZZ away, we'll be in trouble. Kong Outyin said immediately. Disciples are waiting? Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that. Kong Outyin instantly regretted. He knew that he had spilled the beans. It's okay. I won't blame you if you want to run away. However, you have to tell me why Kong Xinshui keeps looking at ZZ. Yin Chuan frowned and said. Seeing that Yin Chuan didn't blame him, Kong Outyin heaved a sigh of relief. I don't know. My father said that he had been planning this for many years. Someone ruined it and forced ZZ to leave the holy grounds. Now that ZZ is back, he can't let her go. Kong Outyin recalled. The group changed their path. At the same time, Yin Chuan was pondering in his heart. Kong Xuanshui's plan? With ZZ's return, they seemed to be in a new quagmire. Yin Chuan's expression changed, and he was even more determined to take ZZ away. Who's there? He suddenly shouted. Whoosh! A golden light flashed, and Jin Diyu instantly appeared at the place where the voice came from. He slapped the person unconscious. This is the guard of the Purple Heart Villa. Don't worry, we'll continue. You can leave immediately after taking Saint Z away, Kong Outyin said excitedly. Finally, he was going to send the plague away. Even if his father was to blame him in the future, it would have nothing to do with him. It would be best if the plague could kill all of them. All of them would die. Kong Outyin thought viciously. With Jindayu's help, the journey was extremely smooth. Soon, they avoided all eyes and ears and arrived at the entrance of a valley. There was a waterfall in the valley. The surrounding environment was exactly the same as the Purple Heart Villa in Carefree City. The only difference was that there was an additional hall. King of Hell's Hall. Under the waterfall, there was a purple-robed figure sitting on the pier. She was facing the water and gently washing her purple hair. That delicate figure gently combed her hair. In an instant, Yin Chuan felt like he had returned to the past when he first saw ZZ in Carefree City. A gentle smile appeared on Yin Chuan's face. "Wait for me outside," Yin Chuan said. "Yes," everyone replied. When everyone left, Kong Outyin watched Yin Chuan slowly walk towards ZZ. Kong Outyin's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. This Yin Chuan was really lecherous. He wouldn't even let go of the plague. Let's see how you'll die. Chapter 798. Atlas Studios in the main hall, where Meng Hongying was an arcane sacred ground. She was receiving an important guest, Guyu Holy Son from the Dazhao sacred ground. Red Embellishment Saintess, please help me pass a message to the Holy Master of Arcane sacred ground. Tell him that I'm here to see him. Guyu Holy Son said after taking a deep breath. I'm sorry, Guyu Holy Son. You should know that our arcane sacred ground has a divine world. The Holy Master and most of the Hall Masters have entered the divine world. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. My grandfather has also said that unless the arcane sacred ground is in a life or death situation, no one is to disturb us. Meng Hongying shook her head. All of them have entered the divine world? Guyu Holy Son said with a complicated expression. Guyu Holy Son, what's the matter? It seems that the Gue Shun Hall Master, Kong Xianshui, has not entered the divine world. If it's really urgent, you can go and see him. Meng Hongying said. Guyu Holy Son's expression changed. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I've already been to the Gue Shin Hall. Unfortunately, the Gue Shin Hall Master has not met anyone. Oh, I'm not sure about that, Meng Hongying said with a helpless expression. No, we still need the Red Embellishment Saintess' help. The Ancient Moon Holy Son said solemnly. Me? Help? Haha, Guyu Holy Son is flattering me. What can I do? Why don't you try going to the Gue Shin Hall? Meng Hongying shook her head. No, Red Embellishment Saintess, you're the first Saintess in the arcane sacred ground. Only you can do this, Guyu Holy Son said. First Saintess? Ha, Guyu Holy Son is flattering me. I'm not worthy. Meng Hongying shook her head. Don't worry, Red Embellishment Saintess. It's not a big deal. It's like finding a needle in a haystack to me, but it's just a matter of words for you. Guyu Holy Son immediately dispelled Meng Hongying's mind. Oh, it's like this. You should know about the Great Suppressing Boundary Monument, right? Guyu Holy Son said in a deep voice. I've heard a little about it. Meng Hongying nodded. A few years ago, it was stolen by someone. I, the great Zhao Holy Son, was extremely angry. I defied the heavens and deduced that the person who stole the great world-suppressing monument was hiding near the arcane holy ground. You're very familiar with this place. Please help me ask around, Guyu Holy Son said solemnly. Meng Hongying frowned. The sacred master must have had his reasons for placing the great world-suppressing stele in the central divine continent. Moreover, he had summoned your divine sex sacred ground. However, it was stolen in the central divine continent. The thief was hiding near the divine sex sacred ground. Perhaps he wanted to frame the divine sex sacred ground and provoke a war between our two sacred grounds. For the safety of the two holy lands, I'll have to trouble you. Guyu Holy Son said solemnly. Meng Hongying frowned and started pacing back and forth in the hall. After a while, Meng Hongying's eyes became determined. Guyu Holy Sun, don't worry. I will make the arrangements. As long as the great world-suppressing steel is near the divine sect's sacred ground, I will definitely find it. All right, Guyu Holy Sun smiled. Purple Heart Villa. Yin Chuan slowly walked towards Little Tan Pier. A gentle and beautiful back was facing Yin Chuan. Facing the reflection in the pond, she gently combed her hair. It was Zizi. Zizi did not need to protect herself. She also did not need to worry about being attacked. In the divine sect's sacred ground, almost no one dared to offend Zizi. No one dared to come here. Even though Zizi was extremely beautiful and her purple hair added to her charm, in the face of Zizi's various mysteries, no matter how lustful he would be disheartened. Chapter 799. The saintess of the divine sect's sacred ground was revered by countless cultivators. Similarly, the loneliness of the past did not disappear because of power. Instead, it became even more intense. Looking at her beautiful face in the small pool, Zizi smiled quietly. Zizi's heart was not twisted because of this, because Zizi still wanted something to accompany her. That comb. Looking at the comb in her hand, and then at her reflection in the pond, Zizi seemed to have returned to the past. A faint smile appeared on her face. She combed her hair, just like how Yin Chuan had combed it himself that day. Yin Chuan? Zizi sighed in her heart. It's been 30 years. Is he still well? Zizi was disappointed. Now, Yin Chuan was standing behind Zizi, quietly watching her. Yin Chuan had always been watching her quietly. Towards Zizi, Yin Chuan felt even more pity. Yin Chuan had been trying his best to help Zizi get rid of the curse on her body. He felt pity for Zizi. Therefore, the Empress only left Zhen Ro on the investiture of the gods, not Zizi. However, when Yin Chuan recalled what had just happened, he realized that there wasn't just pity in his heart. It was as if there was something else. It's been 30 years. Is he still well? Zizi's casual words were like a catalyst, causing the strong tenderness in Yin Chuan's heart to quickly sublimate and change. Yin Chuan's heart trembled, as if the softest part of his heart had been touched. Pity gave birth to love. At this moment, Yin Chuan realized that he had been too unfair to Zizi in the past. A sublimated love grew in his heart. He reached out and plucked a rose from the flower bed, placing it behind him. Zizi, I'm here, Yin Chuan called out softly. Zizi suddenly raised her head, but she did not turn around. Instead, she looked up and smiled bitterly. I'm hallucinating again. Zizi shook her head. Zizi, I'm really here. I'm here to pick you up. Yin Chuan called out again. Zizi's expression changed. Was it not a hallucination? He abruptly turned his head. Their eyes met, and the small comb in Zizi's hand suddenly slipped from her hand. Yin Chuan, Zizi asked in disbelief. I'm sorry I'm late. Yin Chuan handed over the rose and said softly. Zizi felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes moistened. She turned around and wiped away her tears as she slowly got up. After she got up, her body trembled as she sobbed for a while. Only then did she wipe her tears and turn her head back. The two of them faced each other. How did you spend the past 30 years? Yin Chuan asked gently. I've thought about it for 30 years, looked forward to it for 30 years, resented it for 30 years, and hated it for 30 years. Zizi sniffled and spoke with deep affection. I should have come earlier. I've wronged you. Yin Chuan blamed himself. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. I'm not wronged, because you gave me someone to think about, look forward to, resent, and hate. For 30 years, I wasn't lonely. For 30 years, I wasn't lonely. Zizi said with deep affection. At this moment, Zizi could no longer restrain herself. 30 years of longing made Zizi lose her restraint. She wanted to pour out all the longing in her heart at this moment. All of it. Zizi's emotions reached the peak at this moment. With Zizi's confession, Yin Chuan's love for her swelled. Looking at Zizi's confession, Yin Chuan's love also reached the peak. The rose in his hand looked so ridiculous. Throwing the rose away, Yin Chuan took a step forward. Under ZZ's surprised gaze, he picked her up and kissed her on the lips. Chapter 800. ZZ's eyes widened. She did not expect Yin Chuan to be so direct. However, she was instantly overwhelmed by the love in this kiss. She was immersed in this passionate kiss. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the sky. Rolling dark clouds covered the sky and covered the earth. An extremely dense heavenly might instantly shrouded the Purple Heart Villa. The rolling dark clouds carried the vast heavenly might. Anyone who got within 6 meters of ZZ would have bad luck. Anyone who touched ZZ's hair would be punished by the heavens. At this moment, Yin Chuan hugged ZZ tightly and kissed her deeply. The heavenly might was furious. It came with the power to destroy the world. How could the fate of the wife of a Tao god be sullied by others? And now is a deep kiss? How could this be? Rumble. The rolling dark clouds pressed down. The center of the rolling dark clouds was fiery red. The center of the rolling dark clouds was slowly rotating with a red light. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless cultivators in the divine sect's sacred ground were terrified. Heavenly wrath. This is heavenly wrath. What a strong heavenly wrath. This. The surrounding cultivators covered their heads and ran away in fear. Just the pressure of the heavenly might was enough to make countless cultivators tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. Not only were they terrified, but the heavenly might's pressure was still increasing. It was getting stronger and stronger. More and more cultivators looked at the sky above the Purple Heart Villa in horror. Outside the valley where the Purple Heart Villa was located, Kong Aoyin, Jindu, Hua Guang, Tan Lang, and Feng Yinyang all looked at the sky in shock. What's going on? Jin Dayu frowned. No, could it be that Yin Chuan offended Saint ZZ? Yin Chuan was cursed? But this is too cruel. Kong Aoyin exclaimed in shock. Kong Aoyin could not imagine what Yin Chuan had done. It should be, Hua Guang suddenly said. Everyone looked at Hua Guang in confusion. Hua Guang shook his head and did not want to say more. After all, this was Yin Chuan's matter. As an official, he could not slander the emperor. Will His Majesty be in danger? Feng Yinyang asked with a frown. Everyone frowned. Yin Chuan had personally asked everyone to leave. Now that Yin Chuan did not call them in, everyone hesitated. At the center of the swirling dark clouds, the first heavenly tribulation finally descended. It was a vast heavenly fire dragon. The fire dragon roared and opened its mouth, bringing with it the power to destroy the world. The fire dragon was surrounded by endless lightning, like a waterfall falling from the heavens. Under the fire dragon's lead, the lightning came rolling down. Under the might of the heavens, the wrath of the heavens could destroy the world. In all directions, the souls of countless cultivators trembled. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make countless cultivators jump wildly. Some were even instantly driven mad by this dragon of heavenly might. The fire dragon roared and charged towards Yin Chuan. The great destruction was imminent, but Yin Chuan still did not let go of ZZ. He still hugged ZZ and kissed her deeply. The heavens and earth lit up, a sea of lightning surged, and the fire dragon rushed towards Yin Chuan. Blue sky, thunderclouds. Endless azure mist suddenly appeared around Yin Chuan. The azure mist immediately rushed towards the sea of lightning and the fire dragon. Rumble. The rolling lightning entered the blue sky, thunderclouds, and disappeared. The azure mist trembled as if it was struggling, but it still managed to block the fierce attack of the heavenly tribulation. It also ferociously absorbed the heat of the heavenly fire. Rumble. The deep kiss did not stop, and the heavenly tribulation did not stop. The rolling sea of lightning and the fire dragon poured down, and endless shockwaves exploded in all directions. Countless mountains and rivers were blown to pieces, and many cultivators were caught in the crossfire. It was only because of a passionate kiss that no one complained about. Chapter 801. Lightning fell like a waterfall, and fire dragons descended. The violent heaven's wrath destroyed a large number of mountains and rivers around Purple Heart Manor, implicating countless cultivators. But Purple Heart Manor was safe and sound. Huoguang and the others could not hide their worry. They took a step forward and looked at the entrance of the valley. Under the sea of lightning, a man and a woman were hugging each other passionately. Lightning bloomed in the surroundings, and fire dragons roared in the surroundings. These two people did not seem to be in danger, but more like the danger was cheering for them. Looking at the two people hugging each other, Huoguang, Feng Yinyang, Jin Diyu, and Kong Outyan's faces stiffened, and they quickly retreated. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why didn't they strike him to death? Kong Outyan muttered to himself. Just as he finished speaking, Kong Outyan knew that he had let it slip again. He secretly looked at the others and saw that they were looking at him with cold eyes. I didn't say anything. Kong Outyan immediately shouted. In the valley, ZZ gradually woke up from her daze. She suddenly relaxed and pushed Yinchuan away. No, ZZ screamed. ZZ knew that her curse was too terrifying. Miao is not here again. It's over. She pushed Yin Chuan away in panic, but Yin Chuan grabbed ZZ's hands and did not let her go too far. Rumble. The rolling sea of lightning fell. ZZ's heart was filled with panic. She was afraid that something would happen to Yin Chuan. However, when the lightning fell, it strangely disappeared. Although there was a large amount of lightning, it did not seem to be able to hurt Yin Chuan. Seeing that Yin Chuan was safe, ZZ secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I said, I'm lucky. You can't do anything to me. Don't worry, Yin Chuan said softly. ZZ bit her lips. She was still worried. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan said, Come back with me and be my empress, okay? Empress? ZZ's expression was slightly dazed. It doesn't matter if it's our parents' order or our relationship. You have to go back with me. You are my wife. You can only follow me, Yin Chuan said firmly. I didn't say I wasn't going. ZZ pouted. Yin Chuan smiled and pulled ZZ into his arms again. Seeing that the lightning couldn't hurt Yin Chuan, ZZ didn't resist this time. East Divine Continent, Great Zhun Dynasty, Yin Capital, above the Sea of Providence. The golden dragon of Providence roared again. The Sea of Providence clouds churned with monstrous waves. The golden dragon of destiny seemed to be infinitely happy. Yifeng and Lu Gang walked out of the hall. How is this possible? I feel that Great Zhun has gained another member, and his position is even more honorable than ours, Lu Gang said in surprise. Lu Gang understood that they were the founding fathers of the country. It was impossible for anyone to surpass them after being conferred an official. He felt the same way a while ago. But today, someone had surpassed him? Lord Lu, don't worry. His Majesty won't confer titles randomly. Everything depends on hard work, Yifeng said with a smile. But why do I feel that this newly conferred title is more honorable than ours? Lord Yi, you should be able to feel it. The Sea of Providence has a special arrangement for officials. But this feeling, the newly conferred title, is more honorable than ours, Lu Gang said blankly. Lord Lu, you forgot about the 3 types of people, Yifeng said with a smile. Oh, Empress, Crown Prince, Princess. Do you think their titles will fall behind? Yifeng said with a smile. Ha ha. Lu Gang laughed awkwardly. Crown Prince and Princess aren't realistic. Great Zhun should have a new empress. As for this empress, if I'm not wrong, you've seen her before, Yifeng said with a smile. Chapter 802. Lu Gang's pupils constricted as he suddenly thought of someone. The Emperor is an extraordinary person, Lu Gang exclaimed. ZZ was someone that most people did not dare to approach. Even Lu Gang felt apprehensive when he saw her. But Yin Chuan insisted on marrying her? No, the Emperor is an immortal, Yifeng corrected. Purple Heart Villa. ZZ, where's your golden mask? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Since you took it off, I'm not going to wear it anymore. In the past, no one could get within 2 zhong of me. Now that I've taken off the mask, I can get within 10 zhong. However, it's enough that you can get close to me. I don't need anyone else to get close to me. ZZ's eyes flashed with a hint of sweetness. Yin Chuan nodded. Why didn't the lightning hurt you? ZZ asked curiously. I can accept it, Yin Chuan said. Oh. ZZ nodded and did not ask any more questions. She just wanted to stay by Yin Chuan's side. Why did she need to ask so many questions? Something's not right. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? ZZ asked doubtfully. I might be about to break through. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Then you should go into seclusion first. ZZ said worriedly. No need. Help me keep a lookout and don't let anyone in. All right, there's still Hua Guang and the others outside the valley. You should know them. Yin Chuan said. ZZ nodded. ZZ stepped out of the valley. Leaving Yin Chuan behind, he looked at the sky. In his shunting acupoint, the thunderclouds in the sky sent an extremely strong signal. Heaven's wrath, heaven's wrath. Roar. Yin Chuan opened his mouth and rushed into the sky. A fierce suction force rushed into the sea of heavenly fire and lightning. Roar. Under the strong suction force, the fierce heavenly fire and lightning instantly poured into Yin Chuan's mouth. Like a whale swallowing the heavenly fire and lightning. Rumble. Countless amounts of energy poured into Yin Chuan, and countless amounts of lightning tempered Yin Chuan. However, the momentum of this tempering was too fierce. It was so ferocious that Yin Chuan's fleshly body almost couldn't bear it. However, the blue sky thundercloud continued to absorb the heavenly tribulation clouds. In fact, it was even absorbing the heavenly tribulation clouds. Rumble. The clouds of heaven's wrath pressed down harder and harder, and the surroundings of the Purple Heart Villa had long been razed to the ground. Countless cultivators fled in all directions. Oh my God, heavenly punishment? What kind of heavenly punishment is this? Help! Countless Xiuzha fled in all directions in fear. Hua Guang, Feng Yinyang, Jin Diyu, and the others were also shocked. The cloud of heavenly wrath was slowly sinking. Correspondingly, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. Let's go. I don't want to die yet. Yin Chuan, what did he do? Kong Out Yin shouted in fear. Shut up. Tan Lang shouted. Under the pressure of the heavenly tribulation, none of us will be able to escape. We are dead for sure. I saw Yin Chuan hugging that god of calamity earlier. Now that the heavenly tribulation clouds is pressing down, he won't do that, god of calamity, right? Oh my God, I don't want to die. Let me go. I don't want to die. Kong Out Yin cried. Kong Out Yin wanted to escape, but these people did not give him any chance. This was the first time Kong Out Yin saw Yin Chuan, and he was horrified. He was so lustful that he did not care about his life. Everyone looked at the sky anxiously. However, Hua Guang's eyes suddenly lit up. This scene was so familiar. I will go and save the emperor, Jin Dayu said worriedly. No, Lord Jin, perhaps nothing will happen. Hua Guang guessed. Nothing will happen, Jin Dayu said in disbelief. Just as everyone was in a stalemate, ZZ stepped out of the valley. Chapter 803. God of Plagues. Kong Out Yin retreated in fear, but was blocked by Tan Lang. Empress, is His Majesty all right? Hua Guang asked worriedly. He's fine. Protect Yin Chuan. ZZ said. All right. Hua Guang nodded. I don't believe it. What if His Majesty is in danger? I want to see for myself. Jin Dayu said stubbornly. It would be too embarrassing if the emperor died right after joining Dezhun. Jin Dayu dashed forward. Feng Yinyang also ran to the entrance of the valley worriedly. At this moment, Kong Out Yin only wanted to escape. He did not have the heart to investigate the situation. Tan Lang listened to Hua Guang. Hua Guang had already guessed what was going on, so he quickly looked around. Feng Yinyang and Jin Diyu dashed to the entrance of the valley. But the moment they rushed to the entrance of the valley, their worries disappeared and were replaced by a kind of dazed shock. The two of them looked into the valley in shock. Yin Chuan was surrounded by endless thunderbolts. It was as though there were chains of thunderbolts trapping Yin Chuan. But if one looked closely, they would realize that the lightning wasn't trapping Yin Chuan, but was escaping. Unfortunately, Yin Chuan opened his mouth and sucked them back. Swallowing lightning with his mouth was nothing. Jin Diyu and Feng Yinyang could still clearly see the rolling clouds of heaven's wrath pressing down. A corner of the heaven's wrath was directly aimed at Yin Chuan's mouth. Yin Chuan opened his mouth and roared. As lightning flashed in his eyes, the clouds of heaven's wrath were being swallowed by Yin Chuan. Swallowing the clouds of heaven's wrath all by himself. That scene was a heavy blow to the minds of the two. How was this a human? This was a peerless demon god. No, even a peerless demon god wouldn't be this exaggerated. Was he swallowing the wrath of heaven's wrath? Oh my God, was this for real? Feng Yinyang and Jin Dayu's worldview was turned upside down. This. If the two of you are Yin Chuan's subjects, you should scrupulously abide by your duties. Yin Chuan asked you to guard the surroundings and protect him. Don't just stand here all the time, ZZ said faintly. The two of them immediately regained their senses. Yin Chuan was fine, but the two of them were greatly shocked. He quickly left the mouth of the valley. They were guarding the surroundings to prevent any sneak attacks. After all, this scene was too shocking. When Jin Dayu first joined the Great Jin Academy, it could be said that he was half coaxed and half forced. After all, Jin Dayu always thought that Yin Chuan only had a stronger will and better luck than him, but his strength was no match for him. Of course, that was the truth. However, after seeing the scene just now, Jin Dayu no longer had such thoughts. What a joke! Even the wrath of the heavens could be swallowed. Was this still considered weak? While Yin Chuan was swallowing the wrath of the heavens, news of what happened at Purple Heart Villa spread out rapidly. This was a sensitive place to begin with, and there were many spies of various forces around. Meng Hongying's main hall. Meng Hongying was conversing with Guyu Holy Sun. Reporting, Holy Lady. Holy Lady. A cultivator entered the hall. What's wrong? Meng Hongying asked curiously. Holy Lady, the Purple Heart Villa is facing the wrath of the heavens. The cultivator reported. Wrath of the heavens. Meng Hongying's face changed. Guyu Holy Sun, we'll talk later. Meng Hongying left Guyu Holy Sun behind and flew out of the main hall. Looking at Meng Hongying's departure, Guyu Holy Sun squinted his eyes. Wrath of the heavens? There's wrath of the heavens outside the God world. Could it be the great world suppressing monument? No, I can't let go of any possibility. The Holy Lord sent me here because he trusts me. I can't screw this up. I have to be quick. Guyu Holy Sun narrowed his eyes and chased after Meng Hongying. On the other side, there was another main hall with the words 10th God Hall written on it. A cultivator ran over in a hurry. Chapter 804. The wrath of heaven descended upon Purple Heart Villa, and countless cultivators fled. Far away from the perimeter, the Xiozha, who were safe, turned back to look. The Purple Heart Villa had already been covered by the heavenly tribulation and was slowly sinking. No one knew what had happened, but they could feel their souls trembling from the vast power. High up in the sky, a storm was raging. No one dared to approach, and no one knew what had happened. Swish! A red light flashed, and Meng Hongying quickly flew over with a worried look on her face. Greetings, Saintess! Countless cultivators bowed respectfully. However, Meng Hongying ignored him. Instead, he stared at the rolling clouds of heavenly tribulation in the distance. Lightning and heavenly fire surged towards the Purple Heart Villa. Have you seen Saint Z? Meng Hongying asked a cultivator beside her. No. That person immediately replied. Meng Hongying's face darkened. She took a deep breath and headed toward the Purple Heart Villa. Saintess, don't. The crowd of cultivators, Jiaohu shouted. However, Meng Hongying ignored him. Suddenly, A golden light appeared in front of Meng Hongying. Jin Dayu appeared in an instant, stirring up the air currents. Of course, compared to the might of the heavenly wrath, it was much weaker. "Oh," Jin Dayu said in a deep voice. "Who are you?" Meng Hongying glared at him. He was filled with anger. Behind him, Meng Hongying's 4 servants quickly flew over. Meng Hongying lashed out with her whip as if she was about to attack. Oh! Immediately, ZZ flew into the sky. "ZZ, are you all right?" Meng Hongying was overjoyed. "I'm fine." ZZ nodded. Jin Dayu took a look and quickly flew downwards, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. He continued to protect Yin Chuan. "Tell them to guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone in," ZZ said to Meng Hongying. "Did you hear that?" Meng Hongying looked at the 4 of them. "Yes." The 4 servants immediately replied. ZZ brought Meng Hongying to the entrance of the Purple Heart Mountain Villa. At the entrance of the valley, Greed, along with Kong Outyin, Huaguang, and Feng Yinyang, had all disappeared. Clearly, they had gone to guard the surroundings to prevent any thieves from sneaking in. Saintis read embellishment. "I've been kidnapped by Yin Chuan. Quick, save me." Kong Outyin exclaimed in surprise. Meng Hongying frowned as a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She ignored him and looked at ZZ. "Yin Chuan is here?" Meng Hongying's expression changed slightly. And ZZ's face revealed a sweet smile. "Yin Chuan is inside the valley?" Meng Hongying asked in surprise. "The wrath of heaven is here. He's dealing with it," ZZ said. ZZ didn't mention Yin Chuan's breakthrough. She didn't want to. Meng Hongying had a complicated look on her face when she saw the heavenly wrath surging toward the Purple Heart Manor. Meng Hongying had already guessed what was going on. Meng Hongying had seen this kind of heavenly punishment before. Last time, in the Carefree City, ZZ was assassinated by a lower void realm expert. At that time, it was the punishment of the heavens for hurting ZZ. However, what about this time? What kind of grudge would cause such a magnificent scene to appear again? "What did Yin Chuan do to you?" Meng Hongying asked curiously. "He hugged me." ZZ's eyes flashed with happiness. SSS. Meng Hongying finally understood what was going on with this magnificent heavenly punishment. Hug. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to get close to ZZ. However, Yin Chuan hugged her. Moreover, Yin Chuan still dared to hug ZZ, despite knowing that she was evil. If he hugged her, he would be punished by the heavens. However, Yin Chuan still hugged her. Chapter 805. For some reason, Meng Hongying was envious of Ziyan. "Congratulations!" Meng Hongying exclaimed sincerely. I've agreed to be his empress. I'll go home with him immediately." ZZ smiled. "Home? Isn't this your home?" Meng Hongying asked curiously. ZZ shook her head gently and revealed a blissful smile that Meng Hongying couldn't understand. "This is just a place to stay. Home is when I'm with Yin Chuan." "A place to stay? Home?" Meng Hongying was deeply touched. She looked at ZZ with deep envy. Rumble. More and more heaven's wrath flowed towards Purple Heart Villa. It took 6 hours for all the heaven's wrath to enter. The heaven's wrath had completely disappeared. At the same time, Feng Yinyang's voice came from outside the valley. "Great mystifying fog array." Whoosh. Around the Purple Heart Villa, thick fog suddenly surged into the sky, covering the entire area, making it impossible for outsiders to see what was inside. However, they could see a faint beam of star intent descending from the sky. Star intent? Countless cultivators were curious. The star intent came from Yin Chuan. In Purple Heart Villa, roar. Yin Chuan's skin cracked slightly, and lightning arcs circled around him. He opened his mouth and swallowed the last bit of Heaven's Wrath Cloud. The Heaven's Wrath Cloud was too violent. It was so violent that his body couldn't withstand it. Yin Chuan had no choice but to use all his strength and connect with the star intent to protect himself. Rumble. The lightning arcs around him kept cracking his skin, but under the star intent, they kept shrinking. Yin Chuan sat down with his legs crossed. The azure thundercloud in his body quickly swallowed the heaven's wrath cloud. The azure thundercloud expanded and contracted. It was digesting the heaven's wrath cloud. Every time it expanded and contracted, a powerful force rushed into Yin Chuan's body. Boom! Tier 4 Divine State. Tier 5 Divine State. Tier 6 Divine State. Tier 7 Divine State. Tier 8 Divine State. Yin Chuan's cultivation skyrocketed once more. With a speed that outsiders could not understand at all, he directly rushed to the 8th level of the divine realm before stopping. All the thunder and lightning around him had been absorbed by the blue sky thundercloud. Gulyalu. The thunderclouds in the blue sky churned. Gradually, it returned to its original state. It just looked a lot more exquisite. Yin Chuan opened his eyes and dispersed the will of the stars. The 3rd level of the heaven-devouring Tao scripture? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. It doesn't seem to be any different. Yin Chuan looked ahead, and his expression suddenly became serious. Just like before, he shot a heavenly thunder at a small hill in front of him. Boom! A clap of thunder sounded, but there was no lightning. A gentle breeze blew past, as if nothing had happened. Huh? Yin Chuan revealed a trace of surprise. What's going on? The 1st level of the heaven-devouring Tao scripture attracted heavenly tribulation and heavenly lightning. At the 2nd level, it was the heavenly shepherd tribulation. But at the 3rd level, there was no more tribulation, only one clap of thunder. Why was it that the more he trained, the weaker he became? Even the lightning was gone? Just as Yin Chuan was puzzled, a strange change suddenly happened on the small hill. The original grass grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was as tall as a person. On the small hill, a small tree that was as thick as an arm suddenly grew strangely. It grew taller and taller, thicker and thicker arms, thighs, and waist. The plants grew crazily, inexplicably crazily. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. This is... Yin Chuan frowned deeply, thinking about why. After a while, Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 806. I understand now. I understand now. Lightning doesn't just represent destruction. I misunderstood. What lay represents should be life. In winter, all living things lay dormant, only waiting for the spring thunder to sound to command the world, and all living things would awaken. Spring thunder, all things grow. This is the first thunderbolt every year. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Lightning and thunderstorms are only the most superficial manifestations of lightning. Is the heaven-devouring Tao scripture helping me understand the essence and origin of lightning? This was only the 3rd stage, spring lightning. Just what kind of cultivation technique is this heaven-devouring Tao scripture? Yin Chuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Heaven mender? Duga Butian once said that I was also a heaven mender. Could it be that he's talking about the heaven-devouring Tao scripture? Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly focused. But the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He knew that the heaven-devouring Tao scripture was far beyond what he had come into contact with in his previous life. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Spring lightning? All things are born. He stretched out his left hand, revealing a seed birthmark on his left wrist. Poison ivy. Before I died in my previous life, I used the life-stealing poison, hoping to reincarnate with all the treasures from my previous life. Inside the sky-burying coffin, there were many treasures buried with me, but only you reincarnated with me. It can be seen that your spirituality is much greater than the other treasures. After sleeping for so many years, we will use the spring lightning to awaken you. Yin Chuan said with a serious look in his eyes. With a slight pressure, the birthmark slowly floated out of Yin Chuan's arm. Spring thunder, all things grow. Facing the germinating seed, Yin Chuan once again cast spring thunder. Boom! When the spring thunder struck, the seed suddenly trembled violently. Boom! A large number of vines shot out from the seed like tentacles, quickly emerging and growing. Chi! The 2 vines instantly pierced into the ground. Poison Ivy's body rapidly grew. At this moment, countless vegetation in the valley began to rapidly wither. The large trees and grass that had just grown rapidly also rapidly withered, as if their lives had been sucked out by the vine. Ka. The earth was turning into sand, and the essence of the earth was being extracted by the vines. Bang! Bang! In the valley, more and more vines emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of vines covered the entire valley. Moreover, they were getting thicker and more numerous. The desertified land spread out in all directions, extending out of the valley. In the distance, the forest withered and the earth turned into sand. "What's going on?" Meng Hongying exclaimed. Everyone quickly floated up. With Feng Yinyang's formation covering them, the outside world couldn't see what was happening inside. After a long while, the expansion of the desertified land finally stopped. In the valley, countless vines covered the sky, wrapping Yin Chuan within. In the center of the sea of vines, a monster appeared in front of Yin Chuan. It was a humanoid monster, but its body was made of plant roots. Its arms and legs were made of vines, and there were vines on its head. It controlled the sea of vines. Above its head was a pair of dark eyes. He seemed to be at a loss. It had some spirituality, but it lacked intelligence. "Poison Ivy, you have finally recovered the strength of your previous life," Yin Chuan said excitedly. The humanoid Poison Ivy quickly wrapped around Yin Chuan and rubbed against Yin Chuan, as though he was trying to curry favor with his master. "No, you have evolved more than in your previous life. Don't move." "There are few words on your chest this time." Yin Chuan immediately looked at Poison Ivy's chest in surprise. In front of Poison Ivy's chest, there was a line of words that seemed to have been formed by nature. "Unparalleled divine weapon, Vine Demon, 7th. Yin Chuan read the words on Poison Ivy's chest. Chapter 807. Outside Purple Heart Villa, Guyu Holy Sun stood among the crowd, frowning as he looked at the foggy Purple Heart Villa in the distance. Guyu Holy Sun arrived quickly. Before Meng Hongying arrived, Guyu Holy Sun had already hidden among the crowd. He saw some of it, but could not be sure that it was the great world-suppressing monument. Guyu Holy Sun watched quietly as the crowd discussed. In Purple Heart Villa, countless vines retracted back into the humanoid Vine Demon's body. Vine Demon of the Peerless Divine Weapon, 7th? Yin Chuan looked at the Vine Demon in confusion. Peerless Divine Weapon? It seems that you were created by a powerful immortal. Peerless Divine Weapon? Your 7th? Are there more? Yin Chuan frowned in surprise. Yeah. The humanoid Vine Demon shrunk rapidly and turned into a ginseng. It circled Yin Chuan for a while and finally rubbed against Yin Chuan's arm. "No matter how you came to be, since you're already mine, Yin Chuan, you're mine? Vine Demon? Since you're called Vine Demon, I'll call you Vine Demon from now on." Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Yeah. The Vine Demon cried out happily and shrunk again. It went into Yin Chuan's left wrist and formed a root pattern. Peerless Divine Weapon? Yin Chuan was delighted. Not only was he not injured by the heavenly punishment, but his cultivation had also increased to Tier 8 of the Divine Realm. The heaven-devouring Tao Scripture had also increased to Tier 3. The Vine Demon had also evolved to the state of his previous life. Yin Chuan was in a good mood. He waved his sleeves and walked out of the valley. The valley had completely turned into sand, but Yin Chuan did not care. He saw ZZ and Meng Hongying as soon as he walked out of the valley. ZZ's eyes flashed with worry, while Meng Hongying's eyes flashed with a complicated look. "Saintess Hongying, we meet again." Yin Chuan smiled. "Umph." Meng Hongying snorted coldly. Apparently, she still couldn't let go of Yin Chuan's sincerity that day at the hot spring. Or perhaps she still didn't treat him nicely because of her modesty. "Are you done?" ZZ asked worriedly. "Everything is fine." Yin Chuan nodded. At this time, Jin Deyu, Feng Yinyang, and Huo Guang also returned. Jin Deyu's cultivation was 2 realms higher than Yin Chuan's. Naturally, He could tell that Yin Chuan's cultivation was at the 8th tier of the god realm. Jin Dayu's jaw dropped. Was this a joke? His cultivation was growing too fast. ZZ, it's time for us to leave. Yin Chuan said. Yes. ZZ nodded. He's leaving just like that. Meng Hongying suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. I'm going home. ZZ smiled. Should I inform grandfather? Meng Hongying said, all of a sudden. There's no need. I've been here for more than 30 years, and I've never seen him. It doesn't matter if I don't see him now. ZZ shook her head. All right. Meng Hongying nodded. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Outyin. Outyin, holy son, regardless of the grudges between our parents, you and I are connected by blood. Once we're out of the arcane sacred grounds, we'll let you go immediately. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Good. All right. I wish you two a long, long life. Kong Outyin said excitedly. Yin Chuan waved at Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang nodded, and a white light shot up into the sky. Whoosh! The white light shot up into the sky as if it was a signal. The fog around them slowly dispersed. As the fog dispersed, the deserted ground was exposed. What's going on? Purple Heart Villa has turned into a desert? That's Holy Daughter Z. The man beside her is standing so close to her. Does he want to die? Chapter 808. Countless cultivators were in a heated discussion. Guyu Holy Sun squinted his eyes in the distant crowd. Yin Chuan, Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened slightly. Guyu Holy Sun had suffered a lot in the hands of Yin Chuan. He looked at Yin Chuan gloomily with exceptionally cold eyes. Just when many people were surprised, a flying boat suddenly flew over from afar and landed near Yin Chuan. Saintess Hongying, farewell. Yin Chuan led the crowd to bid farewell. Meng Hongying did not know why, but she still nodded her head calmly. Want to leave? Suddenly, a furious roar exploded in the void. Father, I'm here! Kong Outyin shouted excitedly. Whoosh! 10 figures abruptly appeared in the sky, and 9 of them were precisely the 9 void stage experts that had followed Yin Chuan for a few months, whereas the one in the lead wore a black robe, had a fair face, and his eyes emitted a faint light. Kong Xinshui. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Last time, it was the Merit Dharma Laksana. This time, it was his real body. If it was before, even if Kong Outyin was in his hands, Yin Chuan would be slightly worried. But now, with the resurrection of the Vine Demon, Yin Chuan finally had something to rely on. Greetings, Blooming Water Palace Master. Shouts came from all directions. Kong Xinshui looked coldly at the crowd in front of the flying boat. You still dare to come back? Kong Xinshui said coldly. I didn't expect that Palace Master Kong would come out to see me off while refining treasures in seclusion. Yin Chuan said with a smile. See you off? Ha. Leave your imperial seal and let my son go. Seeing that you are Kong Susu's son, I'll spare your life. Get out of the holy ground of the archaic sect. Kong Xinshui shouted coldly. Ha, my imperial seal? Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan's attitude. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. If you want my imperial seal, come to Dezhun. Yin Chuan said coldly. Kong Xinshui narrowed his eyes and released a powerful aura towards the crowd. Jin Dayu took a step forward, and a ferocious aura gushed forth. But in the end, his cultivation base was weaker than Kong Xuanshui's, and he couldn't gain the upper hand in terms of aura. Blooming Water Palace Master, why are you doing this? Meng Hongying suddenly stepped forward and shouted. Hongying, he's an outsider who kidnapped the Holy Sun. Why are you defending him? Kong Xinshui retorted coldly. They're just worried that the Blooming Water Hall Master isn't willing to let go. I believe in Yin Chuan's character. He said that he would release Proud Heaven's Holy Sun as soon as it is safe. Meng Hongying said, but I don't believe it. Kong Xinshui shook his head. If you don't believe it, I can go with them. After we leave the arcane sect, I will bring Proud Heaven's Holy Sun back. What do you think? Meng Hongying said with a frown. I don't want to trouble you with my business. Kong Xinshui refused to give up. You, Meng Hongying's face darkened. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Xianshui and said with a faint smile, Kong Xianshui, level 1 upper void stage. You just reached the upper void stage not long ago, right? Huh? Kong Xianshui narrowed his eyes. ZZ, let's go. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Go. You can't go. Kong Xianshui's face darkened. His body swayed, and he instantly grabbed at Yin Chuan. Boom! In the desert, a huge rattan as thick as a water bucket suddenly shot up into the sky. It was like a dragon, and it was swung at Kong Xianshui. Huh! Boom! Under the huge impact, a storm was set off, blowing the surrounding sandstorm into the sky. Kong Xianshui paused. His eyes flashed with surprise. Chapter 809. Kong Xianshui was not the only one. Almost everyone who knew Yin Chuan was shocked. The vines retreated back into the desert. No one knew where the vines came from, but they all knew that Yin Chuan had stopped Kong Xianshui. The ancient moon holy sun gaped at this scene in shock. Jin Dayu looked at Yin Chuan with admiration. At this moment, Jin Dayu no longer had any doubts about Yin Chuan's strength. How was that possible? Kong Xianshui was in disbelief. Father, don't worry. I will be back soon. Kong Outyin shouted. Although Kong Outyin was a lawless person, he still had a strong father-son relationship with his father. Did Kong Outyin notice that his father had not gained any advantage from the previous attack? What if his father was injured? No, I must save you. Kong Xianshui shook his head and said. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Xianshui and said with a smile, Tam Lang, let Kong Outyin go. Tam Lang was stunned. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Let Kong Outyin go? However, when they thought of the whip, they calmed down. Yes. Tan Lang immediately let Kong Outyin go. Kong Outyin felt quite shocked and flew away from Yin Chuan in confusion. Fa. Father? I am free. Kong Outyin said excitedly. Kong Xianshui looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Yin Chuan said indifferently. It's fine if I didn't know about Kong Outyin's bloodline, but since I know that Kong Outyin is related to me by blood, I, Yin Chuan, have no reason to use my relative as a hostage. If my son doesn't betray me, I won't betray him. If my son doesn't betray me, I will not betray him? Kong Outyin looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Did Yin Chuan mean that if you didn't do anything to me, I wouldn't do anything to you because we are relatives? Kong Outyin hated Yin Chuan, but at this moment he had mixed feelings. ZZ, let's go. Yin Chuan said to ZZ. Yes. ZZ nodded. Don't go, Kong Xianshui shouted. What? You still haven't given up on my imperial seal? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Kong Xianshui's expression was complicated. Finally, he said in a low voice, since you let my son go, as his uncle, I don't want your imperial seal. You can go, but she's not allowed to leave. Kong Xianshui pointed at ZZ coldly. ZZ, not allowed to leave? ZZ's eyes darkened. Yin Chuan stood in front of ZZ, his face cold. Blooming Waterhall Master, Saint Z was conferred by my grandfather. You can't control her. Meng Hongyin shouted again. Father, what are you doing? Let them go. Kong Outyin shouted in confusion. Father is doing this for your own good. Kong Xianshui frowned. For my own good? I don't want to. Father, she and Yin Chuan are husband and wife. Why do you want to keep her? Kong Outyin suddenly shouted. Husband and wife? Yin Chuan doesn't deserve her. Her husband can only be you. Kong Xianshui said in a deep voice. I don't want to. I don't want to be a plague. Father, I don't want to. Kong Outyin exclaimed. The surrounding people. Was there an internal conflict between the father and son? Slap. Kong Xianshui slapped Kong Outyin's face. After the slap, Kong Xianshui regretted it. It was also the first time that Kong Outyin was slapped by his father. He covered his mouth. His eyes filled with disbelief and tears gushed out. Father, you hit me. Sob, sob. Mother, father hit me. Kong Outyin cried. The surrounding cultivators were speechless. Kong Outyin's temperament was too exaggerated. Now, he was crying for his dead mother. Kong Xianshui persuaded in a low voice. Out Yin, how could I harm you? Do you know what ZZ's fate is? In order to give birth to this fate, I've done many things to make ZZ's parents marry each other. It's all for you, for you. Kong Xianshui controlled his voice so that others couldn't hear him. They all thought that Kong Xianshui was comforting his son. With such a father, many cultivators were envious. For me, Kong Outyin wiped his tears and asked in confusion, "That's right. You also have a special physique. When I found out about your physique, I spent a lot of effort to find the fate of ZZ's parents. You must get her. My son will become the pride of the Kong family. Those old guys will support Kong Moku. Emperor Moku? Oof. My son's future achievements will not be inferior to his." Kong Xianshui comforted in a low voice. Chapter 8:10. While Kong Xianshui was persuading his son, Yin Chuan ordered Zizi, Huguang, and the rest aboard the airship. Kong Xianshui glanced at the airship and said angrily, "I said, no one is allowed to leave." Whoosh! A powerful aura spread out and blocked the airship. Yin Chuan walked behind Kong Xianshui and said coldly, "Hull Master Kong, are you suppressing some kind of treasure?" "Eh." Kong Xuanshui's face darkened. "Your attack just now was not at the level of an upper void realm cultivator. You can't stop us if you don't give up on suppressing the treasure. ZZ is my wife. No one can stop me if I want to take her away." Yin Chuan said, "Ridiculous. You think you can stop me just because you have a pseudo-immortal weapon? So what if it's a pseudo-immortal weapon? You can't control it." Kong Xianshui said coldly. "You could give it a try." Yin Chuan's eyes were cold as he refused to back down. "Attack!" Kong Xianshui shouted at the 9 Middle Void Realm cultivators. As he spoke, Kong Xianshui slapped out with his palm. A gigantic black palm print pressed down on Yin Chuan. The sea of sand seemed to have exploded. A dragon-shaped giant vine rushed out from the sea of sand and swung at the black handprint. Boom! The giant vine smashed the giant handprint and slashed at Kong Xianshui. "Eh." Kong Xianshui narrowed his eyes and reached out his hand to grab the sky. Boom! A huge handprint caught the dragon-shaped giant vine. Kong Xianshui restrained the giant vine in an instant. He clenched his fist, and the giant vine was suddenly deformed. He was proud of himself. Suddenly, the sea of sand exploded again. 3 dragon-shaped giant vines rushed out from the sea of sand and swung at Kong Xianshui. "There are more?" Kong Xianshui's face changed. 3 giant vines swung at Kong Xianshui. Yin Chuan also had a giant vine under his feet. Yin Chuan floated up slowly. The 9 Middle Void Realm cultivators rushed at the airship. "Let's see who dares to come." Zizi suddenly took a step forward, a trace of gloominess flashing in her eyes. The 9 Middle Void Stage experts' complexions changed, and their bodies came to a halt. They were well aware of how terrifying ZZ was. One of the Middle Void Stage cultivators had even personally experienced it. That was a Middle Void Stage cultivator. After he had contradicted ZZ, he had been unlucky for more than a month. Even his loving wife had eloped with a mortal. It was a great humiliation and an eternal nightmare. Now that ZZ had taken a step forward, the 9 intermediate Void Stage experts didn't dare to take a step forward. This Saint Lady ZZ was too strange. Boom! On the other side, the 3 vines collided with Kong Xianshui. Kong Xianshui struck out 3 palms and blocked the 3 giant vines. However, Kong Xuanshui's step of capturing Yin Chuan was stopped instantly. "Hull Master Kong, take out the treasure that you're suppressing. Otherwise, you won't be able to stop me today. I can see that at least 70% of your strength is suppressing that treasure," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Kong Xianshui looked coldly at Yin Chuan and then at ZZ. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. "That's right. If you don't take it out, I can't do anything to you. If you take it out, I can only use it once. In that case, I'll take out ZZ's birth chart," Kong Xianshui said coldly. "What did you say?" Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Everyone only had one birth chart. If one's birth chart was taken out, he would definitely die. I'm the one who brought ZZ into this world. Without me, her parents wouldn't have gotten married. Her birth chart is mine, Kong Xianshui said coldly. Chapter 811. Meng Hongying's expression changed. Hall Master Kong, what did you say? You're the one who facilitated the marriage of ZZ's parents? They're both members of the Meng family. The marriage of a brother and sister is intolerable in the secular world. Grandfather is under a lot of pressure because of this. So, you're the one who facilitated it. Oof. Kong Xuanshui's eyes turned cold. My grandfather won't let you off from meddling in the affairs of the Meng family. Gui Hall? It's useless even if you're the Gui Shan Hall master. Meng Hongying rebuked angrily. Do you think I care? Kong Xianshui said coldly. Meng Hongying's eyelids twitched. She saw madness in Kong Xuanshui's eyes. Kong Xianshui was willing to give up the position of Gui Shan Hall master for ZZ's birth chart. Kong Xianshui stared at Yin Chuan. Since you want to see my full strength, then go ahead. That treasure is really good to use against you. None of you can leave, Kong Xianshui said coldly. Kong Xianshui reached out and took out a black treasure from his sleeve. The treasure grew bigger and bigger. It was surrounded by black water. Kong Xianshui kept injecting black energy into the treasure to suppress it. Before the treasure appeared, Yin Chuan could already feel a strong poisonous aura. Rumble. The black water slowly retreated. The poisonous aura swept in all directions. Countless cultivators were suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. The poisonous aura was even more terrifying than the divine punishment from before. Yin Chuan's eyes turned serious. ZZ stood beside Yin Chuan worriedly. Yin Chuan immediately shielded ZZ behind him. The desert below Yin Chuan's feet moved. More and more giant vines lurked out from below. Yin Chuan was waiting for the right moment. What a powerful, poisonous aura, Jin Dayu said in shock. The black water slowly retreated, revealing a huge stone tablet. There were 4 words on it: Great Boundary Suppressing Steel. Great Boundary Suppressing Steel? Meng Hongying exclaimed. Kong Xianshui said coldly. That's right, the Great Stabilizing Boundary Monument. I took it for ZZ's fate. It's a powerful treasure. I haven't been able to refine it for a few years, but it's the only thing that can protect ZZ's fate. It's mine, nobody can touch it. Feel the great suppressing world steel. Kong Xianshui sneered. The huge stone tablet fell from the sky and pressed down. Boom! The void wrinkled, as if a hurricane was pressing down. The great world suppressing steel stirred up a boundless sandstorm. The great heavenly seal. Yin Chuan's face sank, and the imperial seal soared into the sky. Hong! The great heavenly seal and great world suppressing steel collided loudly. A gust of wind suddenly blew in all directions. Although the great heavenly seal's materials were strong, it was a pity that Yin Chuan's strength was ultimately too weak. Ka ka ka! The great heavenly imperial seal was slowly being pressed down. Boom! 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 In the desert, 9 huge vines suddenly shot up into the sky and blocked the great heavenly seal. Unfortunately, the great world suppressing steel was too powerful. The great heavenly seal was still being pressed down slowly. More importantly, there was a poisonous aura that was directed at everyone. For a moment, Meng Hongying, Jin Diyu, and the others found it difficult to move. As the great world suppressing steel sank, the suppression around them increased by 10%. What's wrong? Meng Hongying was shocked. The great world suppressing steel is activated by me, an upper void stage martial artist. You won't be able to break free. Kong Xuanshui's eyes flashed maliciously. Rise! Yin Chuan shouted angrily. Chapter 812. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 100 huge vines shot out of the desert, heading straight for the great heavenly seal. The great heavenly seal's descent stopped abruptly. Boom! The great heavenly seal was no longer sinking. Eh. Kong Xuanshui's face darkened. You have a lot of treasures? It's a pity that you don't deserve to have them. Kong Xuanshui's eyes flashed with greed. Be it the great heavenly seal or the giant vines, Kong Xianshui could tell that they were extraordinary. Otherwise, how could they stop the great world-suppressing monument? Just as Kong Xianshui was about to strike again, "How dare you, Kong Xianshui?" Someone shouted from afar. Kong Xianshui turned around. It was Guyu Holy Sun. He held a scroll in his hand and looked at Kong Xianshui with a gloomy face. Guyu Holy Sun? Kong Xuanshui's face changed. How dare you, Kong Xianshui? The great revelation, Saint Lord placed the great world-suppressing monument. How dare you touch it? Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Kong Xuanshui's face changed. How is this possible? How can it be so fast? How does Jingming know about it? Kong Xianshui panicked. This is the decree of the great Saint Lord. Kong Xianshui, hand over the great world-suppressing monument and surrender. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Guyu Holy Sun wanted to wait until Yin Chuan was at a disadvantage. However, the great heavenly seal and the great world-suppressing monument were in a stalemate. Guyu Holy Sun did not dare to wait. If anything happened to the great world-suppressing monument, the great Saint Lord would blame him. He had no choice but to shout. Yin Chuan looked into the distance in shock. When Guyu Holy Sun took out the decree, Kong Xianshui panicked. Was he panicking? He was an upper void stage expert and the temple master of the divine sect's holy land. Why would he panic? It seems like I can't hide it from them. Jingming? Jingming? What a powerful technique. Hand over the great world-suppressing monument? No, I'm about to succeed. I must get the purple birth chart. I must. Kong Xianshui said with a hint of madness. Jingming was hundreds of millions of miles away, and ZZ's fate was right in front of him. How could he give it up? How could he give up now? Wait a little longer. After I obtain ZZ's fate, I will put the great world-suppressing steel back to its original place. At that time, I will go to the great revelation, sacred ground, to ask for forgiveness. Kong Xianshui shouted. Guyu Holy Sun sneered. Ask for forgiveness? It was too late. Who in the world would dare to touch the Saint Lord's belongings? You're the only one who doesn't know what death is. The Holy Lord has decreed that whoever steals the tablet will be executed on the spot. Anyone who dares to resist will have their entire family wiped out. Guyu Holy Sun shouted coldly. Tablet robbers executed on the spot? Anyone who dares to resist will have their entire family wiped out? No, Jingming, she won't let me live. She didn't even leave him a way out. Kong Xianshui panicked. This kind of panic made Yin Chuan very confused. The world was so big. If you can't beat Jingming, can't you just run away? Why was he so afraid? Was Jingming really that scary? Millions of miles away. Just a name and you're so scared? You're at the upper void realm. Can't you have some backbone? Kong Xianshui, hurry up and accept the decree. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. As soon as Guyu Holy Sun shouted, Kong Xuanshui's face was filled with sorrow. He then looked at Kong Outyin. Father? Kong Outyin was confused as to why his father was panicking. Seeing his son, Kong Xuanshui's face was filled with love. Then his eyes narrowed. If Jingming says so, I will definitely die. Outyin, before I die, I will do something for you. I will help you obtain ZZ's fate. Kong Xianshui said solemnly. Father? What's wrong? Kong Outyin asked in panic. Kong Xianshui did not say a word. Instead, a large amount of black gas gushed out from his body, and a large amount of merits surrounded him. Great world-suppressing steel, suppress. Kong Xianshui used all his strength to activate the great world-suppressing steel. A powerful force pressed against the great heavenly seal. How dare you? Suddenly, a woman's cold shout came from the void. Her voice was filled with arrogance. This shout caused the hearts of countless cultivators in the surroundings to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators were even forced to their knees by this domineering shout. Chapter 8:13. How dare you? Above the void, a woman's cold voice was heard. Her voice was filled with a domineering aura. This shout caused the hearts of countless cultivators in the surroundings to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators were even forced to their knees by this domineering shout. Buzz, the great suppressing boundary steel, trembled as if it was responding to the voice. Just the voice alone was enough to make everyone's heart tremble. Yinchuan raised his head. His pupils shrunk. Kong Xianshui was even more panic-stricken. This voice. Others might not know, but Kong Xianshui had heard of it before. Jingming? Jingming's voice. Jingming was here? Kong Xianshui was shocked. He turned his head to look. The voice came from Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun had already kneeled down. The decree in his hand floated in the air. The voice came from the decree. The decree slowly floated in the air, and the golden decree slowly unfolded. After unfolding, there were no words on the decree, only a royal seal. On the seal were the words, "Blessed by the heavens, long life and prosperity." Blessed by the heavens, long life and prosperity? Yinchuan raised his eyebrows. These words are the imperial seal of the world, the imperial seal of the emperor. But Jingming was the lord of the Holy Land, not the emperor. Why did she use the imperial seal? Greetings, great sacred lord. Countless cultivators bowed. The decree floated in the air, and the great suppressing boundary steel was no longer under Kong Xuanshui's control. Kong Xianshui panicked. Looking at the decree, his face was pale and bloodless. Holy Land of Divine Sect, Gui Shui Palace Lord, Kong Xianshui greets great sacred lord. Kong Xianshui said respectfully. When I placed the great suppressing boundary steel, I had already announced it to the world. Kong Xianshui, you dare to go against my will? The decree said coldly. The voice was filled with majesty. It was a domineering aura. Kong Xianshui panicked and said, "Great sacred lord, I was impulsive. Please be lenient. You knowingly committed a crime. Seeing that you are remorseful, I will be lenient. You kill yourself." The decree floated in the air and said, "You kill yourself?" The tone was as if it was a great favor. But at this moment, countless people were shocked. Kong Xianshui was at the upper void stage. Even if he was at the first level of the upper void stage, he was still at the upper void stage. Jingming asked him to kill himself? Kill himself? Even Yinchuan could feel Jingming's domineering aura. Hundreds of millions of miles away, a decree came, and an upper void stage cultivator was asked to commit suicide? How domineering was that? Father, Kong Outyin panicked. Kong Xianshui. Reaching out his hand, Kong Xianshui took out a jade slip and shoved it into Kong Outyin's hand. Scram! It's all because of you, you unfilial son. I wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Kong Xianshui shouted. Father, what are you waiting for? I'm not leaving. You guys take this bastard away. Even if I die, I don't want to see him. Kong Xianshui shouted at the Middle Void Realm cultivators. Yes, the Middle Void Realm cultivators replied. Kong Xianshui Xiong Outyin. He was protecting Kong Outyin. The 9 Middle Void Realm cultivators grabbed Kong Outyin and flew away quickly. Father, Father, Kong Outyin shouted. But how could he be a match for the 9 Middle Void Realm cultivators? They disappeared in the blink of an eye. The decree said again, your bloodline is gone. Kong Xianshui, why don't you kill yourself? Chapter 8:14. Jingming was forcing Kong Xianshui to commit suicide? Countless cultivators looked at the sky, but no one dared to say anything. No one from the divine sects and sacred grounds came out to stop them. The title of the strongest person in the world was so powerful. Kong Xianshui looked at the decree, and his expression changed. Great sacred lord, Kong Xianshui knows your name, and I have seen your methods. Commit suicide? Kong Xianshui does not dare to resist, but in the face of life and death, I have to fight for it. Kong Xianshui said to the decree. Jing Ming's angry snort came from the decree. Sorry, Kong Xianshui shouted. Whoosh! Then, Kong Xianshui did not dare to hesitate. He took a step forward and rushed in the opposite direction of Kong Outyin. Run! Kong Xianshui could not resist when he was asked to commit suicide. In the face of death, Kong Xianshui could only choose to run, even if he had to hide in a corner. Whoosh! The speed of an upper void realm expert was astonishing. He turned into a stream of light and reached the horizon. In front of my decree, you think you can run? Jing Ming's cold snort came from the decree, and the decree suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light. Bang! It was like a sun, illuminating everything in the world. Yinchuan saw clearly that under the endless light, a golden palm reached out from the decree and grabbed at the direction where Kong Xianshui was running. As soon as the golden palm struck out, its power was immense. If the heavenly retribution's aura was strong before, then this palm's aura was 10 times stronger. Under this aura, countless cultivators were frightened from the bottom of their hearts. A large number of cultivators knelt down. Boom! The palm reached into the horizon and grabbed the escaping Kong Xianshui. No, this is just a decree. How can you catch me from 10,000 miles away? Can you catch me from the great sacred ground from billions of miles away? No. Kong Xuanshui's voice came from the horizon. His voice was filled with endless sorrow and hatred. Those who go against my decree die. An angry roar came from the void. Rumble! In the horizon, an extremely intense flame rushed to the sky, as if another sun had risen from the horizon. The giant palm turned into a sun and trapped Kong Xianshui. Ah! Kong Xuanshui's miserable scream came from the horizon. The faces of countless cultivators twitched as if they could not believe what they saw. They also felt even more reverence for the great light holy master, who was billions of kilometers away. Yinchuan raised his eyebrows. He was also surprised. Jing Ming's means were completely out of his expectation. How could he kill Kong Xianshui with just a decree from hundreds of millions of miles away? Even in Yinchuan's previous life, he hadn't been able to achieve this level of strength. The most powerful person in the world? Jing Ming? For the first time, Yinchuan paid attention to Jing Ming. It was the grandson primordial flame that burned Kong Xianshui. Jin Daiyu's expression changed. Kong Xuanshui's blood-curdling screams didn't stop for a full breath of time. Boom! The flames in the distance dispersed, and Kong Xianshui turned into ashes, unable to resist. In front of Jing Ting, even an upper void stage expert was unable to resist. In the distance, Guyu Holy Sun's eyes flashed with endless worship. The golden light dissipated. The decree was still floating in the sky. Yinchuan kept the great heavenly seal and the giant vine at the right time. The decree was high up in the sky and suddenly faced the west. The divine world of the divine sect's sacred ground? Everyone in the divine world, listen up. Put the great boundary suppressing steel back where it was. If anyone steals it again, I will wash the divine sect's sacred ground with blood. The surrounding cultivators were stunned. Was this a threat? Wash the divine sect's sacred ground with blood? That was too overbearing. In the west, the void trembled slightly in response to Jing Ting's words. Don't worry, Holy Master Jing. My sect will send people to guard you. The great boundary suppressing steel will never be stolen again. An old voice came from the divine world. Jing Ting's voice sounded satisfied. Guyu, Jing Ting's voice came from the decree. Present. Guyu Holy Sun said respectfully. Put the great boundary suppressing steel back where it was and put this decree aside. Jing Ting's voice said. Yes, Your Majesty. Guyu Holy Sun said respectfully. The decree slowly floated to Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun received it respectfully. At the same time, he flew carefully toward the great boundary suppressing steel and grabbed it. Jing Ting's aura disappeared, but the surrounding cultivators were still in a daze. Many of them even forgot to get up from their kneeling. Jing Ting had just threatened the entire divine sect's sacred ground. But none of the divine world's experts had any thoughts of resistance. They had even guaranteed it again and again. Jingting's prestige was too strong. The divine sex, sacred ground, and the Dazhao, sacred ground, should be on the same level. Why did it seem like the Dazhao, sacred ground, was superior? Everyone was shocked, but no one dared to say anything. The scene just now still shocked everyone. The divine sex palace master had been killed by Jing Ting in front of his home, but no one in the divine world dared to stand up for him. The strongest person in the world? Not to mention the countless kneeling cultivators. Even Yin Chuan and his group were extremely shocked. How domineering! Meng Hongying's eyes flashed with shock. Yin Chuan was the same, but Yin Chuan was more excited. An inexplicable excitement. An expert? An expert could not suppress Yin Chuan's ambition. On the contrary, it could stimulate Yin Chuan's ambition. One day, he would be able to make all sects submit to him with a single command. Hiding the determination in his eyes, Yin Chuan looked at ZZ and said, "Let's go. Let's continue our journey." ZZ nodded. Everyone slowly boarded the flying boat. "Saint Hongying, we'll meet again," Yin Chuan said to Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying looked at everyone and felt a little disappointed, but she still nodded calmly. The flying boat rose into the air and flew slowly towards the East Divine Continent. At this moment, no one could stop them. "Father, father!" In a forest far away, Kong Outyin cried out in grief. "Young master, the old master has passed away. Please don't be sad," a middle void realm elder said. "Young master, my father is dead. Will you still protect me? I have offended all of you in the past." Kong Outyin looked at everyone. After being kidnapped by Yin Chuan for a period of time, Kong Outyin's playboy nature had been beaten down. Now that his father was dead, Kong Outyin was even more terrified. The 9 of them suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Kong Outyin. "Young master, although we are from the 10th God Hall, we have another identity. We are the servants of the Kong family, responsible for the rise of the young master's bloodline. The old master is dead. From now on, you are the new master," the leading elder said solemnly. "We pledge our lives to protect the young master." Everyone shouted in unison. "The Kong family? Is the Kong family powerful?" Kong Outyin wiped his tears and said, Chapter 815. 1 year later, in a forest, ZZ, Huaguang, Jin Diyu, and Feng Yinyang were guarding the area. In the center, Yin Chuan was facing the rolling heavenly wrath. He opened his mouth and swallowed it all. Although Jin Diyu, Huaguang, and Feng Yinyang had conflicted expressions on their faces, in the end, they accepted this inconceivable matter. Rumble! The rolling heavenly wrath was absorbed by Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's body was surrounded by electric arcs. Everyone flew onto the flying boat and felt depressed, because the stimulation just now seemed to be too great. This was not the first time. Along the way, Yin Chuan had swallowed the heavenly wrath many times. Yin Chuan entered the main hall and digested it for a while. Then he walked out of the main hall again. ZZ was guarding the main hall. A trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. "ZZ, you don't have to worry anymore," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Did you break through this time?" ZZ asked. "I'm still in the 10th tier of the divine realm. I can't break through anymore." Yin Chuan shook his head. The two walked to the bow of the boat. They looked at the scenery around them. "Are you really okay?" ZZ asked worriedly. "Don't worry," he said. "Heavenly lightning body tempering is something that comes from the inside out. Like I said, you might not be important in the eyes of others, but to me, you are my lucky star. Look, my cultivation base is soaring. I'm already in the full circle of the divine realm. I just need an opportunity to break through to the emptiness realm." Yin Chuan hugged ZZ and sat on a chair at the bow of the boat. Rumble! The heavenly wrath followed again. But now, Yin Chuan had already gotten used to it. ZZ looked at the sky and was still worried. "Don't worry. I've already gotten used to this level of heavenly wrath. It won't strike anymore. I know it's useless," Yin Chuan said with a smile. Seeing that the heavenly wrath surrounded them but did not strike, ZZ was relieved. You've already swallowed the heavenly wrath several times. Is your cultivation really unable to increase anymore? ZZ asked with a frown. I need luck. Of course, if there is an even stronger heavenly punishment, I might be able to break through again. Yin Chuan smiled. Even more powerful? ZZ was slightly stunned. For example, Yin Chuan whispered in ZZ's ear. ZZ's face immediately turned red. No, not now. ZZ immediately shook her head. All right, then we'll talk about it in Beijing. Yin Chuan said gently. No, not even in Beijing. ZZ suddenly shook her head. The divine retribution is already so great in our current state. But if it's really as you said, then the divine retribution will definitely be even stronger, and it might even be a destructive divine retribution. No, not now. What will I do if something happens to you? ZZ immediately shook her head. Take your time, okay? Wait until your cultivation is a little higher, then be a little stronger. ZZ advised gently. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. Since ZZ was unwilling, Yin Chuan would not force her. Moreover, ZZ was doing this for Yin Chuan's sake. The two sat at the bow and watched the sun rise slowly in the east. The scene was extremely mesmerizing. ZZ gently leaned into Yin Chuan's embrace. At this moment, ZZ's eyes were filled with sweetness. Looking at the rising sun, it was as if she saw the hope of life. The darkest moment before dawn had finally passed. Now, she was no longer lonely. What followed was happiness. ZZ looked at the rising sun happily. Yin Chuan leaned his face against ZZ's hair, and a sense of peace suddenly arose in his heart. The flying ship flew as if time had stopped. The two of them sat quietly at the bow of the ship. The officials around them did not disturb them, each doing their own thing. The flying ship continued to fly toward Dijon. Chapter 8:16. Just as the two of them were in bliss. Buzz! The void in front of Yin Chuan suddenly trembled. The two of them frowned. Whoosh! A formation appeared in the trembling void, and a palm-sized figure suddenly appeared above the light. Meow! An excited meow suddenly sounded. Whoosh! An extremely cute kitten appeared in front of them. Meow! ZZ's face immediately lit up with joy. ZZ quickly went forward and hugged Meow. Meow and Yin Chuan had signed a clan contract. Meow could teleport to Yin Chuan from anywhere through the clan contract. Last time, she had followed Mou Shi to the Dezhao sacred ground to eat immortal stones. This time, she suddenly came. Sister ZZ? Meow Meow called out excitedly. Immediately, Meow jumped into ZZ's arms. Meow could be like a top bull. Similarly, she did not feel the curse on ZZ's body at all. Meow, why are you here? ZZ asked excitedly. I'm looking for Delu and Yin Chuan. Why are you here too? Yin Chuan took you home. Meow said excitedly. ZZ nodded, and a trace of happiness flashed across her face. You're finally willing to come back. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh, Meow, where did you go? ZZ asked curiously. I went to Sister Mo's place. She treated me to immortal stones. Meow. Meow said with a trace of greed as she recalled the aftertaste. Mou Shi? ZZ's expression suddenly changed. Meow. Meow nodded. ZZ's expression flickered slightly, but she did not say anything. Instead, she flipped her hand and took out a purple stone from her stored treasure. The stone emitted a beautiful mist. Meow, this is for you, ZZ said. Meow, it's even bigger than Sister Mo's immortal stone, Meow. Meow excitedly hugged it. When ZZ heard that her immortal stone was bigger than the one Mou she gave to Meow, her face lit up with joy. ZZ, don't spoil Meow too much. Yin Chuan laughed. I'm happy to. ZZ pouted. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Meow. Big hooligan. Big baddie. Big sister ZZ gave it to me, not to you. Meow immediately bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yin Chuan. Of course, this baring of fangs and brandishing of claws was not intimidating at all. It It was more adorable. Yin Chuan looked at Meow, amused. Meow. That's right, big baddie. Stingy guy. If it wasn't for big sister ZZ, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Sister Imo asked me to bring you a letter. Meow cried. As she spoke, she took out an envelope from her felt hat and threw it to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan took it. He was slightly surprised. ZZ, who was holding Meow, saw the letter and was slightly moved. But she still said, I'll take Meow to walk around the ship. I haven't seen Meow for a long time. Looking at ZZ, Yin Chuan nodded, but his heart was filled with gratitude and relief. Soon, Yin Chuan was left alone at the bow of the ship. Looking at the letter, Yin Chuan thought for a while and opened it. Looking at the contents of the letter, his expression suddenly froze. He became serious. Yin Chuan read the contents of the letter again and again. After reading it over and over again, Yin Chuan put away the letter, and his expression became extremely serious. Looking at the sun in the distance, Yin Chuan fell into deep thought. Tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the chair, Yin Chuan seemed to be thinking about something. On the other side, ZZ took Meow to walk around and said, Meow, tell me what interesting things you've encountered in these years, okay? And what did you see in the Dezhou holy ground? That Mou she, what kind of person is she? Chapter 817. Okay. Meow Meow said, hugging the immortal stone in her arms. Overwhelmed with happiness, she agreed without even thinking about it. Yin Chuan remained silent for a while. Stop the ship, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. The soldiers' voices came from afar. Call everyone over. Yin Chuan's face turned solemn. Yes. Soon, Huguang, Feng Yinyang, Jin Deyu, Ten Lang, ZZ, and even Meow arrived before Yin Chuan. ZZ, I might have to go to the Dezhou, sacred ground. Yin Chuan said seriously. What happened? ZZ asked worriedly. Yes. Not only did something happen, but the entire world might change. Yin Chuan said seriously. Great change in the world. Everyone was surprised. Can you go back to Beijing with Huguang and the others? Yin Chuan asked. Zizi nodded when she saw Yin Chuan's serious expression. Okay, I'll wait for you in Beijing. Your Majesty? What happened? Huguang asked curiously. Something big is about to happen. Jin Deyu, follow me to the Dezhou, sacred ground, immediately. Everyone else, return to Beijing. I'll write a letter to Yifeng later to explain some things. Perhaps it won't be long before the Great Zhen Empire becomes an emperor empire. Huguang, when you return, train the troops and prepare them to the highest possible condition. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Huguang replied. Feng Yinyang, I've mentioned the feng shui construction of Dezhou dynasty to you many times over the years. When we go back, I'll give you a handwritten order to get Yifeng to cooperate with you. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Feng Yinyang nodded. Your Majesty, will your trip be dangerous? Huguang asked worriedly. With Jin Dayu accompanying us, you don't have to worry. Yin Chuan said. Don't worry, Lord Hua. You don't have to worry about His Majesty's strength. I will definitely ensure His Majesty's safety. Jin Dayu guaranteed. Also, Huguang, go and see Bai Ditian when you reach Yinjing. Ask him to meet me at the Great Zhao Sacred Ground. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meow. What about me? Meow asked excitedly. You? Stay behind and protect ZZ. If anything happens to ZZ, you can inform me immediately. Yin Chuan said. Meow. Meow is obviously unwilling to give up. Your mission is the most important. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. Meow. Meow was finally satisfied. ZZ's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude, but quickly turned into a trace of tenderness. Yin Chuan organized a batch of imperial edicts and asked Huguang to bring them back. Jin Dayu returned to his room alone. After a while, he walked out. Jin Dayu, let's go. Yin Chuan said, Your Majesty, I have a secret technique here that I can give to the Empress. Jin Dayu said, Oh, this is a secret technique passed down by my ancestors. It requires a special physique. I think that the Empress's fate is really the best. This should be a type of curse-type sorcery. Jean Diu handed over a scroll made of animal skin. Oh, Yao art? Yin Chuan took it. A thread of curiosity flashed through Yin Chuan's eyes. Nailhead 7 Arrows book, Jean Diu said. Yin Chuan quickly skimmed through it. After reading it, his eyes lit up. Jean Diu, I accept this gift. I will compensate you in the future, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Jean Diu smiled and did not say much. Yin Chuan handed the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to ZZ. Take a look. If you are interested, you can study it. ZZ nodded. Jean Diu, let's go. Yin Chuan stepped out of the airship. Jean Diu's body swayed and turned into a giant golden crow. Your Majesty, get on my back. Wah! The golden crow carried Yin Chuan. With a flap of its wings, it shot into the distance and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 818. East Divine Continent, Dazhao, Sacred Ground. In a great hall, Mo Yushi sat with Qing Long and the others. Mo Yushi drank tea with a worried expression. Qing Long and the others stood behind her. Clang! The door of the great hall opened, and Mr. Monroe stepped into the hall. Then the door closed again. Mr. Monroe, how are things now? Mo Yushi asked as she put down her teacup. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. I've dealt with those people. Phew! Qing Long and the others sighed in relief. Holy Lady, how did such a big thing happen this time? Wen Ruo asked worriedly. Sigh, I don't know either. Mo Yushi said with a complicated expression. Someone must be trying to frame you, Holy Lady. However, the evidence is conclusive. So many people died, including the Holy Son and Holy Lady. Even if you're the Holy Lady, you can't escape the blame. Wen Ruo said worriedly. Mo Yushi shook her head. They can't do anything to me. Oh, Mr. Monroe looked puzzled. Thank you, Mr. Monroe. I won't hide it from you. When my father was alive, he gave me a token. With this token, I can contact the Holy Lord directly. No matter how big a mistake I make, the Holy Lord will protect me. Mo Yushi took a deep breath. Token? The Holy Lord? How is that possible? The Sacred Lord basically doesn't care about the great revelation, Sacred Ground. Even the death of the Sacred Son and Sacred Daughter. No, your father is a Tao Lord. Back then, the Sacred Lord didn't pay much attention to it. It was the other people in the sect who took revenge. Why would the Holy Lord protect you personally? Mr. Monroe was puzzled. I'm not sure either, but I believe in my father. Although I can't see the Holy Master, as long as I give the token to Shangwan Wana, she should be able to introduce me to him. MOU, she said with a frown. Shangwan Wana. Mr. Monroe fell into deep thought. Shangwan Wana doesn't have a Dharma seat in the sect, but she's the Holy Lord's most trusted person. The Holy Lord spends most of his time in seclusion, but the Holy Lord has given all the power in the sect to Shangwan Wana. Even the other two Taoist lords aren't as powerful as her. Shangwan Wana keeps a very low profile, but I can tell that she cares a lot about you. Mr. Monroe said thoughtfully, I believe, Father. With this command medallion, I'll definitely be safe. But I keep feeling that there's some other scheme behind this. Why would someone want to frame me? Moreover, it was so tragic. If we don't get to the bottom of this, I'm afraid that even if Holy Master can protect me, I will continue to fall into this trap. MOU, she said solemnly. But those corpses have all been buried by them. There's no way to investigate now. The Saintess was also unconscious at that time. There's no evidence. Mr. Monroe said with a frown. Let's wait a little longer. He'll be here soon. MOU, she sighed softly. Him? Yin Chuan? When Ruo asked doubtfully. MOU, she nodded. But this just happened. Even if we inform Yin Chuan, it'll take a long time. When Ruo said with a frown. No, more than a year ago. Because of other matters, I've already informed him. He should have been here more than a year ago. MOU, she said. Other matters? Mr. Monroe's expression changed, but he nodded in the end. I can see that the Taoist lords of Sun and Moon have been acting very strangely in the past 2 years. I got the news from Shangwan Waner. Shangwan Waner told me to, so, and Mo Yu, she was a little troubled. Chapter 819. Ha, I understand. Saintess, you don't have to take it to heart. I'm still an outsider. When Ruo shook her head, the great Zhao's sacred ground, Yin Chuan and Jin Diyu landed on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance at the sky filled with golden light. There was a huge mountain in the center, and the sky was filled with rolling merits. The sea of merits covered the sky and covered dozens of mountains. At the top of the sea of merits, there were thousands of human-shaped merits condensed from merits. Is this the great Zhao sacred ground sea of merits and thousands of Dharma idols? Jin Diyu frowned. The thousands of Dharma idols corresponded to the thousands of experts in the great Zhao sacred ground. Yin Chuan looked at the center. There were 3 figures. Yin Chuan recognized one on the left and one on the right. They were Mohina Dojin and Dao Lord Yu. The Dharma idols of the 2 Dao lords and thousands of Dharma idols bowed to the figure in the center. It was a woman in a luxurious robe. The woman sat on a throne. Her face was blurry, but she exuded a domineering aura. Jingming, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, the #1 city in the world, Great Zhou City, is in front. Jin Diyu said, Great Zhou City? The city lord is Mr. Monroe. Let's go. We'll enter the city first and ask around. Yin Chuan said, yes. The 2 of them leaped and flew to the crowded city in the distance. This city did not have a city wall and did not need one. Who would dare to invade the city of the great Zhao sacred ground? Moreover, it was close to Jingming, who would not want to live and attack the city. Great Jin Dynasty, Yinjing. Bai Ditian's Tiger God Temple. Hua Guang handed a letter to Bai Ditian. Supremacy Bai, His Majesty asked me to give this to you. He wants you to set off for the great Zhao sacred ground immediately. Hua Guang said solemnly. Bai Ditian read the contents of the letter. As he read, his eyes gradually narrowed. Jingming Shatian, Bai Ditian's pupils constricted. Shatian, Hua Guang did not understand. That's not right. It shouldn't be as simple as killing the heavens. Bai Ditian immediately frowned as he paced back and forth in the hall. Supremacy Bai, His Majesty has asked you to go as soon as possible. Hua Guang said. Bai Ditian nodded and said, I understand. I will go. Hua Guang, during this period, maintained the state of the great Jin army. Something big might happen soon. I know. His Majesty has already given the order. Hua Guang shouted. Yes, I'll leave for the great Zhao sacred ground. Go ahead, Bai Ditian said. All right. After Hua Guang left, Bai Ditian continued to walk in the hall. The most powerful person in the world? Kill the heavens? How bold! Southern Divine Continent. What a tragedy. Inside a large hall, King Guai sat on the 9 dragons' heavenly throne as he looked at the court. A skeleton walked in the middle. Reporting to your Majesty, the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, and 3rd Legion have already annihilated the 3 middle-level sects. The army will continue to expand. King Guai nodded. At this moment, Li Sanghai also stepped forward. Your Majesty, the ghostly soldiers from the netherworld are constantly being deployed into the living world. Our great Zhao sacred ground has become the norm. The day of unifying the Southern Divine Continent is just around the corner. Li Sanghai said respectfully. Good. King Guai nodded. King Guai looked at the court and said, I will set off for the great Zhao sacred ground 3 days later. I will fight in Jingming Shatian. While I'm not around, Li Sanghai will be in charge. Yes, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The court officials bowed. Snake Emperor, come with me, King of Gai said in a low voice. Chapter 820. In a corner of the hall stood a man with a gloomy face. His face was pale, and he coughed with a handkerchief in his hand. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing for a while, he seemed to feel much better. He nodded and said, Your Majesty, the Snake Emperor will naturally accompany you. In a hall in the North Divine Continent, Yao Tianshang, who had opened the tomb with Guyu Holy Sun, was frowning as he read a letter. A group of great demons stood beside him. Their leader was Spider King, who had competed with Yin Chuan in the Heavenly Bestowment Conference decades ago. Your Majesty, is it urgent? Spider King asked with a frown. Yao Tianshang passed the letter to the great demons, and they quickly read it. The Archaic Mysteries sect is in the North Divine Continent. Tao Lord Yu came with Jingming's decree to forbid the Archaic Mysteries sect from divining the heavenly secrets. What does Jingming want? Spider King asked in surprise. Something big has happened in the East Divine Continent. Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. Something big? Spider King raised an eyebrow. I have already made arrangements for the construction of the Yao Nation. Spider King, follow me to the East Divine Continent immediately. Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. Yes. In a forest in the Middle Divine Continent. There was a manor in the forest. In a hall in the manor. The emperor stood in the middle of the hall. An old man held a painting in front of him and compared it to the emperor. The woman in the painting looked exactly like the emperor. However, the woman in the painting was smiling happily, while the emperor in front of him had an extremely serious expression. Phew, are you really the daughter of the Blade Demon? Are you really? I was still suspicious of the instructions left by our ancestor. I didn't expect you to really come. The old man said in surprise. Ancestor, your lineage has really declined. Before I left you all a set of blade techniques. Whether you can rise up or not depends on yourselves. The emperor said calmly. Yes, thank you, Saintus. Thank you. The old man said excitedly. All right, now tell me what happened back then. How did my father die? The emperor said in a low voice. The old man frowned and shook his head. Saintus, our ancestor left a message. However, he said that he didn't know what happened that day. But someone must know. Oh, the emperor looked at the old man in confusion. The lord of the Dazhao, holy ground, Jingming. The ancestor said that on the day the saber demon fell, Jingming was beside him. Jingming definitely knows everything. The old man said, Jingming, right next to the place where my father died, witnessed everything? The emperor raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's what our ancestors told us. The old man nodded. The emperor frowned slightly. That woman again. Saintus, the old man called out. I got it. I'll carve the saber technique on the stone wall behind your house. You can observe it from there. The emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, thank you, Saintus, thank you, Saintus. The old man said happily. The emperor left behind the sword-shaped stone inscription and left the manor. At the peak of a mountain, the emperor looked at the horizon with a frown. Jingling? Although I don't want to see you, for the sake of my father's revenge, I will endure for the time being. The emperor stepped forward and flew towards the east. Great Zhao Holy Land, Great Zhou City. In a restaurant, Yin Chuan and Jindayu sat down, and a man stood in front of them. Are you saying that Holy Maiden Emo, she killed someone? And all of them were the sons of experts? Even Mohina, Dojin's children were killed? Yin Chuan said with a serious expression. Of course. What else do you want to know? As long as you can afford the spirit stones, I can tell you everything. The man laughed. Chapter 821. Dazhao Holy Ground. Inside a large hall, Guyu Holy Sun looked at the 7 coffins in front of him with a gloomy face. Inside each coffin was a corpse. 3 men and 4 women. The 7 corpses were dressed in luxurious robes, and their throats were slit. There was no sound. Guyu Holy Sun's face was gloomy. Beside him stood Mohina Dojin's favorite son, Yang Zigu. Second to 8th brother? What happened to them? I went to the Central Divine Continent. Why are they all dead? Moreover, this is not how they should die. Guyu Holy Sun said with a gloomy face. Guyu, don't worry. Father has a plan. Yang Zigu smiled. Rumor has it that she killed all of them. However, when I saw the corpses, I knew that it was definitely not she's doing. You said that father has a plan? What plan? Is it because of you again? Guyu Holy Sun's face changed. Yang Zigu said proudly, that's right. Father wants to force Mou, she to marry me. That's why second to eighth brother faked their deaths. Fake their deaths? Why? Can they still be alive? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Of course. No matter what, they are still my brothers. How can I let them die for no reason? Yang Zigu smiled. They died in front of everyone. How can they come back to life? How can we explain this to the Holy Master? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. You don't have to worry about this. Father has a plan. Yang Zigu said confidently. Guyu Holy Sun looked at his 7 siblings lying in the coffins, and then at Yang Zigu. His expression was complicated. It's because of you again. Father is too biased. He is so biased that he let his 7 children die for your marriage? Guyu Holy Sun felt a chill in his heart. Guyu Holy Sun could not understand his father's love. These were the biological children of Tao Lord Rage Sun. Were they really going to die just because of Yang Zhijio's nonsense? Yang Zigu said, Brother Guyu Holy Sun. You Holy Sun. Of you Holy Sun. You Holy Sun. Mo you Holy Sun. You Holy. You Holy Sun. They're my blood brothers and sisters. If I don't come back to life, I'll take your life. Ancient you Saint Child said coldly. You Holy Sun. You of you. Of. Mo you Holy Sun has a low status in the Holy Land. He is only forcing Mo Yushi to marry him. Why did he go through so much trouble? Why did so many people die? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. How would I know? You Holy Sun. I don't have time to look at these dead people with you. I still have to find Mo Yushi and ask for her hand in marriage. Yang Zigu flung his sleeves and walked out of the hall. Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened as he watched Yang Zigu leave. Guyu Holy Sun turned to look at the 7 coffins. Second brother, third brother. I don't care how you died. You will come back to life. Otherwise, I will take revenge for you. It is our fortune to be born into this family, but it is also our sorrow. Guyu Holy Sun said bitterly. Yin Chuan and Jin Dayu were flying in the air. In front of them were 2 purple-robed figures. I have seen his portrait. He is Yin Chuan, the ruler of the Dajin dynasty. One of the purple-robed men shouted coldly. You are Yin Chuan? The other man's eyes lit up. Who are you? Yin Chuan looked coldly at the 2 men who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 822. We're the perfected cultivators of the Lanyu sect. One of them said, Oh, Lanyu sect? The top 10 mid-level sects in the East Divine Continent. I heard that your sect leader was once a disciple of the Dazhao, sacred ground. Later, he got permission from Jingming to establish the Lanyu sect as a subsidiary of the Dazhao, sacred ground. Yin Chuan recalled. Good that you know. Our sect leader is an upper void realm expert. Yin Chuan, surrender. One of the purple-robed men shouted. Surrender without a fight? I, Yin Chuan, have nothing to do with the Lanyu sect? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Yes, but you have something to do with Mo Yushi. Rumor has it that you're Mo Yushi's lover. Mo Yushi killed our sect leader's son and is now hiding at Meng Wenrua's place. As long as we capture you, I don't believe that Mo Yushi won't come out. The purple-robed man shouted. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Senior brother, just capture him. Don't talk nonsense with him. The other purple-robed man shouted. Yes. The 2 of them rushed toward Yin Chuan. Boom! Jin Dayu rushed forward and threw 2 punches. The 3 of them started fighting. Roar! Jin Dayu fought fiercely. As he roared, his punches were extremely powerful. There was even a burning force on his fists. Boom! Boom! The 2 Dharma treasures were immediately deformed by Jin Dayu's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the 2 purple-robed experts were sent flying. Yin Chuan did not stop and continued to fly toward the city lord's mansion. Soon, he arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Who are you? Someone from the city lord's mansion stopped him. You may leave. Mr. Monroe's voice came from behind. Yes. The guards retreated. Yin Chuan, and Jean Diu also saw Mr. Monroe. Haha, Hades Emperor, I was just talking to the saint about you yesterday, and you're already here today. Please. Mr. Monroe immediately stepped forward with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan looked at Mr. Monroe and said, Mr. Monroe, thank you so much for this. Haha, I didn't do anything. Please, meet the saintess first. We'll talk later. Wen Ruo said with a smile. All right, under Mr. Monroe's guidance, Yin Chuan soon arrived outside a large hall. Qing Long, Bai Long, Rose Finch, Xuan Wu, and 4 women stood guard outside the hall. Hades! Qing Long and the others exclaimed excitedly. The saintess is in the main hall. Bai Long said immediately. Bring Jean Diu to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Yin Chuan said. Qing Long and the others suddenly raised their heads. Only then did he look at Jean Diu in surprise. Jean Diu? Perfected Lord Diu? Qing Long said in surprise. Mr. Monroe also looked at Jean Diu, who was standing beside Yin Chuan, in surprise. Jean Diu had been walking behind Yin Chuan, and Mr. Monroe thought that he was just a subordinate of Yin Chuan. How could he have known that he was perfected Lord Diu? Back then, the matter of the Great Jin dynasty annihilating the Great Feather Heavenly Sect had already reached Mr. Wenruo's ears. However, Mr. Wenruo would never have thought that Yin Chuan's follower was actually true Lord Great Feather. This is Jean Diu, the 3rd army commander of the Dajin dynasty. Yin Chuan introduced him. Greetings, Master Jean. Everyone was a little confused. Was he really subdued? He was the founder of a middle-level sect. Yin Chuan's dynasty was only equivalent to a lower-level sect. How could a middle-level sect's founder be a subordinate of a dynasty? Jean Diu, familiarize yourself with the surroundings first to prevent any thieves from sneaking in. Yin Chuan instructed Jean Diu. All right, Jean Diu nodded. Chapter 823. Yin Chuan and Wen Ruo stepped into the main hall. In the main hall, Mo Yushi also heard the news outside the hall. At this moment, she bit her lips and revealed a touched smile on her face. After such a big thing happened, the entire Dazhao Holy Land was hiding from Mo Yushi, afraid that they would be implicated. Only Mr. Monroe and Yin Chuan helped her. Hades Emperor, the Holy Maiden has always been thinking about you. This time, such a big thing happened, and she also believes that you can help solve it. Mr. Monroe said. Yin Chuan nodded and said, I heard a little about it when I was in the city. Tell me, what happened? At the mention of this matter, the 3 of them gradually became serious. Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi, and Mo Yushi recalled. Did you receive the letter I sent you? Mo Yushi asked. Is it related to that letter? Yin Chuan asked curiously. More or less. Other than the 2 Dao Lords and Shangwan Waner, only the sect masters of the 5 vassal sects of the Dazhao Holy Land know about the news. The 5 sect masters have all arrived at the Dazhao Holy Land. You know these 5 vassal sects, right? Mo Yushi asked. Yes, the 5 vassal sects of the Dazhao Holy Land. The sect masters were all from the Dazhao Holy Land. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, although they are vassal sects, they're still very prestigious in the Dazhao Holy Land. This time, the 5 sect masters each brought a son, hoping that the Holy Lord will favor them. The 5 sect masters rarely returned, so they looked for Yue and Maori to catch up. Mohina Dojin asked me to receive their sons and 7 of Mohina Dojin's children. At that time, I didn't think much and agreed. Mo Yushi frowned. Yes. And then? Yin Chuan frowned. And then, Mo Yushi revealed a bitter smile. That day, I invited everyone to my Northern Mo Hall and held a banquet. There were only the 13 of us, and we talked and ate in the Northern Mo Hall. But then, I don't know who poisoned me, but I fainted at that time. Mo Yushi recalled. Poison. Yin Chuan's face turned cold. Mo Yushi frowned. Yes, Northern Mo Hall. At that time, it was a closed-door banquet. At that time, the planning was very complicated. The person who poisoned me should be one of the other 12 people. Go on. I fell asleep. I don't know how much time had passed, but the door to the main hall was suddenly blasted open. At that moment, I was startled awake and stood up. When I stood up, I saw that the other 12 people were all lying in a pool of blood. And in my hand, I was holding a blood-soaked long saber. My body was also covered in blood. And Moyu, she recalled, all dead? Could it be Mohina, Dojin? Yin Chuan said in surprise. It shouldn't be. Mohina, Dojin led a group of great Zhao, sacred grounds, perfected lords in. When they entered the main hall, I woke up. But everyone in the main hall was dead. Moreover, the blood had dried up. Clearly, they had been dead for more than 2 hours. Moyu, she said with a complicated expression. When you were unconscious, someone entered your main hall to kill people. Yin Chuan frowned. No. At that time, Qing Long and the others were guarding outside the main hall. My northern MO hall even activated the array. During that time, no one could enter. Moyu, she said with a frown. No one came in? You were the only one alive? Everyone else is dead? How did Mohina Dojin know? Yin Chuan frowned. Mohina Dojin sensed that his son was dead, so he stormed into northern MO hall in anger. Mr. Monroe said from the side, it seems that the murderer really put in a lot of effort. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Chapter 825. No matter what, we already know the result and the process. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. But no one will believe me without evidence. Moyu, she said bitterly. Where are the corpses? Yin Chuan asked. They've all been taken away. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Just as Moyu, she had guessed, Mohina Dojin had done it flawlessly. There are no loopholes at all, killing the Holy Sun and the Sacred Lady. Based on this crime alone, Yushi, the Sacred Lady, may be stripped of her position and banished from the Dezhao Holy Ground. Once she leaves the Dezhao Holy Ground, she will be hunted from all sides. Not only the 5 vassal sects, but even the enemies of the Sacred Lady's father would seek revenge on her. Moreover, would Mohina Dojin let the Sacred Lady off? Mr. Monroe explained. I have the token that my father left behind. The Sacred Lord can guarantee my safety. Moyu, she said. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. Then, Moyu, she repeated what her father had said before he died. That's not right. If Jingting doesn't care about your father's life, why would he care about your life? Otherwise, your father wouldn't have died because of the token. Yin Chuan questioned. I believe in my father. Moyu, she said with certainty. Then, Moyu, she took out a golden token and handed it to Yin Chuan. On the token, there was only one word, Marshal. The token didn't have any vital chi fluctuations, and there was no array. It was probably just a token. However, with this token, Jingting could take care of Moyushi. Then why didn't Moyushi's father protect her? Yin Chuan fell in a deep thought. While the 3 of them were deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. Get out of the way, Wen Ruo. I know Moyushi is with you. Let me in. An arrogant voice came from outside the palace. Yang Zigu. Yin Chuan's expression changed as he suddenly remembered. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other. Yin Chuan nodded. Wen Ruo walked out of the main hall, and very quickly, she allowed Yang Zigu to enter the main hall. The moment Yang Zigu entered the main hall, he saw Yin Chuan. It's you? You still dare to come to my great Zhao Holy Land? Yang Zigu said coldly. Yin Chuan smiled and said, I'm here for Mr. Monroe. What's there to be afraid of? Looking for Mr. Monroe? Instantly, Yang Zigu's expression relaxed a lot. Then, Yang Zigu looked at Moyushi. Yushi, Yang Zigu suddenly said gently. Don't call me Yushi. I can't accept it. Moyu, she said coldly. Why can't you accept it? You're here for Northern Mo Hall? Don't worry, I've already discussed it with Father. As long as you're willing to marry me, Father will help you suppress everything. Yang Zigu said with a smile. Oh, Mohina Dojin's 7 children died, and he can sit by and do nothing? Moyu, she's expression changed. At the side, Yin Chuan and Mr. Monroe were observing Yang Zigu's expression to judge the case. Of course, they're different. It's not like you don't know that my father listens to me. If the 7 of them died, so be it. Here are the betrothal gifts. I've already prepared them. As long as you agree, you won't have any more worries. You'll still be the saintess of the great Zhao Holy Land. No one will dare to touch you. Yang Zigu flipped his hand and took out a box of betrothal gifts. Seeing Yang Zigu's confident attitude, Yin Chuan believed She's guess even more. This is Mohina Dojin's scheme, right? Why is he targeting me? He's even willing to kill his own children? She rebuked angrily. Chapter 826. Yang Zigu panicked, but he still said calmly, "What did you say? I don't understand, but let me tell you, if you don't agree to marry me, you will be banished from the Dezhao Holy Land. At that time, I will still be able to capture you, and no one will be able to protect you." Banished from the Dezhao Holy Land? Mohina Dojin is so bold, but you're also so ruthless. Using the lives of 7 brothers in exchange for me to marry you? If I really marry you, who knows when I will be like your brothers, easily slaughtered by you and used to coax the hearts of other women. She said coldly. No, Yushi, why would I harm you? My brothers are actually... Yang Zigu shouted anxiously, but he suddenly stopped halfway. Yushi, let me tell you, I am here to give you face, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you marry now, you can still maintain some dignity. My father has already prepared to report this to the Holy Lord. Once the Holy Lord speaks, you can forget about escaping from my hands. You killed 7 of my brothers, and the Holy Lord will definitely agree to my father's request in order to compensate him. Yang Zigu said coldly. Scram! She shouted. Yang Zigu flung his sleeves and walked out of the main hall angrily. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The main hall was silent. From the looks of it, the Holy Lady's guess should be right, and the souls of Yang Zigu's 7 brothers are definitely still in Mohina Dojin's hands. Mr. Monroe analyzed. To marry me? Why would Mohina Dojin go through so much trouble? She frowned. With Mohina Dojin's current achievements, if he fancies any saint lady, all he has to do is report to the Holy Master, and the Holy Master will agree to let that saint lady be his daughter-in-law. But for my matter, why would Mohina Dojin go through so much trouble? She was confused. This means that you have something that even Mohina Dojin can't touch. This kind of thing is even more important than Mohina Dojin's achievements. Yin Chuan analyzed in a deep voice. As he spoke, everyone looked at the command medallion. On the command medallion was the word Marshal. Mr. Monroe, can I trouble you with something? Yin Chuan said. Oh, please speak, Hades Emperor. I'll have to trouble you to help me gather some information about Mohina Dojin, Yang Zigu, and Guyu Holy Sun from the time of the Northern Mo Hall murder case. Yin Chuan said. Okay, no problem. Hades Emperor, do you have a solution? Mr. Monroe asked curiously. Solution? Let's take a look at them first. All right, if you can get Guyu Holy Sun and Yang Zigu's blood, that would be even better. If you can't get it, you can get some of their hair too. Yin Chuan said. Okay, I'll try my best. Mr. Monroe nodded. Do you have a solution? She frowned. From Yang Zigu's words, I can roughly tell that Yang Zigu should know everything. Since he knows, then we'll have to pry it out of him. Yin Chuan said with a serious expression. How? Mohina Dojin is very concerned about Yang Zigu. As long as Yang Zigu has any mishap, Mohina Dojin will definitely arrive in an instant. This is the great Zhao Holy Land. She frowned. I know. However, with your token, I've also thought of a way. Just wait. As long as Mr. Wenruo receives the same news as what I think, we can immediately strike first and gain the initiative. Even if Dao Lord Rage Sun watches on helplessly, he won't be able to stop it, Yin Chuan said with a serious gaze. Chapter 827. On the same day, when Ruo went to collect information, Yin Chuan, accompanied by Mo Shi, quietly went to North Mo Hall again. The door of North Mo Hall was broken, and the hall was in a mess. There were many bloodstains on the ground. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The corpses have been collected. Mo Shi sighed. It's okay, these bloodstains are enough. Which ones belong to Yang Zigu's brothers? Yin Chuan said with satisfaction. Mo Shi pointed at a few bloodstains, and Yin Chuan carefully collected them. After looking around North Mo Hall, Yin Chuan and the rest returned to the City Lord's mansion. In the City Lord's mansion, Mr. Monroe collected a large amount of information. Yin Chuan quickly finished reading the information. He smiled and said, Mr. Monroe, you're really fast. These are all recorded. I found them quickly. Also, I found some of Yang Zigu's and Guyu Holy Sun's hair. Mr. Monroe smiled. Oh, I found the servants in charge of cleaning Yang Zigu's and Guyu Holy Sun's houses every day. I found them among the trash they cleaned. Mr. Monroe smiled. That's great. Yin Chuan smiled. What are you going to do? Mo Shi asked curiously. Where's the betrothal gift that Yang Zigu left behind? Yin Chuan asked. Mo Shi did not like the betrothal gift, but she still took it. There were 36 immortal stones in the betrothal gift, and they emitted a faint mist. Yin Chuan reached out and took out a fiery red immortal stone. This is a fire-type immortal stone? Mo Shi asked in confusion. Yin Chuan once again took out a strand of Yang Zigu and Guyu Holy Sun's hair. He also took out the blood of Yang Zigu's elder brother that he had collected in northern Mo Hall. With a wave of his hand, his hair and blood quickly fused into one, turning into a fiery red liquid. Staring at the red liquid, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Boom! Yin Chuan's palm let out a thunderous roar. It came from the spring thunder of the thunderclouds in the blue sky. With the sound of spring thunder, all living things were born. Within the red liquid, there was an additional aura of life. With his other hand, he held the fire-type immortal stone and mixed the red liquid with it. Boom! With another thunderous roar, the two merged perfectly into one. Who? Above the fire-type immortal stone, the dense chi instantly condensed into a fire-type phoenix. Phoenix struggled bitterly, but she was unable to escape from the immortal stone. What is this? Mr. Monroe's expression changed. Refining souls into treasures? Mo Shi's expression changed. That's right. Form many Dharma treasures. As long as the soul of a specific demon beast is refined into them, their spirituality and power will increase greatly. The immortal stone is no exception. As long as the soul of a fire-type phoenix is refined into it, the immortal stone will carry the aura of a phoenix. When absorbing the primordial chi in the immortal stone, it will greatly benefit the user, Yin Chuan said with a smile. But is this a soul? When Ruo frowned. Of course not. This is just the surface. From the surface, it looks like the soul of Yang Zigu's elder brother has been refined into it, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Mr. Monroe's expression changed. Then, he looked at Yin Chuan in surprise and said, Aha, Hades Emperor's method is really ingenious. We have no evidence, so we can only take risks. I won't hide it from you, sir. Can you accompany us during this time? Yin Chuan stared at Mr. Monroe and said. Mo Shi's expression changed. She understood Yin Chuan's intention. Yin Chuan was preparing to set up a trap. He wanted Wen Ruo to accompany them to prevent Wen Ruo from leaking information. On the other hand, he wanted to force Wen Ruo to side with Yin Chuan. He wanted Wen Ruo to isolate the Dazhao, sacred ground. Chapter 829. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. Everyone was shocked. Shangguan wanted to protect Mo Shi. With this protection, who would dare to touch her? Supreme Lan Yu's expression was ugly. She looked at Mo Shi with resentment. and Mo Yushi shook her head and said, Yushi is innocent. Miss Shangwan, please investigate. Innocent? I've already sent someone to check. Unfortunately now, Shangwan Wan'er sighed slightly. Obviously, in the case of irrefutable evidence, it was impossible for them to use it, and there was no way for them to use it. Miss Shangwan, this time, I'm here to clear my name. I hope the Holy Master can give me a fair chance. Mo Yushi said sincerely. Ha! Mo Yushi, you want to disturb the Holy Master for your matter? An extremely disdainful voice came from the crowd. It was Yang Zigu. He had heard the news at some point and had also come to the crowd. Shangwan Wan'er frowned and looked at Yang Zigu. Her eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. However, Yang Zigu's words seemed to have struck a chord in everyone's hearts. The Holy Master? The Holy Master will clear your name? Back then, Mo Yushi's father was a Tao Lord. Jingming didn't care much about the Tao Lord's death. You, a little saintess, want the Holy Master to make a move? No one was optimistic about Mo Yushi. What a fool's dream. Yushi, you want to see the Holy Master? Do you know that the Holy Master doesn't like you? Shangwan Wan'er frowned. The Holy Master doesn't like Mo Yushi? Instantly, Yang Zigu and Supreme Lan Yu's eyes lit up. Shangwan Wan'er was the Holy Master's mouth. If she said that the Holy Master didn't like Mo Yushi, then he definitely didn't like her. The Holy Master doesn't like Mo Yushi? It would be much easier to deal with Mo Yushi. Even if Shangwan Wan'er protected Mo Yushi, it would be useless. Everyone had their own plans. Mo Yushi frowned slightly. It was obvious that this was the first time she had heard of it. However, he still nodded and said, My father once gave me a token. He said that as long as I gave the token to the Holy Master would protect me. Mo Yushi handed over the token. Ha ha, Mo Yushi, are you lying to the Holy Master? You think the Holy Master will protect you just because of this stupid token? Yang Zigu sneered in disbelief. Of course, at this moment, no one believed that the command medallion was useful. Everyone present was an expert, so they could tell with a single glance that there was nothing special about this token. If this token was really useful, then the Holy Lord wouldn't have remained indifferent to the death of Mo Yushi's father. Just as she was waiting to see Mo Yushi make a fool of herself, Shangwan Wan'er became extremely serious. Shangwan Wan'er put away the scroll in her hand and respectfully took the token with both hands. The faces of Yang Zigu and Supreme Lan Yu stiffened. Stupid token? If it was a stupid token, would Shangwan Wan'er be so serious? Shangwan Wan'er took the token and looked at it carefully. Then, her expression changed. Seeing Shangwan Wan'er's expression, everyone's heart jumped. What kind of token was that? Was it really that important? Shangwan Wan'er looked at the token and took a deep breath. Then, she looked at Mo Yushi and said, Yushi, don't worry. Although the Holy Master doesn't like you, you are still the saintess of the Great Zhao. I will try my best to persuade the Holy Master to give you a chance. Thank you, Lady Shangwan. Mo Yushi's face lit up with joy. However, the people around couldn't believe it. Was this a joke? How busy was the Holy Master? Why would he come out for Mo Yushi? Supreme Lan Yu, Yang Zigu, and the others looked at the token in disbelief. Shangwan Wan'er still didn't think it was enough. She said to the subordinates behind her, Inform the Great Zhao sacred ground that those above true monarch are to wait outside the Wu clan's main hall. The Holy Master may summon them at any time. Yes, the subordinates said respectfully. Supreme Lan Yu was at a loss. What did Shangwan Wan'er's order mean? That meant that the Holy Master would definitely come out. Definitely come out? How is that possible? How could an ordinary token make the Holy Master come out? Everyone here stared at Shangwan Wan'er's token. They wanted to engrave this token in their hearts so that they wouldn't accidentally offend it one day without knowing what happened. Chapter 830. Jingming, the most powerful person in the world. Only others waited for her, not for her. Shangguan Heir's order was spread in all directions. All the true monarchs outside received the news and headed towards the Great Bright Mountain and the Wu clan's main hall. Shangguan put away the order and looked at Mo Yushi. Yushi, do you need my help to clear your name? No, I've already invited Mr. Monroe and Yin Chuan. As long as the Holy Lord allows us to enter the Great Zhao Mountain together, it will be enough. And Mo Yushi shook her head. Shangguan looked at Wenruo and then at Yin Chuan. Her eyes lit up. This is the Yin Chuan who wrote the 9 hardships of the common people, created the painting of misery and suffering with Mr. Monroe, and the statue of the sorrowful, tearful goddess? I've heard a lot about you. Shangguan asked curiously. Miss Shangguan, you're too kind. Yin Chuan was just lucky. Yin Chuan smiled. Lucky? Haha, I've seen your calligraphy. It's even in the hands of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord praised your calligraphy. Shangguan laughed. Calligraphy? The calligraphy at the Heavenly Bestowal Conference? In Jingming's hands? Ha ha ha. That calligraphy was completely dependent on Mr. Monroe's painting. It's nothing. Yin Chuan shook his head. You're too kind. My painting was completely dependent on your calligraphy. Wenruo shook her head. You don't need to be modest, said Shangguan Wan admires Emperor Yan's talent. The Great Zhun dynasty's great collapse plan. Now the whole world is warning against it. Just a few spirit stones were enough to destroy a mid-level sect. It's unprecedented in this world. The Great Collapse Plan? Yin Chuan was surprised. One had to know that this plan was extremely secretive. Not many people knew about it. Only a few factory guards knew about it, and they only found out about it after the incident. Shangguan knew about it too? You flatter me. Yin Chuan shook his head. Shangguan smiled and said, The Holy Lord also wishes to meet the young geniuses. Wanner is looking forward to this opportunity. After Shangguan finished speaking, she turned around and walked back. Obviously, he had gone to see Jing and I. There was a moment of silence on the square. Supreme Lan Yu and the others all looked gloomily at Mo Yushi. Yang Zigu frowned and stepped forward. Yushi, what do you mean by redress? Could there be other murderers? Mo Yushi smiled faintly and ignored him. Many people were watching. Yang Zigu's face stiffened, and at the same time, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Swish! Swish! One figure after another flew over and landed on the square. In the great Zhao sacred ground, perfected monarchs flew over one after another. All of them looked at Mo Yushi curiously. In the blink of an eye, there were already 100 perfected monarchs on the square. All of them had restrained their aura and looked very dignified. Perfected monarchs had the same status as Saintess and Holy Sun. They were below Tao monarchs and above enlightened masters. All of the perfected monarchs arrived and stood outside the main hall, waiting for Jingmi's summons. The 100 perfected monarchs all had serious expressions. At the same time, they distanced themselves from Mo Yushi and the 5 sect masters of the vassal sections. Jing and I did not like to form cliques. Therefore, the 100 perfected monarchs did not want to be involved in this karma. Yin Chuan, Wenruo, Mo Yushi, and the others stood together and looked at the main hall. There was a plaque above the main hall that wrote Wu Clan. Wu Clan Main Hall? Do you know where it came from? Yin Chuan asked Mo Yushi curiously. Mo Yushi looked at the main hall, thought for a while, and shook her head. This main hall was originally called Great Zhao Hall. It was later changed to Wu Clan Main Hall. Chapter 831. Oh, the Great Zhao Palace? It was changed later? When? Yin Chuan was confused. It should have started when Shangguan came. Mo Yushi frowned. When Shangguan came, Yin Chuan was confused. Yes, at that time, the Great Zhao Holy Ground was not the #1 sect in the world. The Holy Master trusted Tao, Lords Yu and Mao Ri the most until one day, Shangguan suddenly appeared. No one knew where she came from. That day, Shangguan and the Holy Master spent a night alone. That night, the Holy Master's strength suddenly skyrocketed, and his aura spread out in all directions. No, it spread to the entire world. The 5 great divine lands were all filled with the Holy Master's aura. At that time, the Holy Master's strength reached the peak, and he was invincible in the world. She recalled. Invincible in the world? His aura covered the entire world? Yin Chuan was shocked. Yes, and the Holy Master's personality also changed a little. He had an unprecedented, domineering aura. It's similar to the aura you gave off during the morning assembly. She frowned. The aura of an emperor? Yin Chuan was confused. Yes, at that time, Shangguan became the Holy Master's most trusted aide. Even Yu and Mao Ri were not as favored as Shangguan. She recalled. Right, I remember that you can see through people's cultivation. What's Shangguan cultivation? She asked curiously. I can't see it. Yin Chuan frowned. You can't see it? She was shocked. Yin Chuan nodded and fell silent. There were only 2 possibilities for Yin Chuan to be unable to see through someone's cultivation. One was that there was a technique to hide one's cultivation, and the other was that the person's cultivation surpassed the highest level of cultivation in Yin Chuan's previous life. Everyone waited outside the hall. Mohina Dojin, Dao Lord Yu, and Guyu Holy Sun all appeared in the plaza and looked at Shi. Everyone waited patiently. Half a day later, Shangguan appeared at the gate of the Wu clan's main hall again. The Sacred Lord has ordered that all true monarchs and above enter the Wu clan's main hall. Shangguan shouted. Yes. The true monarchs replied respectfully. With Dao Monarch Maori and Dao Monarch Yu leading the way, they slowly stepped into the Wu clan's main hall. Shi and the others were waiting. When the group of true monarchs entered the palace, many of the true monarchs were surprised. When they looked at Shi again, their expressions changed a lot. Really? Did that token really attract the attention of the sacred leader? After all the true lords had entered the palace, Shangguan looked at the leaders of the 5 subordinate sections. Everyone, Shangguan said to the 5 sect masters, the main reason why the Holy Master is hosting this meeting is to prove the innocence of your sons and Holy Maiden Yushi. You may enter the hall. Yes. The 5 nodded in response. The Saint Lord had come? The 5 of them stepped into the hall. Yang Zigu stood outside the hall and was still in disbelief. Yushi, what token is that? Why did the sacred leader come out when he received the order? Yang Zigu said with a hint of worry. She naturally ignored him. Yang Zigu asked for a snub, and his face became gloomier. He turned and looked at Yin Chuan with a hint of hatred in his eyes. It was as if Shi ignored him because of Yin Chuan. The sacred leader summons Shi, Yin Chuan, and Mengwen Ruo to enter the hall. Shangguan shouted. Yin Chuan, Shi, and Wen Ruo nodded. They followed Shangguan into the Wu clan's main hall. When the 3 of them entered the main hall, they immediately felt a pressure from the sky. It was as if they were being watched by the heavens, which made them feel solemn. Revenge? Do you really want to take revenge? Do you know why they did this? Their corpses were collected by Mohina Dojin. You should have seen it. Did you feel it when you saw these corpses? Yin Chuan shouted. Chapter 835. Yang Zigu greets the Holy Lord. Yang Zigu said respectfully, cooperate with Yin Chuan's questioning. Jingming said indifferently, yes. Yang Zhijio nodded with a hint of confusion. Yang Zigu looked at Yin Chuan arrogantly, then looked at Shi as if he was determined to win. Yang Zigu, Where were you during the bloody incident at Northern Mo Hall? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. I was in my own hall, Yang Zigu said in a low voice. Are you sure? You weren't by Mohina Dojin's side at that time? Yin Chuan continued to ask. Yin Chuan, why do you care where I was? I wasn't even at the scene of the bloody incident at Northern Mo Hall. You still want to frame me? You've chosen the wrong target. Yang Zigu said disdainfully. Yin Chuan smiled and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he turned to Guyu Holy Sun and said, Guyu Holy Sun, I don't know who you're guessing the real culprit in your heart. However, I want to tell you who the real culprit is. He is in this hall right now. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Dao Monarch Morning Sun's mouth. Mohina Dojin had done it flawlessly, and he was even the victim. Without any evidence, pointing at him would be futile, and he would even be accused of toying with the Holy Lord. The real culprit is him, Yang Zigu. Yin Chuan suddenly pointed at Yang Zigu. Mohina Dojin's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Yin Chuan was accusing Yang Zigu? How could this be? The whole thing was planned by Mohina Dojin, but how could Yin Chuan blame Yang Zigu? Guyu Holy Sun's eyelids twitched, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. All the perfected lords and Dao lords in the hall were confused. Nonsense. Yin Chuan, you're slandering me. You're framing me. I'll kill you. Yang Zigu was instantly enraged. Although he knew the result, it wasn't his doing at all. Impudent. You dare to cause trouble in front of Saint Master Jing? Yin Chuan glared at him. Yang Zigu, stop. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. He's slandering me. Guyu, he's slandering me. Father, he's slandering me. Yang Zigu said anxiously. Slander? Haha. Whether it's slander or not, I have proof. Yin Chuan suddenly laughed. Proof? Yang Zigu was surprised. Proof? Wasn't it flawless? How could there be proof? What proof? Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. After being mocked by Yin Chuan, Guyu Holy Sun's insistence began to waver. Yang Zigu, let me ask you, when your father barged into Northern Mo Hall, except for Mo Yushi, everyone else was lying in a pool of blood. When did they die? Was it the moment they barged into the hall? Yin Chuan said, Humph, Yin Chuan, don't even think about framing me. My father wasn't the only one who entered. Many perfected lords were there. The people of Northern Mo Hall have already been dead for 2 hours. During this time, only Mo Yushi was in the hall. No one else was there. Yang Ziga shouted, 2 hours? Are you sure? Yin Chuan smiled. At least 2 hours. Everyone knows. Yang Ziga said coldly, this is the proof. Guyu Holy Sun, of your 7 siblings, the 2nd and 6th are the Holy Sun and Saintess, right? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened. He immediately figured it out. Yang Zigu's reaction was a little slower, but after thinking for a while, he opened his mouth. He looked surprised. A loophole. A loophole had appeared. The Holy Sun and Saintess have their own Dharma idols of virtue. The moment they die, their Dharma idols above the cloud of virtue will collapse. These 2 Dharma idols follow Mohina Dojin's Dharma idols. Mohina Dojin should be able to sense it immediately. The 5 sect leaders of the vassal sects are too far away from their respective sects to sense the cloud of virtue. However, Mohina Dojin is right here, but he went to Northern Mo Hall 2 hours later? Why? Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Why? Everyone was stunned. That's right, there was a time difference here. Yang Zigu took a step back from Yin Chuan's shout. Guyu Holy Sun frowned. Mohina Dojin's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. That's why I asked if you were by Mohina Dojin's side at that time. Everyone knows that Mohina Dojin's favorite son is you, Yang Zigu. At that time, you must have begged Mohina Dojin not to tell anyone. Mohina Dojin saw that his sons and daughters were dead, so he delayed it for 2 hours to protect you. Yin Chuan shouted. Mohina Dojin frowned. The 5 vassal sect leaders also frowned. This was Yin Chuan's nonsense. Mohina Dojin was with the 5 sect leaders at that time. How could it be Yang Zigu? No one believed Yin Chuan, but Jingting was not allowed to speak. They could only watch patiently. Nonsense. Nonsense. You're lying. I wasn't by my father's side. I wasn't there at that time. Yang Ziga shouted. You know very well whether you were there or not. Don't tell me. Tell Guyu Holy Sun. Let's see if he believes you. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Guyu Holy Sun frowned. He only had a little doubt about Yin Chuan's words. Guyu Holy Sun trusted Mohina Dojin more. Guyu Holy Sun, I know you're suspicious. What good will this do to Yang Zigu? Why would Yang Ziga do this? Why don't I suspect Mohina Dojin? Let me tell you. It's because Yang Zigu wants to force Mo Yushi to marry him. You should know that he came to ask Mo Yushi for her hand in marriage, right? I think Yang Ziga must have begged Mohina Dojin, but Mohina Dojin refused. That's why Yang Zigu wants to take the risk and sacrifice his 7 brothers to force Mo Yushi. At the same time, he wants to force Mohina Dojin to go with the flow. If Mohina Dojin agrees, it shouldn't be difficult to make this happen. After all, Mo Yushi is only a holy maiden. You should know the power of a Tao Lord. They probably didn't tell you the truth. Yin Chuan said with a faint smile. Guyu Holy Sun sucked in a deep breath. Guyu Holy Sun knew that his father wanted Yang Zigu and Mo Yushi to marry, but there was no need for it to be so tragic. All his father had to do was beg the Holy Lord, and he would agree. But now, could it be that Yang Zigu really did it himself? Guyu Holy Sun's suspicions increased, but it was still far from enough to overturn his initial understanding. Yin Chuan also knew that it was still far from enough. Hence, he continued to weave a lie that would reveal the truth. You're lying, Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi killed them. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Zigu said anxiously. It has nothing to do with you? You know? Otherwise, how do you explain the evidence just now? Don't worry, Yang Zigu. There are so many perfected lords here. How could I accuse you? Also, the evidence I have is not limited to just this. When I show you the evidence one by one, there's no point in trying to deny it. Yin Chuan shouted. Show me, show me. Yang Zigu said anxiously. Mohina Dojin's face darkened. There was more evidence? How could it be? Mohina Dojin was already surprised by the time difference. How could there be more? Wasn't it flawless? Chapter 836. Wu Clan's main hall. All the experts were looking at the scene. From Yin Chuan's analysis, they suddenly realized that this seemingly conclusive case wasn't as simple as it seemed. The 5 vassal sect leaders sneered. The 5 of them didn't believe Yin Chuan because Mohina Dojin was with them that day. Yin Chuan was talking nonsense. Only Mohina Dojin felt that something was wrong. He was the clearest about his own matters. He clenched his fists tightly, afraid that his 2 sons wouldn't be able to withstand Yin Chuan's pace. Tao Lord Yu looked at Mohina Dojin doubtfully. Shang Wanwan looked at Yin Chuan, and her eyes lit up slightly. Jingying's expression didn't change as she watched quietly. Take it, take it, Yang Zigu said anxiously. Looking at the anxious Yang Zigu and the bewildered Guyu Holy Sun, Yin Chuan smiled. All right, since you want to hear it, then I'll say it. I won't say the version of Mo Yushi's murder. Let me tell you another version. Everyone can treat it as a story. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Everyone stared at Yin Chuan. Say it. Let's see what kind of story you can come up with. Yang Zigu said with red eyes. Speaking of which, there was a person called Yang Zigu who took a fancy to Mo Yushi. However, Mo Yushi didn't care about him at all. Yang Zigu was resentful and begged his father, Mohina Dojin. However, Mohina Dojin had other plans and didn't agree. Yang Zigu was indignant and had evil thoughts. He threatened his 7 brothers to frame Mo Yushi and make her lose her position as the Holy Maiden. At that time, the lonely and helpless Mo Yushi wouldn't be able to escape from Yang Zigu's evil clutches. Yin Chuan said loudly. Mo Yushi showed a wronged expression. You're lying. Yang Zigu shouted angrily. I'm not finished yet. Wait for me to finish before you refute. How about it? Yin Chuan said with a smile. The The surrounding supremes frowned and looked at Yang Zigu. Yang Zigu suppressed his anger and looked coldly at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled and continued. Yang Zigu wanted to frame Mo Yushi. Therefore, he needed a sure win scheme that would make Mo Yushi unable to defend herself and make Mo Yushi unable to turn back. Therefore, when the 5 great sects came, Yang Zigu told Mohina Dojin to arrange for Mo Yushi to bring the children of the experts to the exchange and create a massacre at North Mo Hall. The 5 sect master sons were all gone. Mohina Dojin sent all his children to the Great Zhao sacred ground. Of course, in order to create an alibi, only Yang Zigu refused to go and did not go. The case continued. North Mo Hall was sealed and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Under Yang Zigu's coercion, several elder brothers drugged the banquet's wine and killed everyone except Mo Yushi. In the end, they committed suicide one after another in pain. At this point, Yang Zigu's scheme succeeded. Mohina Dojin heard the news and wanted to go immediately. However, Yang Zigu suddenly stopped him and begged his father to ignore it. Mohina Dojin was concerned about Yang Zigu and had no choice but to accept the truth. He cooperated with this poisonous scorpion who forced his elder brothers to commit suicide to cover up everything, Yin Chuan explained. In the main hall, the experts exchanged glances with each other in surprise. How could there be such a vicious person in the world? Was this for real? Mohina Dojin's face was gloomy. Guyu Holy Sun clenched his fists. Yin Chuan's version was not much different from Mohina Dojin's version. However, when he thought of his younger brothers and sisters committing suicide one after another, Guyu Holy Sun could not control himself. You're lying. I didn't. Who would be willing to commit suicide? How could I force them? Yang Zigu shouted. Of course, the most important reason why Guyu Holy Sun was able to control his emotions was that his 7 siblings could still be revived. Chapter 838. Yin Chuan, you're spouting nonsense. Yang Zigu shouted angrily. Spouting nonsense? Then I have proof. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Proof? The surrounding experts all revealed looks of astonishment. Even Jing Ting, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was curious. Yushi, take it out. Yesterday, Yang Zigu came to give you the betrothal gift. Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Betrothal gift? I only gave him 36 immortal stones. Don't you dare use that to slander me. Yang Zigu shouted angrily. Mo Yushi nodded. She quickly took out the huge box containing the betrothal gift from her storage treasure. Bang! Mo Yushi's hands trembled. The box almost fell open, and a fiery red immortal stone rolled to the ground. Mo Yushi quickly stabilized the remaining immortal stone, preventing it from falling out. Are you all right? Yin Chuan was worried and went to comfort Mo Yushi. The immortal stone rolled to Guyu Holy Sun's feet in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Above the fire-type immortal stone, there was a dense chi swirling around it. Within the swirling chi, one could clearly see the shadow of a fire-type phoenix struggling in pain. Its expression was filled with a heart-wrenching unwillingness. The immortal stone fell. Mo Yushi said, Let me. Yin Chuan walked over to retrieve it. Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. In the instant that Yin Chuan grabbed the immortal stone, he snatched it away. Guyu Holy Sun, give this to me. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand. Where did this come from? Guyu Holy Sun roared angrily. This is Yang Zigu's betrothal gift to Mo Yushi. What's wrong? Yin Chuan was confused. That's right. This is my betrothal gift. Yang Zigu shouted. Third brother's aura. This is third brother's aura. I can feel it. This is the connection between our bloodlines. Guyu Holy Sun muttered. What third brother's aura? Third brother's aura? How is that possible? Yang Zigu said disdainfully. Bastard. That's third brother's essence, aura. And it's connected to me. My aura is connected to my essence. It's third brother. Third brother's soul. The ancient moon holy sun's eyes were filled with tears. What? Yang Zhijio was confused. You used third brother's soul to refine a weapon? You destroyed third brother's soul. Guyu Holy Sun roared. Guyu Holy Sun would normally suppress his shock and analyze the situation. However, at this moment, Guyu Holy Sun's emotions were completely disrupted by Yin Chuan. Guyu Holy Sun had suppressed his guilt towards his sister-in-law and his own incompetence for a long time. He suddenly realized that his third brother's soul had been destroyed and refined into a weapon. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. You killed third brother. Why is third brother's soul here? Why is it here? Guyu Holy Sun roared. If he was calm, Guyu Holy Sun would definitely take the opportunity to attack Mo Yushi. After all, it was possible that Mo Yushi had collected their souls. However, Guyu Holy Sun knew that it could not have been Mo Yushi. Only his father or Yang Zigu had collected their souls. The souls of his sisters-in-law were with his father or with Yang Zhijio. Now, everything was as clear as day. This is not a soul. This is just a trace of aura. Yang Zigu said in a panic. It's not? That's not enough? I never harmed them. I didn't do it. Third brother's soul, then second brother's, fourth brother's, fifth brother's, sixth brother's, seventh brother's, and eighth brother's souls. You refined all of them. Guyu Holy Sun roared angrily. Everyone in the hall was tense, and so was Dao Monarch Black Sunday. His face was filled with anxiety, but his two sons were quarreling with each other and didn't even look at him. Yin Chuan was also highly focused. Everything was based on speculation. If he wanted to confirm the truth, he had to wait. He had to wait for an opportunity. Yin Chuan stared at the two of them quarreling. I didn't refine them. I didn't. Yang Zigu was anxious and panicked. You didn't? Then how do you explain this? How do you explain this? This is third brother's soul. This is third brother's soul. You refined their souls. You must have refined their souls. I didn't refine them. I didn't refine their souls. I didn't. The evidence is clear. Why are you still quibbling? This is third brother's soul. You refined third brother's soul. Guyu Holy Sun's aura surged. His eyes were red. He grabbed Yang Ziga's collar as if he was going to punch him. I didn't. Their souls have nothing to do with me. Yang Zigu roared helplessly. He insisted on his last stand. At this moment, Yin Chuan stepped forward and intervened in the quarrel. If you didn't refine them, then where are the souls of your 7 brothers? I didn't refine them. Their souls are all in the Yin spirit nourishing pool of Father's morning palace. I really didn't. Yang Zigu, who was out of his wits, shouted when Yin Chuan interrupted. However, halfway through, Yang Zigu suddenly woke up with a start. Not only Yang Zigu, but Guyu Holy Sun also woke up with a start. Wow! There was an uproar in the main hall. At this moment, everyone looked at Yang Zigu and Guyu Holy Sun in surprise. The 7 souls were still there? They were still alive? Yin Chuan revealed a victorious smile. Mo Yushi grabbed Yin Chuan's sleeve and trembled. If they weren't in the main hall of the Wu clan, she would have jumped up and cheered. Once the 7 souls appeared, all the lies would be exposed. Mo, she was innocent in broad daylight. Mr. Monroe revealed an excited smile and looked at Yin Chuan with admiration. The 5 sect masters were all stunned. Then they became angry. Their sons were all dead, but Mohina Dojin's 7 children were still alive. Did Mohina Dojin do it on purpose? The 5 sect masters looked at Mohina Dojin with hatred. Mohina Dojin's body went soft, and he almost lost his balance. His tense body seemed to deflate in an instant. It was extremely bitter. The main hall was in an uproar. The case was almost revealed. Mo, she didn't do it. Mo, she was wronged. Shangguan revealed a trace of excitement. She looked at Yin Chuan and Mo, she. Then, she turned to look at the main hall, Jingming. Jingming's eyes flashed, and he revealed a faint smile. However, Jingming wasn't looking at Mo, she. Instead, He was looking at Yin Chuan, who was in control of the situation during the defense. His control of the atmosphere and emotions had reached the extreme. Chapter 839. I didn't refine them. Their souls are all in the nourishing ghost pond in Father's Dawn Palace. I really didn't. Yang Zigu's shout caused an uproar in the hall. Yin Chuan's previous version was just a guess if one looked into it seriously. It couldn't form the truth because there was no evidence to back it up. But now, Yang Zigu's words confirmed Yin Chuan's words. Because the evidence was already there. There was already evidence. No matter what the truth was, MOU, she was the culprit. The 5 sect masters looked coldly at Yang Zigu. MOU, she grabbed Yin Chuan's sleeve in agitation. Yin Chuan smiled and patted MOU, she's hand to comfort her. Then, he gave MOU, she a look. MOU, she immediately stepped forward. Reporting to Holy Lord, the evidence is conclusive. Please give the order to retrieve the 7 souls in the nourishing ghost pond in Dawn Palace to prove Yushi's innocence. MOU, she said solemnly. Mohina Dojin's expression changed when he heard this. He turned around and knelt down. Holy Lord, I was just being hot-headed. I beg of you, Holy Lord, to spare my son Yang Zhijio on account of my many years of service. Dalor Black Sun said in a panic. Holy Lord, my son died unjustly. Please uphold justice. Lan Yu, true monarch, turned around and knelt down. Holy Lord, please uphold justice for my son. The other 4 sect masters also shouted. Yang Zigu and Guyu Holy Sun were stunned. Yang Zigu knelt down in fear and shouted, It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Please, Holy Lord. Guyu Holy Sun looked at the fire-type immortal stone again. But the immortal stone was too similar. Why? If this isn't my 3rd brother's soul, why is it connected to my mind? Guyu Holy Sun rushed forward and shouted. Yin Chuan and MOU, she ignored him. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Guyu Holy Sun, the outcome has been decided. The saintess is innocent. Stop pestering her. I want to know why. Guyu Holy Sun said angrily. Because the ancient moon saint child understood that once the 7 godly souls were exposed, everything would be ruined. It's connected to your mind because it contains your hair, your 3rd brother's aura, and your 3rd brother's blood from northern Mo Hall. Mr. Wenruo explained. Ah, Yin Chuan, how dare you? The ancient moon Holy Sun roared in anger. The ancient moon saint child's roar shocked the true monarchs in the hall. You? It wasn't just him. Almost everyone in the hall had been fooled by Yin Chuan. Using a scam to reveal the truth, many people looked at the ancient Yu Holy Sun with pity. Why'd he have to do this? On the dragon throne, Jingming also looked at the immortal stone with a faint smile. Guyu Holy Sun, this isn't a scam. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. I hope you know what's good for you. Yin Chuan said calmly. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes were red. He clutched the immortal stone with a twisted expression. Hatred. Who did he hate? This was all caused by his father and Yang Zigu. The others were only trying to protect themselves by revealing the truth. Guyu Holy Sun turned and looked at Yang Zigu with hatred. Mohina Dojin knelt in front of Jingming and apologized profusely. Holy Lord, please show mercy. Please forgive my son, Yang Zigu. Mohina Dojin begged Jingming. Guyu Holy Sun turned and looked. Tears welled up in his eyes again. His father was begging him just to save Yang Zigu. What about his 8 brothers? Mohina Dojin, do you know your crime? Jingming said calmly. Yes, son attendant knows his mistake. Please, Holy Lord, please show mercy. Mohina Dojin pleaded. Chapter 840. Then what do you think we should do? Jing Ting asked. When Jing Ting asked Mao Ri how to deal with this matter, he was obviously biased. Mohina Dojin's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Holy Lord. A life for a life. Whoever killed them will pay with their life. Mohina Dojin immediately said, "Father." Guyu Holy Son exclaimed, "A life for a life." Was Mohina Dojin trying to get rid of the real culprit? Was he going to use his brother and sister to pay with their lives? "No, father. They are your children too." "Yes, yes," Guyu Holy Son said anxiously. Tears of despair flowed out of his eyes. Just as Yin Chuan said, the 8 brothers had been treated unfairly since they were young. They were very close to each other. When he saw that Mohina Dojin was going to use his brothers and sisters to protect Yang Zigu, Guyu Holy Son's heart turned cold. Mohina Dojin ignored Guyu Holy Son and continued speaking. "Don't worry, Holy Lord. I will compensate all the victims of this incident. I promise." Mohina Dojin said sincerely. Jingting nodded in satisfaction. Of course, this was nothing to Jingting. The world in Jingting's eyes was on a different level from the world in their eyes. "Mo Yushi," Jingting suddenly said. "Yes, your disciple is here." "Mo Yu," she quickly stepped forward. "You have been wrong this time. I have received the Wu clan's token. From today onwards, Mo Yu, she will be promoted to the new Tao Lord of the Great Zhao Holy Ground." Jing Ting said softly. "Tao Lord?" There was an uproar in the hall. More than 100 Tao Lords had been staring at this position with wide eyes. How had Mo Yushi suddenly become a Tao Lord? Each and every one of their gazes towards Mo Yushi instantly became envious. A Tao Lord, with the help of merit, one's cultivation speed would increase by 100 times. A true monarch was only 10 times stronger. Of course, none of them dared to question Jingming. However, at this moment, someone stood out. Sect Master Lan Yu, perfected Lord Lan Yu, suddenly said, "Holy Master, you can't do that. Although our son wasn't killed by Mo Yushi, she can't escape responsibility. Sacred Master, Mo Yushi is still young and hasn't made enough contributions to the Great Zhao Sacred Ground. Being called a Sacred Maiden is already the limit. How can she be called a Tao Lord?" Another sect master called out. Jing Ting turned his head, his expression cold. Jing Ting's expression changed. Tao Lord Blue Nether, who was about to speak, did not dare to say anything. "Sacred Lord, I dare not overstep my bounds. It's just a suggestion, just a suggestion." Supreme Lan Yu immediately said fearfully. "It's just a suggestion." The person who had objected earlier immediately shouted. One look was enough to scare the upper void realm cultivators into changing their words. Yin Chuan, who was in the main hall, revealed a look of surprise. Jing Ting took a deep breath and said, "Mo Yushi is officially promoted to Great Zhao Tao Lord. She shall be called Tao Lord Yushi." Boom! Above the cloud sea of merit, there was a sudden loud sound. The Dharma idol that represented Mo Yu, she suddenly grew stronger and moved very far away from Jingting. In the blink of an eye, it moved to the front and was at the same position as the 2 Tao Lords, Maori and Yu Yu, bowing respectfully to Jingting. Whoosh! A wave of golden merit rushed down and enveloped Mo Yushi in the blink of an eye, entering Mo Yushi's body. "Tao Lord Yushi?" "Thank you, Sacred Lord." Mo Yushi was so emotional that her face was red. Jingting nodded and turned to look at the jealous perfected lords in the main hall. He said again, "Mo Yushi may not have made enough contributions to the Great Zhao Dao, but Mo Yushi is my daughter. Does anyone have any doubts?" "Mo Yushi is my daughter. Does anyone have any doubts?" The moment Jingting spoke, almost everyone in the main hall was stunned. Didi daughter? The Sacred Lord's daughter? The perfected cultivators who were jealous a moment ago suddenly realized something. Their jealousy immediately disappeared. At the same time, they looked at Mo Yushi in shock. Wasn't Mo Yushi the daughter of that Tao Lord in the past? How did she become the Sacred Lord's daughter? If this came from someone else, no one would believe it. It was impossible. However, this came from Jingting. How could it be false? The Sacred Lord's daughter. The Sacred Lord did not have any relatives. How did he suddenly have one? Almost all the perfected lords sucked in a breath of cold air. They all looked at Mo Yushi respectfully. At the same time, They wanted to slap themselves. During this period, Mo Yushi had been treated coldly. Wouldn't it be great if they went to help her? How big of a favor would that be? No wonder Shangwan took care of Mo Yushi so much. So she was the Sacred Lord's daughter. Some of the perfected lords who had offended Mo Yushi in the past were even more terrified. Not to mention Mo Yushi's identity as Dao Lord, just sigh. Everyone kept thinking about how to apologize. On the second stage, perfected Lord Lan Yu and the sect master who had opposed Mo Yushi were dumbfounded. The Sacred Lord's daughter? Everyone lamented. Did they just sow discord between the Sacred Lord's family? If they had known, only a fool would have said so. Yang Zigu and Guyu Holy Sun also looked at Mo Yushi in shock. They did not expect this. Who would have expected this? Mo Yushi also stared blankly at Jing Ting, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Mother? How could this be? Mo Yushi had never seen her mother. Her father had single-handedly raised her. Since she was young, Mo Yushi had thought that her mother was dead. But today, she suddenly appeared. Mo Yushi was at a loss for what to do. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Everything suddenly became clear. Why did Mohina Dojin spend so much effort to frame Mo Yushi? It was easy to get Mo Yushi, but he did it so tragically. So Mohina Dojin knew that Mo Yushi was Jing Ting's daughter. Force. Looking at how Mohina Dojin was kneeling in front of Jing Ting, it was clear that Mohina Dojin did not dare. Wan Jing Ting called out softly. Here. Shangwan Wan said respectfully. You deal with the rest. I'm going back. Jing Ting said calmly. Yes. Shangwan Wan said respectfully. Farewell, Sacred Lord. Everyone said respectfully. Jing Ting stepped forward and suddenly disappeared. He left the Wu clan's main hall. As soon as Jing Ming left, everyone's expression relaxed. They then gathered around Mo Yushi. Congratulations, Dao Monarch Yushi. Congratulations, Dao Monarch Yushi, for reuniting with your mother. Dao Monarch Yushi, I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me. Dao Monarch Yushi, I have already found the green spot iron, or you asked me to pay attention to. Don't worry, I will mobilize all my disciples to help Dao Monarch Yushi mine it all. After refining it, I will send the impurities to your residence. Who said that the strong were all arrogant? At this moment, a group of strong people who did not care about Mo Yushi in the past squeezed in front of Mo Yushi, revealing smiles warmer than spring. Perhaps the identity of a Dao monarch would not make them act like this, but the daughter of a sacred lord was different. Behind the crowd, Shangwan Wan sighed slightly and revealed a gratified smile. Chapter 841. Dao Monarch Yushi, the daughter of the Holy Master. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. The entire Dazhao, sacred ground, was in an uproar. Fear, regret, joy, all kinds of emotions exploded in the Dazhao, sacred ground. Jing Ming's daughter, what kind of concept was this? The daughter of the number one person in the world, the number one princess in the world. At this moment, who dared to look down on her? Who dared to have any ideas about her? But countless cultivators did not understand why Jing Ming only acknowledged this daughter today. Jing Ting didn't say much, but the word daughter was enough to explain everything. This was because the word daughter meant that Jing Ting would protect her. Mo Yushi did not know how she returned to her palace. After the murder in northern Mo Hall, Mo Yushi did not stay there. Instead, she went to her father's residence. It was close to the Dazhao Mountain, close to the dojos of Maori and Yu. This was originally Mo Yushi's father's property. But after Mo Yushi's father died, some true monarchs seized it. But at this moment, these true monarchs obediently gave up this place. Who would dare to fight with Mo Yushi? Looking at the Dark Phoenix Hall in front of her, Mo Yushi recalled too many childhood memories. But Jing Ming was her mother? This information was like a bone in her throat. making Mo-Yu's expression extremely complicated. Why? Back then, when her father died, her mother was indifferent? Was the Holy Master really her mother? Why did she not care about her for so many years, allowing her to be bullied? She locked herself in the dark Phoenix Hall alone. Even Yin Chuan was rejected outside. Yin Chuan smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. At this moment, the most excited were Qing Long and the others. They were all arranged by Mo-Yu's father to be loyal to the young master. They had suffered many cold eyes over the years. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that his young master had such an explosive identity. Azure Dragon immediately felt proud and elated. Is it true, Hades Emperor? Qing Long was still somewhat excited. Is it true? This Dark Phoenix Mountain used to be Yu's father's training ground? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, we used to live here too. Qing Long nodded excitedly. Help me find a private room. I have something to say to Mr. Monroe. Yin Chuan said. Okay, no problem. Qing Long immediately responded. All the perfected cultivators who had occupied Minghuang Mountain had left. Mo-Yushi was in a bad mood. At this moment, Azure Dragon, as the first attendant, naturally had the right to arrange things here. Moreover, it was Yin Chuan. Hades, is there really something important that you want to talk to me about? You must know that the Dazhao Holy Ground has undergone a great change this time. My great Zhou city will definitely not be peaceful at this moment. Mr. Monroe laughed. Let's go, Mr. Monroe. It's an urgent matter. I should have told you when I arrived at the Dazhao Holy Ground yesterday. Unfortunately, we encountered the matter of Yushi. Yin Chuan said with a serious expression. Seeing Yin Chuan's serious expression, Mr. Monroe knew that the matter was not simple. His expression immediately became serious. Under Qing Long's guidance, the two of them arrived at a large hall. The door of the hall slammed shut, and no one was allowed to disturb them. Hades Emperor, what's the matter? Speak. Mr. Monroe said solemnly. With Yin Chuan's current status, it was not difficult to find a storage magic treasure. Yin Chuan flipped his hand, and a huge coffin suddenly appeared from his sleeve. A coffin? Mr. Monroe's face darkened. Mr. Monroe did not know who was in the coffin, but it was definitely a dead person. Who was it? Chapter 842. Yin Chuan gestured for Mr. Monroe to do it himself. With a hint of curiosity, Mr. Monroe gently pushed the coffin lid open. Whoosh! When the lid was lifted, a corpse was revealed. Mr. Monroe trembled as he stared at the coffin in horror. Dad? Father? Mr. Monroe burst into tears. The person lying in the coffin was none other than the former headmaster of the Julu Academy, Meng Ziqiu. In the southern Divine Continent, Li Songhai had led a group of geomancers to kill him in front of Yin Chuan in order to find out the whereabouts of Li Kanglin, the geomancer. In the end, he had sacrificed his life in exchange for Li Kanglin's whereabouts. Dad! Mr. Monroe cried. Then, Mr. Monroe's face turned cold. His handsome face twisted into a ferocious expression. He turned to Yin Chuan and said, Hades Emperor, who is it? Who killed my dad? With a sigh, Yin Chuan told Mr. Monroe about what had happened in the southern Divine Continent. He didn't hold back at all. Wen Ruo is a child with a hard life. Tell him for me, father has let him down. Dad was sorry. However, at the end of Yin Chuan's story, Meng Ziqiu's last sentence was sorry. Wen Ruo was already sobbing. Li Songhai, if I don't kill you, may the heavens and the earth destroy you. Mr. Monroe roared. Seeing Mr. Monroe's grief, Yin Chuan sighed and didn't say anything more. He walked out of the hall alone, leaving Mr. Monroe alone to vent his sorrow. Hades Emperor? Qing Long walked over. Don't disturb Mr. Monroe, Yin Chuan said. Okay. Qing Long nodded. Where is Jean to you? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. Master Jean? Oh, he wanted me to pass a message to you. I almost forgot. Azure Dragon slapped his head and said, Oh, he said that he sensed the extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone and went to investigate. Qing Long said, Sun Fire Essence Stone? Yin Chuan's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that Jin Diyu had never had a suitable talisman. He had always been very concerned about the talismans of his ancestors. Sun, fire, essence, stone, refining the gate of heaven. I got it. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan had already brought the letter back and had Lu Gang search around the East Factory. Since Jin Diyu had found it himself, it couldn't be any better. Big brother, Hades Emperor, Miss Shangwan is here. Bai Long immediately ran over. Oh! Yin Chuan's expression changed as he quickened his pace and rushed to Dark Phoenix Hall. The doors of Dark Phoenix Hall were open, and Shangwan Wan was facing Mo Yushi. Miss Shangwan, is the Holy Lord really my mother? Is that true? Mo Yushi asked with tears in her eyes. How can this be false? Girl, don't think too much. Since the Holy Lord has recognized you, no one in this world will dare to bully you anymore. Shangwan Wan smiled. But Mo Yushi was even more sad. Yin Chuan walked into the hall, but Mo Yushi didn't seem to care. Shangwan Wan looked at Yin Chuan and didn't say anything. Then why? Why didn't you ask about me all these years? Also, when my father died, why didn't the Holy Lord care? Why? If my mother took care of it, my father wouldn't have died. Why? Mo Yushi cried. Shangwan Wan frowned and didn't want to say. Miss Shangwan, please tell me, okay? Mo Yushi stepped forward and held Shangwan Wan's hand, pleading. You may be even more sad if you know. It's better if you don't know. Shangwan Wan advised. Chapter 843. No, I must know. Miss Shangwan, if you don't tell me, I'll ask my mother. Let's see what she has to say. MOU, she said firmly. Sigh, all right. I hope you won't regret it. Shangwan Wan nodded. Tell me. MOU, she bit her lips and steeled herself. If you want to blame someone for your father's death, you can only blame him for being too greedy. He couldn't blame anyone else. Because he was too greedy, the Holy Lord didn't care about him at all. She even left him to his own devices. Shangwan Wan sighed. What? MOU, she was stunned. Your father was too greedy. He wanted to enter the Dezhou holy ground and announce to the world that he was the Holy Lord's husband. That was why he angered the Holy Lord. Shangwan Wan recalled. My father wasn't my mother's husband? How is that possible? MOU, she was shocked. Husband? The Holy Lord used to have a husband, but her husband is already dead. Shangwan Wan said. What? How come I didn't know? Who was the Holy Lord's husband? MOU, she was shocked. It's okay to tell you. The Holy Lord's husband was called Li Ji. He was the former ruler of the Tang Empire. Shangwan Wan said. Tang Empire? MOU, she tried to recall, but she couldn't remember the name. However, MOU, she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she asked, Then what was my father? How did my mother give birth to me? Your father? He was just the Holy Lord's gigolo. Shangwan Wan said. Gigolo? MOU, she was stunned. Even Yin Chuan was shocked. Gigolo? MOU, she's father was Jingming's gigolo? Gigolo? How is that possible? How can my father be mother's gigolo? MOU, she was shocked. Now do you know why the Holy Lord doesn't like you? Although you are the daughter of the sacred leader, compared to the other children of the sacred leader, your identity determines everything. Fortunately, you don't have to worry. After all, you are the sacred leader's child. Even if he doesn't like you, you are still a piece of flesh that fell from the sacred leader's body. The sacred leader has already accepted you. Shangwan Wan comforted him. Gigolo? Haha, so I'm the Holy Master's lover. MOU, she's heart turned cold. Her face bitter, boundless bitterness shrouding her heart. Only I, Maori, and you know about this matter. No one else knows about the Saint Lord's private matters. Girl, I watch you grow up. Although the Saint Lord doesn't like you, as long as you are the Saint Lord's daughter, I won't look at you differently. I came here today to comfort you, and also to let you know your position. Now that you know your identity, I won't say anything more. You are a smart girl. You know what to do and what not to do. Don't be discouraged. As the sacred leader's daughter, it is your fortune. Shangwan Wan comforted her. MOU, she sobbed alone. Originally, she wanted to denounce Shangwan Wan but now, Mo Yushi's heart was in a mess. Yin Chuan, comfort Yushi. Shangwan Waner, he said to Yin Chuan. I will. However, Miss Shangwan, I heard you say that the sacred leader has other children? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Shangwan Waner frowned and shook her head, saying, Yin Chuan, it's better if you don't know. Take good care of Yushi. Yin Chuan nodded. Looking at the sad Mo Yushi, Shangwan Waner sighed softly. She turned and walked out of the hall. Chapter 844. Everyone envied Mo Yushi in the Dazhao Holy Land. Gigolo, Mo Yushi found it hard to accept the truth. However, based on Shangwan Waner's behavior and Jingming's attitude, Mo Yu, she was almost certain that it was true. Her father, who loved her so much when she was young, was actually her mother's gigolo. Mo Yu, she still could not accept it even after Yin Chuan comforted her. After more than 2 hours, Mo Yu, she felt better. I'm fine now. Mo Yu, she wiped her tears and said, It's all in the past. Yin Chuan nodded. But why did Shangwan Waner say it in front of you? It's not a glorious thing for my parents. Will you look down on me? Mo Yu, she said worriedly. You are you, and they are them. In my heart, you'll always be Mo Yu, she. Maybe she said it in front of me, so that I can enlighten you. Yin Chuan said softly. Okay. Mo Yushi's mood improved a lot. At least there was someone in front of her who understood her and cherished her. Mr. Monroe is still here. Yin Chuan said. Wen Ruo? He hasn't left yet? Mo Yushi was puzzled. Meng Ziqiu is dead. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. Yin Chuan recounted the events of the past to him. Mo Yushi sighed. Mr. Monroe is also unlucky. Sigh. Mo Yushi sighed. Oh. You know about Mr. Monroe? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yes, Mr. Monroe is also infatuated. Mo Yushi sighed. What happened? You know, Mr. Monroe used to be the eldest son of the Julu Academy. Thoughts moved the heavens, high-spirited and vigorous. Mo Yushi explained. I know that there are hundreds of cities in the Dazhao Holy Land. Disciples of the Dazhao Holy Land are stationed in these hundreds of cities. As an outsider, not only did Mr. Monroe gain a foothold in a city, but he also used sufficient means to become the city lord of Dazhou City. This is the territory of the Dazhao Holy Land. Not to mention outsiders, even the disciples of the sect need to suppress all the heroes before they can become the city lord. However, when Ruo used his identity as an outsider to squeeze out all the disciples of the Dazhao Holy Land, this means that his means cannot be underestimated. This is also the reason why I value him so much. Yin Chuan nodded. Meng Ziqiu took in a female disciple called Su Sanyang. Su Sanyang was the same age as Mr. Monroe. The two of them could be said to be childhood sweethearts. Mr. Monroe was also deeply in love with Su Sanyang. At that time, Mr. Monroe was in high spirits. His academics, status, and relationships were all at the peak. Many people even said that the Julu Academy would definitely be passed down to Mr. Monroe in the future, Mo Yushi recalled. Oh, this Su Sanyang came to the Dazhao Holy Land? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yes, you don't know. At that time, Su Sanyang and Mr. Monroe had already bowed to heaven and earth. On the day of the wedding, there was a sudden change. Mo Yushi smiled bitterly. A sudden change? That day, Taoist Lord Yu represented the Dazhao Holy Land and went to congratulate them. At first, it was nothing. However, when Taoist Lord Yu saw Su Sanyang, his entire person changed. He even caused a scene at the wedding and kidnapped Su Sanyang. Mo Yushi recalled. Taoist Lord Yu kidnapped Su Sanyang? Kidnapped her in the Julu Academy? Yin Chuan was surprised. Mo Yushi smiled bitterly and nodded. Indeed. Do you know who Su Sanyang is? She has another identity. Chapter 845. Su Sanyang was Tao Lord Yu's wife in her previous life. At that time, Tao Lord Yu was still immortal. Unfortunately, she died in an accident. Dao Lord Yu suddenly met his wife and naturally did something extreme. At that time, Meng Ziqiu brought a group of Julu Academy virtuous paragons to the great Zhao holy ground to ask for an explanation. However, Dao Lord Yu had already asked the Holy Master, who was my mother, to awaken Su Sanyang's memories. Su Sanyang remembered everything from her previous life. "Mo," she said. "Ah." Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. This relationship was indeed complicated. Although Su Sanyang and Mr. Monroe were childhood sweethearts, the wedding was not completed. However, Su Sanyang and Dao Lord Yu were husband and wife. So Su Sanyang naturally followed Dao Lord Yu. At that time, Su Sanyang knelt in front of Meng Ziqiu and told him the truth. Meng Ziqiu was also helpless. Moreover, Dao Lord Yu also asked my mother to grant them a marriage. "Mo," she recalled. "Grant them a marriage?" "Yes, my mother granted them a marriage." The situation was set. There was no turning back. Everyone in Julu Academy sighed. After all, Su Sanyang and Dao Lord Yu were husband and wife in their previous life. Only Mr. Monroe did not change his infatuation and refused to give up. "Mo," she sighed. "Mr. Monroe is the eldest son of Julu Academy. If he continues to pester, it means that the Julu Academy will not give up." Therefore, Mr. Monroe took the initiative to cut ties with the Julu Academy. Outsiders said that Mr. Monroe was expelled from the sect. Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yes, Mr. Monroe stayed here so that he could see Su Sanyang from time to time. Although Su Sanyang knew that when Ruo was infatuated, she could only watch and sigh. She tried several times to persuade Wen Ruo to forget her, but Mr. Monroe did not change his infatuation. "Mo," she shook her head. "What a pity, what a pity." Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan and Mo she slowly walked out of Dark Phoenix Hall. Outside the Dark Phoenix Hall, Qing Long stepped forward and said, "Dao Lord, Hades Emperor, Mr. Monroe has left." "Left?" Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. "Yeah, I saw him walking away in a daze. I called out to him, but he didn't answer. He seemed to have suffered a big blow." Qing Long recalled. Yin Chuan and Mo she looked at each other. "Forget it. Let him calm down. Don't disturb him for the time being," Yin Chuan said. Mo she nodded. At this moment, a streak of fiery light suddenly rushed over. Boom! Like a fireball, it smashed into the square of Dark Phoenix Hall. The blazing fire was burning a figure inside. Wow! With the caw of a crow, the majestic fire was suddenly sucked into the figure's mouth. "Using Sun True Fire to burn me? Haha, I grew up eating Sun True Fire." The fire was swallowed, revealing Jin Dayu's figure. "Jin Dayu? What's going on with you? Who burned you?" Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. "Your Majesty, this subject has found Sun True Fire Stone, and a lot of it. It's the size of a mountain. It's more than enough," Jin Dayu excitedly said. "Oh, to the east of the Dezhao sacred ground, there's an area paved with gold. There's a mountain of Sun True Fire Stone there. There's too much of it," Jin Dayu excitedly said. "Sun True Fire Mountain?" Mo she's expression changed. "You know of it?" Yin Chuan curiously asked. "Yes, my mother bestowed it to Mohina Dojin. Mohina Dojin used to cultivate there, so he has a deep understanding of the Tao of fire." Mo she solemnly said. "Mohina Dojin's things?" Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Your Majesty, this subject couldn't hold back at the time and was about to take it. Unexpectedly, Mohina Dojin sensed it. Mohina Dojin sent a palm strike at me. It was the Sun True Fire," Jin Dayu explained. Chapter 846. This is the great Zhao Holy Land. Don't do things without thinking of the consequences. Yin Chuan reprimanded. "Yes, I know my mistake. However, I was muddle-headed and did not consider the consequences. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Jin Dayu immediately said sincerely. "Forget it. Be more careful in the future." Yin Chuan said. "Yes." Mo she looked at Yin Chuan. Naturally, she could see that Yin Chuan valued Jin Dayu highly. He could not bear to punish him. Whoosh! Just as everyone was talking, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. A powerful aura came straight at Jindayu. Jindayu's expression changed, and he immediately turned around. However, Yanchuan was one step faster and pulled Jindayu behind him. The person who came was dressed in a yellow robe. He stared at Jindayu with anger. It was Mohina Dojin. "Scoundrel, come out!" Mohina Dojin shouted. Jindayu glared, but was blocked by Yanchuan. He did not let him come out. "Mohina Dojin, how have you been? Why have you come to my Dark Phoenix Hall this time?" Moyu, she took a step forward. Mohina Dojin raised his eyebrows and took a deep breath. He turned to Moyu Shi and said, "Greetings, Dao Monarch Yu Shi." "Dao Monarch Yu Shi. Are these people your men?" Mohina Dojin asked. Moyu Shi did not answer. Instead, she sneered and said, "Mohina Dojin, how did you deal with the Northern Mo Hall murder case? I remember that you personally promised my mother in the Wu clan's main hall that you would compensate them one by one." Mohina Dojin raised his eyebrows and took a deep breath. "Dao Monarch Yu Shi, I will naturally give an explanation to the sect masters. The person who killed everyone was my fifth son. I have already destroyed his soul in front of everyone." "In front of everyone? You destroyed your fifth son?" Moyu Shi said in surprise. "Mohina Dojin, how ruthless." Moyu Shi frowned as she watched. That was her own son. Yanchuan raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he did not expect Mohina Dojin to be so ruthless to his own flesh and blood. It could be seen how cold the ancient moon saint child's heart was now. What about Yang Zigu? Is Yang Zigu, the mastermind behind the Northern Mo Hall murder case, dead? Moyu Shi took a step forward and said in a low voice. Mohina Dojin's pupil shrank. "Dao Monarch Yu Shi, one of my sons has already died. Don't go too far." "I'm going too far? Then who was the one who bullied me? Isn't going too far to frame me as the murderer? As the great, bright, sacred Dao Monarch and the daughter of the Holy Master, how can I be bullied like this? Yang Zigu only has himself to blame. He must die." Moyu Shi took another step forward. Mohina Dojin's expression changed. "Mohina Dojin, you promised in front of my mother. I don't care how you compensate the other 5 sect masters, but I, as the biggest victim, must pay with my life. Otherwise, I will turn this matter upside down. Do you believe that I have the ability to do so now?" Moyu Shi said in a low voice. Mohina Dojin took a step back. His expression was terrifyingly dark. He stared at Moyu Shi but could not refute her. "Dao Monarch Yu Shi, there's no need to be so ruthless. As long as you let my son go, I will do whatever you say." Mohina Dojin took a deep breath and said in a low voice. If Jingting did not acknowledge Moyu Shi, Mohina Dojin would still dare to be unreasonable. However, Jingting had already acknowledged her daughter. Even if he had the guts to do so, he would not dare to do so. "All right, Yang Zigu can live. However, you must give me all of Mount Sunday, treat it as redeeming Yang Zigu's life." Moyu Shi said indifferently. Chapter 847. "Fine, Yang Zigu can live, but you have to give me the entirety of Mount Sunday, treat it as redeeming Yang Zigu's life." Moyu, she said calmly. "Mount Sun." Mohina Dojin's eyes flashed with anger. This was Mohina Dojin's best treasure. Of course, on the surface, it was the strongest treasure. "Dao Monarch Yu Shi, you have a big appetite," Mohina Dojin said unwillingly. If Mohina Dojin can't bear part with Mount Sun, it's fine. Let Yang Zigu take responsibility for the murder of Northern Mo Hall. Moyu, she said in a low voice. Mohina Dojin clenched his fists and stared at Moyu Shi. "What? You want to silence him?" Moyu Shi sneered. Mohina Dojin took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. "Fine, since Dao Monarch Yu Shi has spoken. How can I refuse? However, I won't give you Mount Sunday. If you have the ability, go get it yourself." Mohina Dojin said coldly. "Mount Sun emits true sun fire all the time. I know that ordinary people don't dare to go near it. However, Mohina Dojin doesn't have to worry about how to get it. MOU, she said worriedly. Oomph. Mohina Dojin snorted. All right, Mohina Dojin came here just now. May I know why? MOU, she asked again. Mohina Dojin's eyelids twitched as he looked at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu offended Mount Sun? At this moment, Mohina Dojin couldn't say anything else. After all, Mount Sun was no longer his. With a flick of his sleeves, Mohina Dojin soared into the sky, ignoring the crowd. In the blink of an eye, Mohina Dojin disappeared. You used Yang Zigu's life in exchange for Sun Mountain. Could it be? Yin Chuan frowned. MOU, she smiled and said, No, Yang Zigu is Mohina Dojin's lifeblood. Although I don't know why, but with my status, you should understand that I may not be able to kill Yang Zigu, but this Sun Mountain should be what you need. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. Jin Dayu, Yin Chuan shouted without turning his head. Present, go. From this day on, Mount Sun belongs to you. Collect them early, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yin Chuan said. Looking at Yin Chuan's back, Jin Dayu's face lit up with joy. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Lord Daojun. Jin Dayu said excitedly. Then, Jin Dayu flew away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mohina Dojin left in a huff. He returned to his own hall. Father, who made you angry just now? Yang Zigu asked with a frown. Mohina Dojin looked at Yang Zigu without a trace of blame. Instead, he said, Who else could it be? MOU she. Oomph. Yang Zigu's expression changed and became gloomy. Right, Father, Yang Zigu. Boss took them away. Yang Zigu said, Gu, you left with your 6 brothers? Mohina Dojin said in a low voice. Yes, Gu Yu is getting more and more out of hand. He is looking down on Father more and more. Yang Zigu fanned the flames. Mohina Dojin replied coldly. Reporting. A cultivator rushed into the hall. Lord Daojun, a 3-legged golden crow went to Mount Sunday. We couldn't stop it. The cultivator said anxiously. So fast. You sent someone to take it? Mohina Dojin's face darkened. Lord Daojun, do you want to gather your disciples? The cultivator asked. No need. Let him take it. Mohina Dojin said in a low voice. A strange bird wants to steal Mount Sun? As long as it touches it, it will be burned to ashes. Yang Zigu said disdainfully. Chapter 848. That Xiuzha left in a daze. About an hour later, the practitioner broke into the main hall again. Dao Daolor, this is bad. That 3-legged golden crow devoured Mount Sun. The cultivator said in shock. Mohina Dojin's eyelids twitched, but he suppressed the anger in his heart. Swallow? Are you joking? The extreme Yang flame essence within the extreme Yang mountain can kill anyone who touches it. Who would dare swallow it? Exclaimed Yang Zigu. It's true, young master, the cultivator shouted. Yang Zhijio opened his mouth in shock. All of you go out. I need some peace and quiet. Mohina Dojin said in a deep voice. Yes, the 2 of them replied. Outside Dark Phoenix Hall. Your Majesty, I will definitely refine the gate of the Heaven Realm as soon as possible. I won't let you down. Jin Dayu said excitedly. And pick a large hall and refine it first. When it's time to leave, this emperor will call you. Yin Chuan said. Yes. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan had already been in the Great Zhao Holy Land for a month. As the sky gradually darkened, Yin Chuan and MOU she stood on a huge balcony outside Dark Phoenix Hall, looking at the countless lights of the Great Zhou City in front of them. Bam! 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 One spell after another shot into the sky from the Great Zhou City. It was like fireworks in a mortal world, blooming beautifully in the sky. MOU she held Yin Chuan's hand and looked at the countless beautiful scenes of magic in front of them. In the mortal realm, today is the new year. Even though many people have embarked on the path of cultivation, they still don't forget this traditional festival. This is also the reason why the Great Zhou City's annual scene of magic soaring into the sky. because only by remembering these traditions can I feel that I am still a human. Yin Chuan smiled. The two of them held hands and enjoyed the beautiful scenery. There was no further movement, but in this situation, their hearts were tightly intertwined. This was also a kind of beauty. Bam, bam, bam. Spells soared into the sky one after another. The great Zhou city today was destined to be a city that never slept. However, over the years, perhaps because of Mr. Monroe's encouragement, more and more people are participating in this kind of activity on New Year's Day. The new year in Great Zhou City is becoming more and more beautiful. Mo Yushi said, "Oh, I was wondering why my carefree city didn't seem to be so dense. So it was Mr. Monroe who purposely developed it." Yin Chuan said thoughtfully, "Look over there." Mo Yushi suddenly tugged at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan followed Mo Yushi's gaze. It was a woman in red standing on a protruding balcony on the mountain peak of Dao, Lord Yu Yu's Dao field. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she watched with an intoxicated gaze. "She is?" Yin Chuan's expression changed. "She is Su Sanyang." Mo Yushi sighed. "Su Sanyang?" Yin Chuan was lost in thought as he looked down the mountain. Yin Chuan searched the area below the mountain. It was pitch black, but under Yin Chuan's careful observation, he was able to see clearly. In a small forest, Yin Chuan finally saw his guess. It was Mr. Monroe. At this moment, Mr. Monroe was hiding in a small forest. He looked at the mountain peak and Su Sanyang affectionately. Seeing Su Sanyang smile, Mr. Monroe also smiled. Mo Yushi saw Yin Chuan looking down and also looked over. "Mr. Monroe?" Mo Yushi said in surprise. Mr. Monroe did so much for the annual fireworks festival, so it's just to make a beauty smile. Yin Chuan sighed. Chapter 849. Yes, but it's a pity that Su Sanyang and Lord Yu Yu were husband and wife in their previous life. Mr. Monroe can only think too highly of himself. Mo Yushi shook her head. As he spoke, Mr. Monroe frowned, and a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. Yin Chuan turned his head and saw Lord Yu Yu suddenly appear beside Su Sanyang. Lord Yu Yu grabbed a cloak and put it on Su Sanyang. Su Sanyang turned her head and looked at Lord Yu Yu affectionately. The two of them looked at the magical fireworks in the city in the distance. It was a very sweet scene. At the foot of the mountain, Mr. Monroe looked more and more desolate in the forest. Mr. Monroe and Su Sanyang were childhood sweethearts, but in the end, they were husband and wife for a lifetime. Mo Yushi sighed slightly. A lifetime. Yin Chuan was thoughtful. Yes, they have witnessed so many unforgettable things in their lives. Although she and Mr. Monroe were childhood sweethearts, what they experienced was only a kind of hazy love. How can a hazy love compare to a lifetime of unforgettable things? Mo Yushi shook her head and said regretfully. Yin Chuan's expression changed, and he looked at Mr. Monroe at the foot of the mountain. "Qing Long." Yin Chuan called out to Qing Long in the distance. Yes. Qing Long flew quickly from the distance. Go down later, and invite Mr. Monroe to the Dark Phoenix Hall. I have something to tell him." Yin Chuan said. "Yes." Qing Long nodded. "What's wrong?" Mo Yushi was puzzled. "Maybe I have a way to make Mr. Monroe make up for this regret." Yin Chuan said in a low voice. You won't let Mr. Monroe force her, right?" "Mr. Monroe won't do that. He won't force Su Sanyang." "MOU," she said in surprise. "I'm not using force, but I have a secret technique," Yin Chuan said with a frown. "Secret technique? Well, I don't know if this secret technique will work. I don't even know if it's real." Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. "What secret technique?" MOU, she asked curiously. "Dream of heaven's secrets," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "Dream of heaven's secrets?" MOU, she didn't understand. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Dream of heaven's secret? Yin Chuan really didn't know how to explain it. This was something he had dreamt of in his previous life. It was a very complicated reason, but that was the truth. In his previous life, there was another secret technique that he had dreamt of, It was the stellar cycle technique that Yin Chuan had used a few times. This was also something that he had dreamt of. However, in his dream, it was not called the stellar cycle technique. Instead, it was another mysterious technique called the universe in the palm. In the palm, there were billions of stars in the universe. Unfortunately, the universe in the palm was something that even Yin Chuan couldn't use with his previous life's cultivation. Yin Chuan guessed that it was because his cultivation wasn't high enough, so he modified it and created the stellar cycle technique. Even though it was weakened countless times, it was still one of Yin Chuan's strongest techniques. Dream of Heaven's Secrets was one of the 2 secret techniques in his dream. Yin Chuan had never used it before. Even though it didn't have a high cultivation requirement, the consequences were too unimaginable. So Yin Chuan had never used it. Now that he saw Wen Ruo like this, Yin Chuan didn't know why he had the idea to test it out. Dream of Heaven's Secrets. Universe in the palm. Did he dream of it? Yin Chuan naturally wouldn't be so shallow. Yin Chuan guessed that perhaps, other than his previous life, there was another existence from his previous life. But that was too far in the future. Now, he mainly wanted to test if the secret technique in his dream was correct. If it really worked, Yin Chuan even wanted to spread it throughout the entire Great Zhen, borrowing the power of Great Zhen. Chapter 850. Dark Phoenix Hall. The door of the hall was tightly shut. Yin Chuan and Mou she stared at Meng Wenruo. Mr. Monroe, I've already told you the method. Now it's up to you whether you want to accept it or not. If you don't, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mr. Monroe's face was distorted. He was struggling in his heart. Mou she thought for a while and said, Mr. Monroe, I think that you don't have to feel guilty at all. You and Su Sanyang were already married. It was Dao Lord Yu who stole your bride. You are the victim. Mr. Monroe hesitated for a while. Of course, you can say that you don't want to interfere with Su Sanyang's thoughts, but Dao Lord Yu did. Is it because of her previous life? If so, who should Su Sanyang be with if she has more memories of her previous life? Mou she said with a smile. Mr. Monroe's eyes narrowed. Su Sanyang died in her previous life. In this life, Dao Lord Yu asked my mother to enlighten her and forced a relationship from her previous life. This caused Su Sanyang's feelings to be more with Dao Lord Yu. If it weren't for Yin Chuan's method, you would never have the chance to hold Su Sanyang's hand again. Think about it yourself. Mou she said. Yin Chuan stopped her and told Mou she not to say anything. He wanted Wen Ruo to make the decision herself. Mr. Monroe held his head and felt troubled. Yin Chuan and Mou she waited quietly. Finally, after an incense stick's time, Wen Ruo looked at Yin Chuan again with red eyes. Hades Emperor, please use the poison. Wen Ruo said seriously. Mr. Monroe, I'll say it again. I don't want this poison to be leaked. So if you really want it, you must join the Zhen dynasty. Yin Chuan said seriously. This commoner, Meng Wenruo, greets your majesty. Wen Ruo bowed respectfully. Wen Ruo had her own pride. If it was because of the dream, she might not necessarily compromise. The main reason was because Yin Chuan had loosened the reins several times in the past. Wen Ruo was forced to betray Yin Chuan in the Julu Academy. In the chess game at the Immortal City, Yin Chuan deliberately gave up on defeating Wen Ruo. Playing hard to get time and time again made Wen Ruo's arrogance unable to resist. All right, if Mr. Monroe joins the Zhen, it'll be like gaining an arm. Yin Chuan smiled as he supported Mr. Monroe. Mr. Monroe stood up. Thank you, Your Majesty, for thinking so highly of me. I can see Mr. Monroe's talent clearly. Yin Chuan said with satisfaction. You flatter me, Your Majesty. You are still the city lord of Dezhou for the time being, so I won't give you another title. Now, let's talk about the dream. If you want to use it, you must find a burial cave called Heaven's Calamity. You need to find a feng shui master nearby and find the Heaven's Calamity burial cave as soon as possible. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Heaven's Calamity? Burial cave? Your Majesty, I know of a place. Meng Wenruo's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, outside the Dezhou holy ground, near the Lan Yu sect, there's a place where Inqi wreaks havoc. I once want to check it out. It's the Heaven's Calamity. Everyone avoids it, and no one dares to go near it. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. That's great. As for how to persuade Su Sanyang, that's your own business. I'll prepare some things for you during this period of time. You can set off in 10 days. Yinchuan took a deep breath and said, Yes. 10 days later, in the Dark Phoenix Hall, Yinchuan held the brush Dream Immortal and kept drawing on a piece of black jade. As the brush fell, a Yin wind blew in the hall. The rolling Yin Qi seemed to come out of nowhere and went straight into the black jade. Pung! When the last stroke fell, all the Yin Qi suddenly converged into the black jade, and the black jade suddenly became flat. Chapter 851. Mo Yushi walked into the hall. What's this? It's a black jade talisman. It's used to guard Wenruo's heart and soul. It allows her to dream and not forget her true self. Yinchuan explained. Oh, Mo Yushi nodded. How's Wenruo doing? Yinchuan asked. Mr. Monroe and Su Sanyang have already set off. Mo Yushi said. Oh, Meng Ziqiu is Su Sanyang's teacher. Mr. Monroe's excuse this time was to bring the spirit back to Julu Academy. Su Sanyang is duty-bound. Dao Lord Yu is very confident. Everything is going smoothly. Mo Yushi explained. Okay, we'll leave in a few days. Yinchuan nodded. Mo Yushi frowned and looked troubled. I'm afraid I can't go this time. Oh, Shangwan just asked me to learn from her for a while. Mo Yushi frowned. Okay, take care of yourself. Yinchuan said solemnly. Okay, you'll take Qinglong and the others? Mo Yushi asked. No, they'll all stay here just in case. Jindai will be fine with me. Yinchuan shook his head. 2 months later, in a mountain range surrounded by miasma and fog, the sky was dark. Many of the plants were extremely beautiful, but at the same time, they were extremely poisonous. The only creatures that could survive in this area were those extremely poisonous creatures. In the middle of this place, surrounded by Yin Qi, was a mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a cave. The soil and stones at the entrance were quite new. It was obviously a cave that had just been dug. The inside of the cave was extremely spacious. There was a huge bronze coffin lying flat on the ground. There were many runes carved on the bronze coffin. A woman lay in the coffin. It was Su Sanyang. Beside the bronze coffin was a flagpole with many runes drawn on it. Yinchuan, Jindiyu, and Wenruo all surrounded the bronze coffin. The heavenly tribulation meridian. What an ominous burial meridian. Just by standing here, I can feel that the earth beneath my feet is connected to the 9 serenities hell. Jindiyu exclaimed. Your Majesty, is that all? Meng Wenruo asked curiously. Lie in the coffin with Su Sanyang. Don't resist my spell, Yinchuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Mr. Monroe quickly entered the coffin and lay down beside Su Sanyang. He held her hand and looked slightly excited. Yinchuan reached out and slapped the black jade talisman on Mr. Monroe's forehead. Pa! Mr. Monroe closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Yinchuan grabbed the black banner beside him. He waved it at the coffin. Who? Endless black Qi rushed towards the bronze coffin. In the blink of an eye, the black coffin was shrouded in black gas. He grabbed the black banner and waved it again. Boom! There was a muffled sound in the coffin. Suddenly, 2 souls appeared. Su Sanyang's soul was in a daze, but Wenruo's soul was extremely awake. Meng Wenruo, I've told you before that you will possess mortals and live together with them. Su Sanyang will forget the past. You remember everything and live another life. Whether you succeed or not depends on you. Yinchuan said solemnly. Yes. Meng Wenruo said respectfully. The black banner waved again. Boom. Meng Wenruo's soul suddenly split into 100. Su Sanyang's soul also split into 100. It was as if 100 copies were made in an instant. Time is limited, but 100 experiences are enough to make up for it. Each Meng Wenruo, hold one Su Sanyang. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Each Meng Wenruo quickly held one Su Sanyang. Seeing that everything was ready, Yin Chuan grabbed the black banner and waved it violently. Great soul, go! Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The 100 copies of Meng Wenruo's soul pulled Su Sanyang's soul. With a swing of the black banner, they shot out in all directions. In an instant, the 100 copies of souls disappeared. Bam! Yin Chuan inserted the black banner next to the bronze coffin again. Let's go out. We will guard Meng Wenruo for a few years. Yin Chuan said to Jin Dayu. Yes, yes. Jin Dayu was still in shock. The two walked out of the cave. They closed the door that they had set up earlier. Boom! The door closed. The two stood at the foot of the mountain. Your Majesty? 100 copies of Mr. Monroe's soul? How'd he do it? Also, they can successfully possess mortals when they go out like this? Jin Dayu said in disbelief. They only possess mortals. As for 100 copies of soul? How much do you know about the secrets of the soul? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Jin Dayu shook slightly. Yes, he didn't know about it, but it didn't mean it didn't exist. Let's open up 2 more cave residences here. Let's stay here first. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Outside the Heaven's Calamity Acupoint, Yin Chuan was paying attention to Mr. Monroe's dream of entering Tianji. This was because if he succeeded, Yin Chuan would try it himself with the other officials. In the dream of heavenly secrets, one would not only experience one's life, but also experience endless experiences. Furthermore, the soul that was strengthened during the dream of heavenly secrets would not be reduced in the slightest after returning. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Although no one cultivated in the Heaven's Calamity Acupoint, it didn't mean that no one came. The poisonous creatures here were treasures that many cultivators liked. After quietly dispatching a dozen groups of people, the extraordinary nature of the Heaven's Calamity Acupoint was exposed. Yin Chuan used the environment of the Heaven's Calamity Acupoint to break through the bottleneck. His cultivation finally reached the first level of the lower void realm. Yin Chuan's Calamity Acupoint was always shocking. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Heaven's Calamity. It was the Lanyu sect nearby. The Lanyu sect was one of the vassal sects of the Dazhao Holy Land. In a hall of the Lanyu sect, Master, I saw the 4-9 heavenly calamities just now. A red-robed cultivator rushed into the hall in panic. An elder in the hall frowned. What's wrong with the 4-9 heavenly calamities? It's in the Heaven's Calamity mountain range. The 4-9 heavenly calamities just came out and were sucked away by the Heaven's Calamity mountain range. The red-robed cultivator shouted. Nonsense, how is that possible? The elder said in a low voice. It's true, Master. I wasn't the only one who saw it. A few of my senior brothers saw it too. How can I not recognize the 4-9 heavenly calamities? I had Master's help back then. However, the 4-9 heavenly calamities were suddenly sucked into the ground for some reason. This... Master, what's going on? The red-robed cultivator asked in confusion. Heaven's Calamity mountain range? Is there a treasure inside? The elder's expression changed. Yes, a treasure. A treasure that can even absorb the Heaven's Calamity. Could it be an immortal weapon? The red-robed cultivator's eyes lit up. Immortal weapon? There's an immortal weapon in the Heaven's Calamity mountain range? The elder's face lit up with joy. Master, what do we do now? What do we do? Inform all your senior brothers and junior brothers. Master will enter the Heaven's Calamity mountain range with all of you to investigate. A strong desire appeared in the elder's eyes. Chapter 852. Dazhao Holy Land. In a hall. Supreme Lan Yu frowned at the old man in front of him. Speak. Supreme Lan Yu frowned. The old man looked around. The hall was closed, and everyone had been asked to leave. Sect Master, there are immortal weapons in the Heaven Calamity mountain range. The old man said solemnly. Immortal weapons? Supreme Lan Yu narrowed his eyes. Yes, more than 3 months ago, one of my disciples saw the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation being forcibly taken into the Heaven Calamity mountain range. I took a dozen disciples and quietly sneaked into the Heaven Calamity mountain range to investigate. The old man said solemnly, Did you find the immortal weapons? Supreme Lan Yu's eyes lit up. No, but my disciples were attacked one by one, and they didn't know where the attack came from. They fainted inexplicably. When they woke up the next day, they were already outside the Heaven Calamity mountain range. The old man frowned. There are experts in the Heaven Calamity mountain range. Supreme Lan Yu narrowed his eyes. Yes, and that expert didn't seem to want to be enemies with our sect. I was worried that the news would be leaked, so I immediately came to report to the sect master. The old man said solemnly, Well done. Supreme Lan Yu nodded. Yes, sect master. What should we do now? The old man was puzzled. Supreme Lan Yu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Wait a moment. I'll go and ask Shangwan Wanner to leave, and I'll go back with you immediately. Yes. Dark Phoenix Hall. And Mo Yushi hurried back with a worried face. Qing Long. Here. Supreme Lan Yu has gone back. The Lan Yu sect is near the Heaven Calamity Point. I'm worried that Yin Chuan's whereabouts have been discovered. I don't know if he can make it in time. Go immediately and tell him to take precautions. Also, tell him that he can use my name to do anything he wants. And Mo Yushi said in a deep voice. Yes. Qing Long quickly flew away. Morning Sun Hall. Mohina Dojin's face was gloomy. Dad, what's wrong? Yang Zigu asked curiously. The Holy Lord can remove the sky seal at any time. Perfected Lord Lan Yu actually wants to go back now. Something big must have happened in the Lan Yu sect. Mohina Dojin said in a low voice. Oh, by the way, Father, you asked me to send someone to keep an eye on him. This morning, Qing Long also left Great Zhou City. His whereabouts are unknown. Yang Ziga said, Qing Long left. I know that Yin Chuan must have gone to the Blue Transcendent sect. Something must have happened there. Also, my son Mountain is also in his hands. Mohina Dojin suddenly stood up. I gave MT Sun to Mo Yushi, and Mo Yushi gave it to someone else. If I take it back from someone else, she won't have anything to say. Mohina Dojin's eyes turned cold. Then Dad is going to take back MT Sun? Yang Zigu said in surprise. That's right. Mohina Dojin said with a cold gaze. Mohina Dojin took a step forward and was about to leave. Suddenly, a cultivator came from outside the hall. Mohina Dojin frowned. Greetings, Mohina Dojin. By Lady Shangwan's order, all Dao Lords and Sect Masters are not allowed to leave the Great Zhao sacred ground. The cultivator said respectfully. What? Mohina Dojin's face changed. The cultivator smiled and said, Lady Shangwan, I can see through your thoughts. Lady Shangwan has ordered that no one is allowed to leave. If you have any questions, you can go to the Wu Clan Hall to ask Lady Shangwan. Oh, okay, I understand. Mohina Dojin said with a gloomy face. Chapter 853. That cultivator smiled slightly and retreated. Father? What's going on? Yang Zigu said in surprise. Mohina Dojin smiled bitterly and said, Shangwan Wan'er, this woman's wisdom is outstanding. If we can analyze it, Shangwan Wan'er can also analyze it. Perfected, Lord Lan Yu left at this moment. Something big must have happened in the Lan Yu sect. Something big. If it was a disaster, Perfected Lord Lan Yu would not return at all. Because after this battle, it doesn't matter whether the Lan Yu sect exists or not. However, Perfected Lord Lan Yu returned. This means that what the Lan Yu sect is facing is not a disaster, but great benefits. Great benefits? A few vassal sect leaders. Who knows what great benefits are? But they all have guesses. However, the fact that Azure Dragon was there meant that Yin Chuan was there as well. Shangguan did not allow anyone to interfere. Is she preparing to sit and watch the tigers fight? To watch the fight between Yin Chuan and perfected Lord Lanyu? Mohina Dojin frowned. Then what should we do? Shangguan has spoken. Who dares to go? Mohina Dojin smiled bitterly. Heaven Calamity Mountain Range. Outside the Heaven Calamity Point. Yin Chuan sat on a stone bench. A vine emerged from the ground and stretched into Yin Chuan's hand. Vine Demon of a peerless divine weapon. Vine Demon, outside the Heaven Calamity Point, is poisonous miasma. It is a good place for you to nourish. In the previous life, you did not fully evolve. In this life, I want to see what kind of treasure is worthy of being called a peerless divine weapon. Yin Chuan sighed. Rumble. On the ground, there were countless vines rapidly interweaving in all directions. They roamed the endless mountains and forests in all directions. Putting down the vine in his hand, Yin Chuan looked up at the sky. Huff, huff, huff. One figure after another flew into the air. At the same time, each of them stared down, staring at Yin Chuan. They came so quickly. Yin Chuan's face sank. He turned to look in all directions. There were more and more cultivators in the sky. In the blink of an eye, there were close to 10,000 cultivators. In fact, the number of cultivators was still increasing. They gradually surrounded Yin Chuan from all directions. Yin Chuan's gaze gradually turned towards the leader of the group. He was dressed in a blue robe and stood high above. He coldly looked down at Yin Chuan. True Monarch Lanyu? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. True Lord Lanyu sneered slightly and said, So it's Yin Chuan. True Monarch Lanyu, why have you come? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. This is what I wanted to ask you. Yin Chuan, where is the immortal item? Lanyu True Monarch asked directly. Immortal item? Yin Chuan gaped in shock. A man beside Supreme Lanyu suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan, stop pretending. I saw it that day. An immortal tool that can devour heavenly tribulation is in the Heavenly Tribulation mountain range. Devour heavenly tribulation? Yin Chuan immediately understood and revealed a trace of a bitter smile. It seemed that it was his own tribulation that was exposed. However, the heavenly tribulation suddenly arrived at that time. He had no choice but to pass it as soon as possible. True Monarch Lanyu is wise. Yin Chuan did not see the so-called immortal item. Otherwise, he would have left with the immortal item long ago. Why would he stay here? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Then let me search you. Supreme Lanyu said in a low voice. Search? Yin Chuan's face turned cold. Supreme Lanyu, you should know that I don't want to be enemies with your Lanyu sect. That's why I didn't kill your disciples when they barged in. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. I know. Supreme Lanyu said indifferently. I don't want to be enemies with the Lanyu sect, but it doesn't mean that I don't dare to be enemies with the Lanyu sect. Supreme Lanyu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ha ha. Supreme Lanyu laughed heartily. With just you? If Tao Monarch you, she said it to me, that's more like it. You, a first-level lower void stage. Want to be enemies with me? Injuring my disciples was a sneak attack. Now that I've found you, how are you going to sneak attack me? Supreme Lanyu sneered. You could try. Yin Chuan said with a cold face. Master, you don't have to do anything. I can capture him. A red-clothed old man suddenly shouted. Supreme Lanyu nodded. Yin Chuan did shine in the Wu clan's main hall. However, in the eyes of Supreme Lanyu, his martial strength was not worth mentioning at all. She was even too lazy to make a move. At the same time, in the Great Zhao Holy Ground, Shangguan Waner, Mohina Dojin, Dao Monarch Yu, Mo Yushi, and 4 vassal sect leaders were surrounding a pool. In the pool, there were some images. The images were the scene of Supreme Lan Yu facing Yin Chuan. Miss Shangguan, what's going on? Mo Yushi immediately frowned and said, This is my Dazhao Holy Land's astronomical phenomenon pool. As long as the Dezhou Holy Land's merit-covered area, you can watch from this pool. Lan Yu sect is a part of my Dezhou Holy Land, after all. Naturally, you can see it clearly, Shangguan Wan'er said indifferently. Why? Miss Shangguan, a month ago, you stopped everyone from going. Did you know that Yin Chuan was there? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Everything in the Dezhou Holy Land's range can't escape the astronomical phenomenon pool. I saw Yin Chuan devouring the heavenly tribulation that day. Shangguan Wan'er nodded. Devouring the heavenly tribulation? Everyone's expression suddenly changed. This Yin Chuan is a little interesting, although I don't know what he's doing there. But it seems that it's not ordinary. Shangguan Wan'er said with a smile. Miss Shangguan, why? You did it on purpose? Mo Yushi's expression immediately fell. That's right. I deliberately let true Lord Lan Yu go back. So I want you all to not interfere. Shangguan Wan'er nodded. Deliberately let true Lord Lan Yu go back? Mo Yushi frowned and said in puzzlement. I want to take a look at this Yin Chuan's quality. Shangguan Wan'er nodded. Why didn't you tell me? Why? Mo Yushi cried out in shock. Everyone looked at Shangguan Wan'er. Shangguan Wan'er said coolly, This is what the Holy Lord instructed, to let me investigate Yin Chuan. Unfortunately, Yin Chuan can really hide. Many things can't be found. Therefore, I deliberately let true Lord Lan Yu go back. You all still want to stop? The Holy Lord's request? Everyone's faces turned solemn. Immediately, the complaints from before immediately dissipated. Only Mo Yushi was still brooding. Miss Shangguan, isn't it a little too much for you to do this? That true Lord Lan Yu is an upper void realm. Furthermore, you didn't give him an explanation at all. He won't care about the consequences. Mo Yushi was still worried. Care about the consequences? What I want to see is naturally how Yin Chuan is under the circumstances where he doesn't care about the consequences. Lass, you don't have to be too worried. My Shangguan Wan'er's eyes have never been wrong before. This Yin Chuan will only be stronger than I imagined and not weaker. Shangguan Wan'er's eyes turned intent as she said. Mo Yushi's face was anxious. But now that things had come to this, she was powerless to do anything. With a trace of irritation, Mo Yushi looked at the celestial phenomenon pool. By the side, Mohina Dojin revealed a hint of a cold smile. As for the others, they were all deep in thought. The Holy Lord's instructions? Who still dared to refute? Chapter 854. Under true Lord Lan Yu's tacit approval, a sword-wielding, red-clothed old man strode straight towards Yin Chuan. The long sword danced with endless killing intent. Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Boom! A black vine suddenly shot up into the sky from the ground. The old man's expression changed, and he was about to slash out with his sword. Chi, the Rattan, was extremely fast. Before the red-clothed old man could react, it had already wrapped around his hands. Bastard, open for me. The old man's body emitted a dazzling blue light. Unfortunately, the vines were even sturdier than the old man had imagined. There was no way he could break free. I remember you. Last time, I spared you once. Do you still want to die? Yin Chuan said coldly. Swish! With a flick of the vine, it smashed into the ground. Boom! The old man immediately felt dizzy from the fall. Bastard! The old man cried out in pain. Although he was dizzy, the old man was still a lower emptiness realm expert. It was impossible for him to be seriously injured by a fall. However, Yin Chuan's punishment was not over yet. Boom! The old man was pulled into the ground by the vines, and in the blink of an eye, he was underground. Rumble! A bulge could be seen on the ground. The bulge was rapidly moving around the heavenly tribulation mountain range. Along the way, miserable shrieks could be heard. They traveled far underground and circled around the heavenly tribulation mountain range. Countless cultivators in all directions felt a chill in their hearts. It was easy to imagine the scene of being rubbed against by the mud and rocks as they traveled quickly underground. It wasn't like they were ghosts or ghosts. They were actually rubbing against the ground. Ah, ah. The old man's pain screams could be heard from deep underground. Nearly 10,000 cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. Bastard, Yin Chuan, you're courting death. True Lord Lan Yu's face fell as he said, I'll return it to you. Bang! A figure emerged from the ground and soared into the sky. Everyone quickly caught it. It was the old man who had provoked them earlier. The old man's clothes were all tattered, and there were countless bloody scars on his body from the friction with the ground. His entire body was limp. Sect Master, more than half of his bones were crushed under the ground. His internal organs have ruptured, and his body is about to rot. Someone at the side immediately explained. Looking at the dying old man, the cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. At the same time, they felt even angrier. Master, I implore Master to allow us to kill this thief. A cultivator suddenly cried out. Sect Master, please agree. Sect Master, please agree. Nearly 10,000 practitioners were filled with righteous indignation. They looked at Yin Chuan with hatred. Approved. True Monarch Lan Yu said coldly. Yes. Nearly 10,000 practitioners immediately shouted. Who? For a moment, the swords of nearly 10,000 practitioners were all pointed at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Just because Zhen doesn't cause trouble doesn't mean that Zhen is afraid of trouble. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. As he spoke, the poisonous miasma within 10 li of him suddenly withdrew, as if it was being sucked into the ground. Everyone froze for a moment. However, most of them wanted to kill Yin Chuan. Kill! Kill! The group of practitioners immediately shouted. For a moment, the first batch of 30 practitioners charged at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan glared. The ground trembled again. Bang! Bang! The ground within 10 li of him seemed to explode in an instant. A large amount of rocks and soil shot up into the sky. Chapter 855. Along with the soil, nearly 10,000 black vines shot up into the sky. Huff, huff, huff. The first 30 cultivators who rushed up were all entangled by the vines without any suspense. Not only that, those cultivators who had yet to make a move were chased by thousands of vines and quickly entangled. Ah, Sect Master, save me. Master, save me. Help! While the countless cultivators panicked, only 4,000 managed to escape. The remaining 6,000 were entangled by the vines. No, it should be a sea of vines. Endless vines sprouted from the ground within 10 miles. Below the ground, the vines continued to swim as if they were intertwining with each other. 6,000 Xiozhi were instantly pulled into the sea of vines and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nearly 10,000 vines soared into the air from the sea of vines, continuously reaching for the fleeing cultivators. They looked like thousands of flood dragons waiting to feast. Within the sea of vines, countless miserable shrieks could be heard. Clearly, the scene from before was repeating itself. However, before this, there was only one person. Now, there were 6,000 people, all of them being tortured underground. The Xiozhi, flying into the sky, felt cold all over. Below, there were giant vines that spanned 100 miles. This scene was too exaggerated. It was like a giant snake cave with its bloody mouth wide open, waiting to devour everyone. Countless Xiozhi felt cold all over. Only 5 people stood motionlessly behind Lan Yu, true monarch, their eyes bright. The 5 of them were all at the middle void stage. Thus, they were not too afraid of the sea of vines. However, the 5 of them seemed to have realized something. This is an immortal artifact? A middle void stage expert's eyes lit up. Good immortal tool, this venerable has cultivated for many years, but I have never seen such an immortal tool. Supreme Lan Yu's eyes lit up. At the same time, in front of the celestial phenomenon pond in the great Zhao holy grounds, Mohina Dojin and the others' eyes lit up. What is this? A plant-type demon? That's not right, right? Only true Monarch Lawn you would think that it was an immortal tool, and Mao Ri, Yu, and the others had received Shangwan Er's hint that it was Yin Chuan who swallowed the heavenly tribulation and not an immortal tool. However, the scene in front of them puzzled them. Everyone looked at Mou Shi at the same time. Sanus Yu Shi, do you know what this is? Mohina Dojin asked in a deep voice. Mou Shi sneered. Mohina Dojin is so knowledgeable. Why do you need to ask me? Mohina Dojin's face turned ugly. Everyone turned their attention back to the constellation lake. Shangwan raised her eyebrows. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. On the screen, above the sea of vines, after a series of twisting, a huge figure slowly emerged. Its head, arms, and legs were all connected to the sea of vines. The monster's eyes glowed as it looked at the people in the sky. This is? Demonic beast? No, a demon? Not an immortal tool? Supreme Lan Yu's face darkened. The 5 middle void stage experts also looked surprised. Behind the demon, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, Supreme Lan Yu, if you retreat now, I will return your 6,000 disciples. Supreme Lan Yu's eyes narrowed. Retreat? Yin Chuan, the more you insist, the more powerful an immortal tool is here. You don't deserve it. The vine demon roared. Boom. Tens of thousands of vines rushed towards Supreme Lan Yu and the others. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.